Honesty, and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say it honesty. Honesty, and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say it honesty. Honesty, and you say it honesty, 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 and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say it honesty. Honesty, and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say it honesty. Honesty, and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say it honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty.
Blessings, 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 everyone. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. And I'm your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. Fully refreshed and ready to go, as my mother would say, ready for service. Some of you saw me talking and you couldn't hear me. That was a discourse I was having with Kevin, because we had one of our guests sent over some PowerPoints and we were having some difficulty trying to put them up. But I think we're fine right now. Kevin is still in the background. So I didn't have to say, Kevin, where you there? Because Kevin was right there. So that's where we are. How everybody doing? How is everyone doing? But now you know. How is everyone doing? Loud and clear, great. Yeah, all right. Hans, big up yourself, Hans, my nephew. I don't forget you here, sir. I'm reviewing the thing you sent me. So we'll touch base next week. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Uh, Tonight, Relax with the Rebel will feature 2 hours of the man, the legend, whose first name in any musical circle will instantly identify him, Bob. And when we say Bob, we're not talking about Bob Dylan. We're talking about Bob Marley. So tonight we're going to have 2 hours from midnight to 2. Next week, make plans with that special someone and join me as we go back in time and relax to some classic slow jams. So you have 1 week to prepare for that. I know some of you are going to say, well, me not nobody. Well, now is the time. You need to go. You have a week to find somebody. All right. Um, we had a passing this week. Hold on one sec. All right. This week we had I think it was this week, we had a passing. Miss Betty Ann Blaine, child rights activist, recently passed away. She founded the Hear the Children Cry organization and was a formidable and fierce defender of children's rights. Among other things, she worked tirelessly and against all odds to ensure that missing children were reunited with their families. I don't know who's going to carry on her works, but we need that person post haste, like yesterday, for the sake of the children and for the sake of Jamaica. Betty, rest in eternal peace. Let me do some shout out now, some greetings. Blessings, Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P, Ma Jean, Desmond Paul, Sassy Diva. Hope you have your arrangements in order. Mrs. Nelson, back on track. Bob, De Souza. Yes, my brother. Mr. Baxter, buddy, I'll see you soon. Soon, soon, soon. As soon as I get off of this broadcast, I'll tell you when. And Angela, go and take care of him. Big up the Manison, the Ogle, and the Trower families in Durban, South Africa, and the Al Faiz family and tribe in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Firehouse crew, and the Rollington Massive. Yes, my general. Big up all media personalities and platforms focusing on holding the government accountable. Linkage Radio, Mr. Hines, yes, sir, and your co host. OBC Radio, big up yourself. All People Radio. Sutherland TV, Suda, get well soon. Empress GTV, Producer Wayne Global TV, Anissa Bell Rose, Waterhouse Vibes, Miss Anita, Make We Talk, Mr. Vumva V, Vumva Va, Mystic Sensation, Byron and Anne Marie, Super Jams, Prezi, and the Captain, Professor John Lennon, Andre Stevens, the Professor, Jamaican Carlos, Aromatic, Maria. Maria is now officially one of the Dirty 30. All right, Maria. Herb T and the Renegade Who No Afraid, Wayne Lonesome. There's a radio station, a TV station I'm supposed to big up, and um every week I forget it. If somebody can just remind me, I'm gonna write it down this week so I don't forget. Who that's always observing. Big up 25 and a half Penwood Road, Waterhouse, Kingston 11. My place, that. Right, that's up behind me on 41. All right. Caroline, bless up, bless up, bless up. Yes. Andrea, Sharon, Carol. Um, Big up Gander Road, Tony. Roland. Um, I know you and your wife, your lovely wife, and the rest of the family watching the program from the UK. And I received something this week from Buckingham Palace. Some people are questioning the legitimacy of it, but whether it's legitimate or not, there are certain things that we haven't done to force the palace to take certain actions. And so we're going to analyze the letter and we're going to talk about things we need to do going forward. Bitta, 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 bitta. Girl. Stay so. Cora, great singing person. Cora and the Princess. Natty Norman, big up yourself, my brother. Kean Juice, Mr. Scott, thanks for showing up and showing out. And my sisters, Jenny Peaches, Marcia, and Wendy. Manchester crew, me not forget Unu, Merlin, Dorrit, and their communities. Miss Allen of UTech fame, and Double D, Deanna and David. Thanks for the strength and guidance. Manners and respect to all civil servants who teach, protect, and take care of us. And we're talking about nurses, doctors, police officers, teachers, secretaries, etc. Let me just say a little bit about the by the way, we have a really nice program as usual, but tonight's program, or this evening to tonight's program, wicked program. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell them to tune in. We might not go till, we might end it at 8 o'clock tonight because there's some things that we're trying to do. And Prezi will come on and explain all of that. But big respect to all of you who sacrificed, braved the elements, and showed up last week, Friday, for the historic protest in New York. Now, see there? Yeah. Jamaica hot topic. Yeah, I'm going to write it down because I keep on, I forget it. Hold on, folks. Jamaica hot topic. Yeah, man. Jamaica hot topic. Big up yourself. Now, regarding the protest, I met people last week from California, and I mentioned it last week, Saturday night. But I'm more revved up now because last week, I wasn't planning on doing a show, but I had to because people were saying, "No, man, you can't wait a week from now. You need to get on and talk about it," which I did. Big up yourself, Eddie. And so I kind of rushed through it last week. I'm going to spend a little bit more time on it today, even though I said, I was going to rush through it. But I met people from California. I remember that lady who took the red-eye flight to come in, and she landed, left the airport, came straight to the protest, and was going back to the airport, back to California. Thank you. Met people from New York, all over, upstate, Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan. Didn't meet anyone from Staten Island, but chances are someone from Staten Island was there. Massachusetts, big up yourself, all of the Massachusetts people who drove down or take the train. Mr. Boston, stay so. Connecticut, oh man, Connecticut was in full force. Them show up. Jersey, yes, Jersey show up. Then we had people from Georgia, Tennessee, Maryland, DC, Virginia, Florida. By the way, want to big up Miss Smith, Joy Smith from West Park, Florida. I mean, she was a very vocal cheerleader. She was standing right next to me in the back. And I mean, she'd have gone with her things. Travel all the way from Florida, come down here to be united with the people in the quest to prevent the government from doing further harm with maladministration and bad governance. So, Miss Smith, big up yourself. We had people from Texas. I met some people from Jamaica who came in for it, from Canada, and of course the UK. Quite a few people from the UK who showed up. Bad gal Tiffy. Roland, Yes, 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 yes. No, look, I'm sure Pennsylvania didn't know the house. How could I forget? Hamden, Connecticut was in the building. Who else is in there? Let me see. We knew a lot down inside, but I wasn't writing things down, so I committed things to memory, so I knew I was going to miss some of you. But if I miss you, just put in name another thing, man. You know. No, I'm like I said, I'm sure I'm missing a few places, so please forgive and remind me. No, at the protest, Long Island needs to one love. Yes, indeed. Jersey, I mentioned Jersey. Yeah, mentioned Jersey, Marcia. Yeah. Um, they were elders and youngsters, middle class and working class, business people and laborers, elected officials and voters, employed and unemployed, able bodied and physically challenged. There were lots of people out there spanning the entire spectrum of society. And we met as one, and the love was palpable and indescribable. I mean, it's hard to describe the love I feel from a people. The energy and emotion were at a fever pitch level. Big up to all of you who donated. Much appreciated. Yes, Vinell Westchester was in the place too. Yes, Reggae-matic, the momentum is building. The powers that be are cowering in fear. And we all have to be on the lookout for more deviance and deception as they scramble to evade defeat. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Winnie, when am I coming to the UK? Stay tuned. We are coming. Stay tuned. Um, like I said, big up to all of you who donated. Much appreciated because it was a sacrifice just to get there. And then, times are hard. Our things are tough. Times are hard. And for people to reach in them pocket and say, listen, I go and put a $20, I go and put $100, I go and put $200, whatever the amount was to support this cause. You don't know how much it meant to us and it means to us. You really don't know, because we know it's a sacrifice and you didn't have to do it. It was a Friday and the weather was inclement. You could have been anywhere, but you chose to be there. You chose to be with the people and with us to make that clarion call for good governance. And I want to big up a brethren who and give me a nice speech. One-on-one, him talk to me. And him give me this book here. Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. And I would like him to know that I thank him again very much. And I will cherish this. I just started reading it. And I can tell that there's a lot to learn from reading this book. You hear about a lot of people hear about Marcus Garvey and you hear snippets, but you haven't read the book or haven't done the research. Well, I just want to thank the brother for providing me with this book here. And I'm going to cherish it and I'm going to read it. And great book you will ever read, Mona Lisa. Okay. Good, 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 good. By the way, I'm going to put it up again so people who don't know the book, see it, huh? Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. And it was written by his wife. So, yeah, by Amy Jacques Garvey. So, go out and get it if you can. And then we can all read and we can discuss it one day. Or not just one day, because Marcus Garvey is a generational thing, from one generation to the next generation to the next generation. So, but at least, let's read it together. And at some point, we just, start discuss the philosophies and the principles and see how we can have them implemented in the schools. Natasha Cousins, I have the book, never read it. Natasha, come on, man. All right, we know you're going to read it. Okay. All right. No. One of the highlights of the protest was when Prezi grabbed the mic and Prezi. I know Prezi's a showman, Prezi, him used to do them things, and you hear him tell it to say, I feel him think this and them do this for a living. Send me Virginia, I sat him, I'm fling him on, yeah. Yes, sir. How are you?
Greetings, greetings, greetings all.
I hear you.
hmm What's up?
Not hearing you.
You're not hearing me?
Oh, let me see
I
if I'm
don't know
me.
why.
No.
I
I
hearing
mean,
you clearly. Are you guys hearing me? Karen, you hearing
Kevin,
me?
where there?
Let me sign out and sign back in.
All right. Kevin, I can work on that. All right. No, yeah, like I was saying, one of the highlights was when President said, him say, I mean, I paraphrase, like him would have said, the Prime Minister statutory declaration for 2021 and 2022, they have not been verified. So who are mash up brand Jamaica? And the people them say, the government. Every time he says something, he would have say something that's factual. And then he would have say, who are mash up brand Jamaica? And then the people's response was the government. And it's true. It's true. Uh you know, the naysayers, them can't get over that, so them start attack us personally. And I'll get to that in a few. Also, for the families I met who brought their children to witness and experience the exercise of the First Amendment and the power of the people, I thank you immensely. And there were quite a few families out there, um, mothers, fathers, children. And several of you said to me, I brought my son or I brought my daughter because I wanted them to experience this. I want them to be a part of this. I want them to understand what it means like to exercise your first amendment right to speak. Um, that touched me, you know. So for all of the people, all of the naysayers who say it's pure old, and them calling the geezers, you know, them say pure old geezers. We have what? So, well, initially the naysayers said that you family members, all of you, numbered only 80. 80. Remember in Miami, they said we numbered only 30, even though we know the number was more. It exceeded 30. We said, fine, we're not going to argue because we're there for the message. So now they said it only 80. Later, later, some of the same news outlets indicated that we were more than 350 strong. Now the pen, that's designed to hold 350. And once it gets to 350, they close the pen and they have to open another pen. Curiously, and you know, in a humorous way, some of our folks came and they saw the pen across the street and they thought that that was the flow over pen, but it wasn't. That was the pen for the counter protesters. So at some point, some of our folks were in that pen. So if they said they have 12, because I'm being told that for the most part they had about 8. So let's say if you see anybody else, it's somebody else who went over there thinking that it's the flow over pen. But be that as it may, I have also received reports from some of you wearing your T-shirts home that day on your way to Grand Central that you met dozens of people. I know of one person who said he met 15 people. He counted them, 15 people on their way to the protest. They saw him with his T-shirt on. And they said, hey, where you coming from? And the protest, he said, yeah. And they said, oh, is it still on? He said, no, no, no. It's over. And I've heard about 4 stories like that where people on their way home were asked by others going in the opposite direction, hey, are you guys coming from the protest? Yes, the protest is over. And to think of it, the government and our detractors have labeled us as separatists. They've labeled us as fringe element. They've labeled us as PNP thugs. They've labeled us as 30 and 3 to 5 individuals in the diaspora causing all these problems. And they said they were going to push back against our efforts. They also said that they represented the diaspora. Well, if the counter protest was a pushback and an indication of their representation of the diaspora, their efforts were weak and unimpressive. Them have to step up them game because we will withstand any pushback. Why? Because we lean into the wind. Remember that, family. We lean into the wind. We don't lean back. We lean into the wind. This protest sent a strong and resounding message to the government and their diehard supporters that the registered Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the registered Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, and the Diaspora Intervention and Prevention Task Force are the true representatives of the wider diaspora. We represent the people. The other people, they represent the government and special interests. And that's plain and simple the way it is. The protest initiative is getting bigger, and its impact is being felt in the halls of government power. Now, the next protest is scheduled to take place in a few weeks in front of the Jamaican Embassy located at 1520 New Hampshire Avenue in Washington, D.C. As much as Miami was the standard for New York, meaning that Miami was the first, and it, that they say it's only 30, so New York had to be more than 30. But as much as Miami was the standard for New York, New York is now the standard for DC. So DC have to be much bigger than New York. And by the way, we have been, will continue to be, and is insistent on being a peaceful, loving protest group. We have and continue to behave with decorum that is consistent with our law-abiding stance. It is the right of any embassy, consulate, or high commission to secure the structure and personnel. And in my FBI career, I've been exposed to peaceful protests, and I know the drill. I know the drill. They have to call Stop Shame Jamaica and mash up the brand. Catherine. so I've been involved, all over the place with peaceful protest. And what happened is that, they call up host country government, law enforcement, and they say, hey, there's a protest going on. Can you tell us who these people are? And blah, 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 blah. So that's going to happen. They're going to call the Secret Service. They're going to call the FBI. They're going to call Metro PD. They're probably going to call the parks, the parks police. They're going to call a whole bunch of people. And I don't know what they're going to tell them, but I ain't afraid. My afraid bag, boss, long time. So them will call them. And in fact, I tell you what, I would be surprised if they didn't. I'd be surprised if they didn't. So they're going to call them. But here's the thing. We're going to cross our T's, dot our I's. We're going to behave in a respectable, decent, civil fashion. We have done so in the first two protests, and we will continue to do so. So them can't do whatever them need to do. As I said, it must be noted that we pose no threat to people or buildings, as our track record as a peaceful group is documented and unquestioned. No one can say that we cause any problems. Now, some of you have reached out to me regarding being bussed in from various states to participate in the DC protests. And we are going to set up a prepayment mechanism so that we have an idea of the number of you who are committed to the trip, and also so we can get the correct number of buses. And by the way, if you can commit to being bused to Pennsylvania to cheer for athletes at the Penn Relays, there is no reason why you can't commit to the cause for the betterment of our people in Jamaica and elsewhere. We see it. The Penn Relays was what, 3 weeks ago or so? And a whole bunch of buses from the tri-state area, they go down there and elsewhere. And if you can do that for an athletic event, then certainly you can come and do it at this protest for people who cannot do it for themselves. And not only that, it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Now, Some of our naysayers are writing and saying nasty and untruthful things about us. You know, dirty 30, hateful 8. We're now 9 because Prezi is there. Then cause a fringe element. They have a right to express themselves, including the dissemination of their false beliefs. But they don't have a right to defame or threaten anyone. My view is that we should ignore the personal attacks and press on with the issues. Now, we must say that I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Captain Francis has been threatened. He's been threatened. He's been threatened, he says, on a personal level. Remember, Captain Francis is a card-carrying, voting member of the JLP. And a lot of people, they're not happy with him. And they've begged him to disassociate himself from the group. And he said, hell no. And last week, they threatened to burn his house down in Jamaica. And we have to take that seriously. By the way, we know who's doing it. We know the person who's doing it. We know the person works. We know the person lives. We know all of that. And we will deal with it in a lawful and appropriate manner. We're not going to take the law in our hands. But we know who's doing it. But folks, this is what's going to happen. And those folks, they don't deserve our energy and our attention. They don't. And, you know, one of Jay-Z's, and I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, know about Jay-Z, the rapper, right? Come from Brooklyn like me. One of Jay-Z's biggest hits is entitled Heart of the City. And there's a line in that song that I think is so appropriate. And the line says, oh, you're not feeling me? Fine. It costs you nothing. Pay me no mind. And that's my message to them. You're not feeling me, right? Because you disagree with everything I said. Then it doesn't cost you anything. Just don't pay me any mind. But try as they have to follow that advice. As much as they would try to follow that advice, they can't because they're feeling us. And it's very uncomfortable. You know, again, big up to Dr. Francis regarding the personal threats and the threat of arson. And by the way, I want to big up all of the people who spoke at the rally. We have Herb T, Prezi, Dr. Francis, Jamaican Carlos, Zolita, Patrick from Philly, and the other speakers. Big up on yourself. Now, there are those who express a desire to debate me. And here's my take on it. I'm not afraid of debating anyone. Because, look, you're going to debate me, bring the truth, and I'm open to changing my mind. I'm open to learning from you. But if you're not the prime minister, if you're not a government minister, or if you're not a permanent secretary, meaning if you're not someone who can make decisions regarding the budget, service delivery, foreign affairs, etc., issues that will directly and significantly improve the lives of Jamaicans, then you need to look elsewhere, because I don't have the time and I don't suffer fools gladly. It's that simple. If you're not the prime minister, government minister, or permanent secretary, I have no time to debate you. It's a waste of time. As Jay-Z says, I'm not looking at you dudes, I'm looking past you. So all the people who want to debate me, if you don't have one of them title there, I'm not looking at you. I'm looking way past you. So go tell your boss to come talk to me, but not you. Now we still have some t-shirts, some protest t-shirts on sale, and the price is $32. It's $25, but what happened if I have to ship it to you, they add on another $8. So, but we still have t-shirts, and in fact, if we can get the shipping cost is cheaper if we have a lot of them going to one place. So if a bunch of you can get together and order the t-shirts, then that's fine. We don't have all the sizes in stock, but if you order them, I can get them within a few days. We also have t-shirts that have been ordered by telephone or on our platform that have not been delivered. So I know I owe some of you t-shirts. Please provide us with your names and addresses, and we will get them to you ASAP. Please. How can you get your t-shirt in Canada? Charmian, just give me the address and the phone number, and we will get to you. Yeah, Captain Jim, you have triple X, man. You have triple X. In fact, you have too much triple X. Mr. Brown, where you there? Me tell Kevin, let's show Kevin the photograph and show him the t-shirt. Actually, me love.
Mr. Rattigan, excuse me, somebody say I must tell you to fix your phone.
You're for trouble, Zion. Kevin still, Kevin sitting about getting t-shirt. Kevin, me have the t-shirt, man.
Mr. Rattigan not hearing me.
Oh, where President? Kevin, if you can't bring on President, if you can't find him. Yes, Missy you. Kevin, if you can bring on President, because President can then explain to everyone what's going on with the.
I don't think him hearing me. I got to ask Kevin what's going on.
It's under construction. The website we had, it was good when we started, but I think we are outgrowing it, and it instead of tinkering with it and try to fix this and fix that, we decided we're just gonna come up with something brand spanking. And so that's what's going on. But I turn on
because he's not hearing me. So let me try my signing skills.
You guys can hear me?
Turn on your speaker.
Testing.
Turn on speaker so I can hear you, because you're not hearing me.
Because hold on.
Oh, my sign language turn up, man.
Oh. All right. You can't hear me now?
We all can hear you. The question is, can you hear me now?
I'm responding.
Yo, my sign language, turn up. All right, let me stop. Go on. Somebody will say you need to fix your phone because they're trying to call you and they're not getting you. So I was just passing on the message. Yeah.
Fix focus as in glasses, hearing, what?
They're telling me to tell you that they tried to call you and they're not hearing you. That you're not getting.
The phone is off right now.
Okay.
Hey, President. Yes. Welcome. You have to turn on your mic.
Okay. How about that? Look at that. Perfect.
The magic of technology. Listen, we have our gentleman coming on in about 18 minutes. He's going to spend about 45 minutes with us. He's going to explain the Foreign Agents Registration Act and why those three people, as well as others in the United States, running around claiming to be global Jamaica Diaspora representatives, why they're looking at possible prosecution. And if you say possible prosecution, you're talking about possible jail time. So he's going to come on. So what I'll do, I'll yield the floor to you right now and have you explain to everyone what's on your mind, and then talk about the website and where we go from here, because I explained to them that the website is going to be it's under construction. So, and you're the what do you call it, the site manager, the construction site manager. So I'll yield the floor to Mr. President. People, you know him, you love him, see him there. The floor is his.
Thank you, Ratty. And I start big up yourself, boss.
Bless you.
You can't say I'll put your mouth can and how much chicken you have today.
Don't tell a lie for me.
Hey, listen, 4 eyes never know, so trust me, never. And also a third eye, so we can't say things.
All right. How's the world?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to the classroom. And this is where, as you know, the rebel himself teach you and show you what really it is like to challenge power and authority. A lot of us have grown accustomed to being abused, being lied to, being deceived, and sometimes we just shake with it and say, you know what, I can't do it anymore. We can't do nothing about it. But if you just accept it for what it is. but now is the time for change. And this is the opportunity you have to make a difference. And that is why most of you are gravitating towards this movement or this organization, because them have a movement. But in essence, it is a cause that we're driving, and we're doing it through a registered corporation, the Global Jamaica Diaspora, and also the OJLDF. And all of this we're doing alongside, as Ratty said, with, may I get it, Ratty? As we're doing this also with the Crime Task Force, Dr. Rupert Francis. But the biggest thing that I've noticed since I came along is the love that you have for Jamaica. It is the love that you have for your country. It's how patriotic you are. It's like how convinced you are that Jamaica's best days are ahead. Listen, we are moving to become a republic. And as a republic, we can't carry the corruption in the republic. We can't carry the corruption, whether JLP or PMP corruption. We can't carry that in the future. We need to start trimming off all of the dead weight. We need to lay aside all of the corruption, all of the foolishness, all of the unrighteous process. Literally, that's what it is. Because these people, as you know, they don't have the best interest at heart for the people. A lot of them, they go in there, as I say, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts, absolutely. You know, when I was a police officer, I realized how important power was. I can distinctly remember knowing the law and interacting with the public, and they had no clue what statutes or what the law was. I felt emboldened and powerful knowing the law. I said, can't tell you. When you know the law, you're not afraid of nobody. Because guess what happened? Knowing the law sometimes can allow you to skew and get around the law and redirect yourself back to the law. And my inspector used to read over my statements to make sure that I was staying in the confines of the law. So when I submit a written statement for a case, that I am observing protocols and laws. Wilfred can't tell you. He's the same. You have to stay within the confines of the law, and that is why we're doing this. That is why the OJLDF is formed, to go after people according to the law. And you love it because you're a patriot. You love it because this is what you've been waiting for. Please get everyone to galvanize around this movement and share and let people know that, listen, mate, this is the time. This is the moment. I know some of you can't taste it in your mouth. Like I said, I know at the time. Finally, because we're going to be a republic soon. But we don't want the same JLP and PMP foolishness next 10, 20 years, next 5 years. We don't want that thing that for stamp out. No, this is a modern time. We can't come with the old corrupted foolishness again. We're done with that. And I think that some of us are called for such a time as this. I believe Wilfred is called for such a time as this. And I told him that I'm standing with him and I'm standing with you so that we can all work together to accomplish this magnificent thing that's ahead for our country. So hear me. I'm asking you to help us. And fortunately, I want to give you a new window to what is happening with the OJLDF. We're launching a new website. We have a temporary site up right now, and we want you to take a look at it. I'm going to ask you all, help me. I want you to type in your browser in the chat this new website. You know the old one, but I want you to go to this development site that is currently in development, as Rattigan said, and I want you to sign up for the volunteer. Some of you will be chosen, some of you won't. We'll do an interview, but I just want you to sign that form. There's a form on the website. Once you go to the website, you can click on that link. And a matter of fact, once you see that site, let me pull it up. I'm not going to be able to show it, but I want to have it right in front of me because I want to walk you through it. I want to have the ability to let you see what we're trying to accomplish with this website. The new website, type it in the chat, is ojldf.net. Again, that's ojldf.net. Now, once you land at that website, you will note a picturesque background with the logo prominent in the center. And that is what we want. One Jamaica with a good background at Jamaica. We want to represent Jamaica well. The site is also decked with the Jamaican colors, kind of similar to what I'm wearing. You know, that prominent black, gold, and green. And throughout the site, you'll be able to do a lot of wonderful things. We'll be carrying over some of the elements from the existing site, which is the ojldf.org. And you'll notice that on that site right now, it's been there for a while, but it really needed a facelift. And to represent you well, we think the site should represent your cause very well. And this cause that you're a part of, you can make a change. So on your mobile device, once you go to that website, you'll be able to see that big, beautiful, prominent button there. And once you choose the menu, you click on that hamburger menu, you see a button there, it says make a change. And Rattigan made a quote that I think is really, really brilliant, that is pronounced right now on this temporary page that we have up to show you what the future will be like. It says, turn a blind eye to corruption, you lose sight in your other eye. And that's so true. So this is where we're going to challenge them. This is where you're going to volunteer. This is where you're going to participate. So when you scroll down, there's also a button that says sign up here, volunteer. We need your support. Please volunteer to help OJLDF with various administrative tasks, events, and online support. You have the opportunity to go to the website and just click on the button and sign up there. So once you click on sign up here, it's going to take you over to a Google document, and you're going to put in your email, you're going to put in your name, and you're going to go down the list. It may ask for your email a couple of times, but pray for me. It's still in development. We'll fix that. But the key thing, just put your email in there, put your name, put a phone number, anything you want to say, and we will together accomplish this great task. So thank you for being a part of what we're doing. Thank you for being patriots, because this is the beginning of something magnificent and incredible. And you are a part of history. Let's make history together. Ratty.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nice presentation. Hopefully, next week we can have it up and running. I was looking to see if Bruce is here yet. He's not. Yeah, I was hoping to see if we could get it up and running by next week. But if it doesn't get up and running by next week, we're in no rush, because we want to do it right. And the idea is, let's take our time, because this is the future. So let's take our time and waltz into the future. We're not going to rush into the future. And Prezi he's an accomplished person for this task. We have 100% faith, trust, and confidence in him. So just bear with us. We usually ask and say, hey, make a donation. Well, this week I don't think we're going to ask you to do that, because we're still developing the site. And then once it's fully developed, then we'll get back to where we were. Actually, we'll get back past where we were. So that's where we are. Now, while we're waiting for Bruce to come on, let me just quickly say that Waterhouse Vibes will be streaming tomorrow on YouTube at 4 p.m. That's 3 p.m. Jamaica time. Win Lonesome's Town Hall meeting will be tomorrow night on YouTube at 7, which is 6 Jamaica time. You can also catch Jamaican Carlos, Jeffrey Tavares, Mystic Sensation, Andre Stevens, and all of the other online personalities on a daily basis on their YouTube channels. And of course, I'd be remiss if I left out my man, Isaac Buchanan. Isaac Buchanan, Context Matters. That's on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7 New York time. That's 4 to 6 Jamaica time. Again, Isaac Buchanan, Context Matters. Kevin, where you there? Please support DJ Kevin Stew's program tonight at 8 p.m. sharp. And, you know, we ordered some Kevin where you there shirts, and I don't know where the shirts have gone. The whole box. The body
shirt that will disappear too. You can't track Kevin.
yeah. The shirts, I'm going to go back and look again because I picked up the box of shirts. And all of them, this batch was Kevin where you there shirts. And we can't find them. They're here somewhere. I just have to go back and look. But I'm sure, I'm not even sure if they went to New York because you never seen none of them shirts, the Prezi.
I think it came, I think I saw them. I think so. I think so. Kevin Wade. I know the lady printed a set, but I know we had the Kevin Wade because I know you printed them. So
yeah, you go back.
I think.
Hold on, Kevin. Hold on. Say Missy Bram, yeah, you know. Like crow. Say Missy, Missy, hold on, Kevin, where you there? But like that design I do, you know. But I really like that design, yeah. Two lovely ladies wearing two lovely t-shirts for Kevin. And by the way, them have the hat too, you know, for the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Them come decked out, man. Them are some serious people, you know. Them are take the thing as seriously. Them now wrap up. So, Missy, thank you again. Thank the young lady next to you. I want to come out in a full regalia and make people know who not defend. Who not defend One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation and Kevin. And Kevin, don't make them have to ask where you're there, no brother. See? So after I have a box of shirt, Prezi, I have to go back and look and see if I see them inside it. I have to go back, go look and see if I see them inside it. Zolita, no, I'm not left you out because Zolita, maybe get already because you get a speech. Yeah. Yes, Zolita. Who's Missy Bram in the pick? I'll leave that for you guys to guess. So, yeah, so we have to find Kevin t-shirts and ask the people to buy and support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. As you're aware, we have established a regular segment on the show for Dr. Ben to discuss indigenous Caribbean medicine. And he will be back today, or he will return today, and we are in the process of establishing a segment to highlight various schools in Jamaica. Stay tuned for that. You know, school is, term is ending, so it's kind of difficult to get principals and students, but it's in the works. It's going to happen. Next week, I think we have a gentleman who established a math program for high schoolers in Jamaica, and it's been very, very successful. So he will be on next week. He's trying to get some past students because the present students, he said it's going to be difficult to get a hold of them. So stay tuned for that. I think Bruce is here. Yeah, let me bring on Bruce. Bruce, welcome.
Hi,
folks. Bruce wearing his DC. What's that? That's the ice hockey team, right?
This was for the Wizards.
The Wizards. Oh, okay. Well, they're not making magic lately.
Yeah, so, this was when they were the one time they were in the playoffs a few years ago.
Okay. All right. Well, hold on to that shirt, my man. So, folks, this is who we have here. We have Bruce Zagaris. You've seen him before. This gentleman needs no introduction. He's internationally known. He's done a tremendous amount of work in the Caribbean and elsewhere. He's worked in Jamaica. He's worked in other Caribbean islands as well on a very, very high level. He's very familiar with the Magnitsky Act. You've heard us talk about the Magnitsky Act. In fact, one of the first persons I talked about the Magnitsky Act was Bruce. And I think it was last year during Legislative Week, because he's a regular on on the circuit for Legislative Week. He either chairs or he's a panelist for the Caribbean Studies Institute. This year, are you going to be there this year, Bruce?
I'm not sure, but I would like to be. If I'm
Okay, yeah, because I haven't seen the schedule, but I suspect that you and I will be there again this year.
Yeah.
And so Bruce was the first person I spoke to about the Magnitsky Act, and he explained it to me. And then since then, he and we've talked about the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which is a very, very important act. It's coming into vogue. When I say coming into vogue, it's always been on the books, but it's never been fully enforced until I think 2017. And we may have to thank Michael Flynn and what's the other gentleman's name? What's his name?
Paul Manafort and
those two gentlemen, yeah, because I think they were charged with violation of FARA.
And Mr. Gates, his assistant.
Right. So, Kevin, we need to know Kevin, because Bruce sent us a bunch of slides, PowerPoints, and he's going to go through them and explain the FARA, Foreign Agents Registration Act. And for the people who are claiming to be representatives of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, you will do well to watch this presentation, because it could save you from being prosecuted prosecuted and going to prison. So if you know somebody who's a representative, you tell them to tune into the show right now and watch what's happening, as Bruce is going to walk us through FARA, and time permitting, he will go through the Magnitsky Act. I know he doesn't have any PowerPoints for that, but he knows it very well, so he can just talk about that off the top of his head. So without further ado, there it is. Bruce, take it away, sir.
Okay, so yeah, let's go to the next slide. You'll see the outline of my presentation. There we go. So I'm going to go through this outline. So just to give you an example of the importance of the Foreign Agents Registration Act, just in the last couple of months, it's been used to indict 2 members of Congress. The head of the Senate Foreign Relations, the former head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Bob Menendez from New Jersey. He's being prosecuted. His trial just started this last week. He's charged with receiving bribes to help businessmen who were seeking to do business in countries like Egypt. And just a few weeks ago, a member of Congress who served for over 2 decades, Democratic congressman from Texas, Henry Cuellar, he and his wife have been indicted, also for violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act. They're charged with taking money from a state oil company from Azerbaijan. And they're also charged with helping Banco Azteca, a Mexican bank. And both Menendez and also Menendez's wife, both of these couples were charged with violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Now they said, how can you charge us? We're just doing our, congressional work. And the prosecutors have said, no, you were going beyond your work. You were, actually taking money from foreign principals, and you should have registered. So let's see how those cases go. But it shows that the prosecutors are proactively enforcing this legislation. Okay, if we can go to the next slide, please. So the Foreign Agents Registration Act was enacted in 1938. It was during the Nazi propaganda. And the whole purpose of it is transparency. It's to inform the public which foreign principals are trying to influence U.S. policy. And we'll see a lot of people think it only applies to governments, and it only applies to those foreign governments trying to influence Congress. And although it's used for that, we'll see it has a much broader application. So foreign principals, they include not only foreign governments, but they also include foreign political parties, foreign organizations, and persons residing outside the U.S., including citizens. Next slide, please. So it requires every agent of a foreign principal, not otherwise exempt, to register with the Department of Justice and to file forms that tell the public what acts it's doing, how much money it's receiving, how much money it's spending. So, if I receive, let's say I have a contract for $10,000 a month, and I use part of it to entertain members of Congress or other people on behalf of my client, I've got to report that. And very importantly, the forms are public records. So for instance, when the Jamaican Prime Minister some years ago tried to tell the U.S. government that the Jamaican government wasn't doing anything to help somebody who the U.S. was trying to extradite. He didn't know that the law firm he had hired had to register, and the contract between the Jamaican government and that law firm was public information. So once the Jamaican Prime Minister made some comments inconsistent with the contract, right away, it was in the media contradicting his remarks. And that, happens all the time, that foreign principals don't realize that not only the contract, but the activities of the agent are there for the public to see. So the law also requires that informational materials have to be labeled with a conspicuous statement that the agent is acting on behalf of the foreign principal. So for instance, if I'm going to issue a press release, or even if I'm just going to send a letter to some member of Congress, or to somebody else, maybe to so one of the things that my firm is doing now is it's helping a state enterprise whose one of its shareholders is listed by WorldCheck. WorldCheck is used by all the banks to see when they shouldn't or should do business. So if somebody is designated under, let's say, the Global Magnitsky Act, or under the somebody is sanctioned, WorldCheck picks up that designation, and all the banks use WorldCheck to make sure that the people they're doing business with are not sanctioned. So our client is saying that WorldCheck is saying that somebody is a shareholder of this enterprise, and they claim, they've showed us the shareholder list and so forth, and they claim WorldCheck has it wrong. And so we are going to, eventually represent this person, telling WorldCheck they got it wrong. And when I communicate with WorldCheck, I'm going to have to put on the letter, I'm doing this as an agent for this foreign client. And I'm going to have to put on my letter that, that this letter is sent for this client, and that I'm registered under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. And then I'm going to have to send a copy of that letter to the Department of Justice, the FARA unit. And it will be available for anybody to see. So, that's just another example of how the law is designed to provide transparency. And it's not just when you communicate, it's when you communicate virtually with anyone, if you're doing so on behalf of your foreign principal. Next slide, please. And by the way, if you all have any questions as I go along, don't hesitate to interrupt me for comments or questions. So there, and one thing I should also say is that the law, because it was enacted in 1938 and it's very broad, it's only been amended a couple of times, and it's been criticized a lot because it's so broad and it's so vague. And it's now that the FARA unit has promised to issue very soon some clarifying regulations and guidance, because even people that are expert on FARA and that work all the time in it, there's a lot of definitions and issues that are gray areas. So there are a bunch of exemptions, and some of them are for instance, there's an exemption for attorneys, but attorneys that are working in proceedings, enforcement inquiries, investigations, or proceedings or agency proceedings that are on the record. So again, if I'm an attorney and I'm working for someone, but it's not in the context of an investigation and it's not on the record, I got to register. And the reason that on the record is exempt is that the government figures, okay, if it's on the record, then it's going to be, people are going to know about it. So because being on the record is transparent, there's no need to require registration. Next slide, please. So, so just, quickly, you can see that there's an exemption, again, for people that are doing work that's going to be on the record, either in a court or an administrative proceeding. Those people don't have to register. Next slide, please. But, again, there's a gray area, because let's say I'm representing, like I do sometimes, people who have been designated by the Office of Foreign Assets Control. I have to petition OFAC, the Office of Foreign Asset Control, but because the State Department plays a role, I may also want to start talking to the State Department about, hey, you gave advice to OFAC and I think you got it wrong. Or I may call up the ambassador of the country that the person is from who's designated. And I might whisper in the ambassador's ear and say, hey, Mr. Ambassador, Miss Ambassador, I think, we need you to weigh in because, this is for one of your nationals. And I think OFAC or the State Department got it wrong. And, I want you to weigh in with the State Department. Now, that could be going beyond just working in the proceeding on the record, because now, I'm no longer on the record. And so this is an example of a gray area. And depending on, how far I go beyond the record, sometimes I write a letter to OFAC and I say, here's what I'm doing. And I just want you to confirm that, what I'm doing is not, doesn't require registering. And sometimes usually if I word it properly, they will give me an informal, they will say, I agree. But increasingly they're saying, we ain't going to give any informal advice. If you want our advice, you've got to apply for an opinion. They want to do it real formal, because what can happen is somebody may try to trick them by only giving, part of the facts. And so OFAC wants to, the Department of Justice Fair Unit wants to be careful in giving informal advice. So next slide, please. So, there are exemptions for diplomats and officials of foreign governments. And that's, that person then has to be registered and recognized by the State Department. And it's only when that diplomat is engaged exclusively in activities that are recognized by the Department of State. So, for instance, I had a client once that was under grand jury investigation, and that person said, I'm going to become a counsel for this government, and won't that exempt me from certain things? So sometimes people try to play they try to play games, or they try to arrange exemptions. Next slide, please.
Before we go, let me ask this question.
Okay.
What if a government, and as you said, they're credentialed by they're in the US, they're credentialed by the State Department. And so it's, they have parameters within which they work. But then you find that government is controlling an organization that is not registered, and they're asking US citizens to do a number of things. Would that be covered under FARA?
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please.
Sure.
I'm going to get to that. So that's like honorary consuls could be, analogous to that. Now, what are honorary consuls? So honorary consuls are usually U.S. citizens. In the U.S., they're usually a national in that country, and they're usually appointed for municipalities or areas where the country has a lot of diaspora, or where the country has a lot of commercial activities. So, for instance, a country a number of Caribbean countries might have honorary consuls in places like Atlanta or Chicago or Boston, where they have both commercial interests and diaspora. So the question is, what about those honorary consuls? Are they exempt? Well, as long as they are duly accredited by the foreign government, as long as State Department recognizes the appointment, and as long as the consul acts within the scope of their obligations, then they would be exempt. Next slide, please. So then the question is, well, what activities are generally within the scope of an honorary consul? And you can see, I've listed what those activities are. Conservation of an estate of a deceased national, service of summons, assistance to shipping, promotion of friendly relations. I mean, they're pretty broad and pretty wide. But again, there are even gray areas. So the answer to your question is it depends. First of all, if the person isn't an honorary consul, if they're just a person in the U.S. and a state entity, a state enterprise, or even just a foreign company or a foreign individual asks them to do something and they are getting paid for it, then unless there's an applicable exemption, they're going to have to they should be registering.
All right. The scenario I was giving was not of the honorary consul. This is where an American citizen is appointed by government, foreign government, and they give them taskings to do. Like they said, okay, you have to help us do this, and you have to help us do that, and they haven't registered. They're at the beck and call of the foreign government. The foreign government actually runs the organization.
And they're also getting paid?
No, these people are not getting paid. They're not getting paid, but they're being told what to do essentially, and they're being appointed by the foreign government. The foreign government runs the election. The foreign government heads up the organization. The foreign government has the right to appoint more than half of the members. The foreign government has the right to fire those people or dismiss them because they're not being paid. But then it also gives them it gives them the right within the U.S. to do certain things. And so the question is, are they covered? Do they have to register to say, yes, we're working for this organization that's controlled by a foreign government?
Okay, so it depends in part on what they're doing. And because there are some other exemptions that I haven't gone through yet. And you only have to register if either you're getting paid or there's some kind of a benefit. So for instance, at one point a few years ago, the Department of Justice told Steve Wynn, the owner of Wynn Casinos, that he should register because they thought he was engaging in activities on behalf of the Chinese government. And Mr. Wynn said, I don't have to register. I'm not getting paid for doing this. And they said, yes, but you're seeking a benefit. Your casino in Macau, its license is up, and you've got to get a new license, and that's worth multi-millions of dollars for you. And even though you're not getting paid money, we think you're doing this because you're getting a benefit. Mr. Wynn said, sorry, I think you're wrong. Go fly a kite. So they brought a lawsuit against him. And eventually Mr. Wynn won the case. They said under the facts, they didn't think that it was required that he needed to register, but it shows you, again, the breadth of how the FARA unit applies the statute. So, okay, let me go to next slide, please.
Sure.
So there's also an exemption for somebody who is engaged in lobbying activities. That's lobbying with Congress, and they register under the Lobbying Disclosure Act. So basically, Congress said, you don't have to register under both if you register under the Lobbying Disclosure Act, because that's also public. You don't have to register under FARA. And the disclosure is not as great under the Lobbying Disclosure Act. So some people choose to just register under the Lobbying Disclosure Act. Next slide, please. So there's also an exemption for somebody that is engaged in only private and non-political activities. So, for instance, if a person is only engaging in private and non-political activities in furtherance of bona fide trade or commerce, then that's exempt. Or other activities not serving predominantly a foreign interest. So, sometimes someone, let's say, who's a Jamaican diaspora, they may be doing something that is partly helping a foreign interest, but maybe they have their own company and they are trying to do business and trying to get business for their own company. And so they say, look, I'm predominantly helping my own company. And so, that's, depending on the facts, that activity might be exempt. Also, there's another exemption for soliciting or collecting funds and contributions in the U.S. to be used only for medical aid and assistance or for food and clothing to relieve human suffering. So that's like, a humanitarian disaster. There's a hurricane in the Caribbean, or there's a great humanitarian need in a place like Gaza or Syria. So there's an exemption if you're raising funds limited to the medical aid or assistance for food and clothing to relieve humanitarian suffering. So that's a pretty small exemption. So next slide, please. So and then the question is, what activities that you undertake, what subjects you to the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Those include political activities. And we'll see political activities is construed very broadly. It's not just talking to Congress or the executive branch. It could be trying to influence the city of Miami or Brooklyn to have a more positive opinion about some person or some foreign person or some company or some government, because we know, again, there could be a lot of diaspora in, one area. So, it doesn't have to be the Congress. It can be just one part of the United States. Another activity is acting as a public relations counsel or a publicity agent, information service employee, or a political consultant. So even just collecting information on, what Congress or what the State Department, Inter-American Affairs Agency is about to do, that is registrable. Or, once the FAIR unit contacted one of my clients, which was just an office, a rep office in New York for a European city, and all it was trying to do was, make some publicity, and it was even had space in the council, but they said no. You are not registered as a diplomat, and because what you're doing is basically public relations work on behalf of that municipality, you got to register. And I looked at the law and I said, I think they're right. Basically a lot of what you're doing is trying to attract tourism, and that's clearly public relations. But there you can see where there, again, gray areas. So next slide, please.
Before we go to the next slide, well, let me just go to the next slide. But we had a case recently where the ambassador of Jamaica, the State Department enhanced the travel advisory to Jamaica,
right,
based on health reasons. They're saying that, or the health sector reasons. The State Department was saying that if you're an American and you're going to Jamaica, then please be careful because the health sector is not that great. The ambulance service, they're terrible. And if you have to be airlifted, it's going to cost a significant amount of money. And there were talks between the Jamaican government and the State Department. And at one point, the ambassador, she told members of the diaspora, hey, I need you guys to petition the State Department. I need you, and this is while she was having her talks with them. She said, I need you guys to write to them. I need you guys to do this and try to influence them and have them change the travel advisory. Would that be something that would fall under FIRA, or would it be outside?
Probably not, unless they're getting some kind of an economic benefit.
Okay.
I mean, if they're getting money, or if in return for doing that they're getting some
perks, kind of perk
benefit,
okay,
then that would be registrable. But if they're just doing it as volunteers, that would not require registration. So another activity covered is soliciting, collecting, dispersing, or dispensing contributions, loans, money, or other things of value. Now, I mentioned there's an exception if you're just doing it for humanitarian purposes or medical aid. But otherwise, collecting, soliciting money, you got to register if you're doing it for a foreign principal.
So fundraising, you couldn't do it like for fundraising for a political party then?
No, that's clearly requires registration.
Okay.
I mean, that's basically what Paul Manafort, was doing. I mean, he was a, political fundraiser. And for the last 20 or 30 years, he was mainly doing it in places like Ukraine, Russia, and elsewhere. Representing the interests of a foreign principal before any agency or official of the U.S. government. that requires registration. And the activities of an agent of a foreign principal may be done directly by the agent or through another person. So that means that if, let's say, you, Will Rattigan, were helping a foreign government or some foreign person, even if you didn't do it directly yourself, you called up me and you said, Bruce, can you do such and such for my client? Then probably both of us would have to register. And there was a big case that the U.S., I mentioned it later on, where a very large law firm, one of the biggest in the world, they were investigated and sanctioned because they weren't truthful in saying who was really hiring them. Because again, this is all about transparency. Next slide, please. Yeah, so so a political consultant is again something that is can fall between the cracks, because if all you're doing is giving advice, then you might not have to register unless you're engaged in political activities for the principal. Next slide, please. So, here I just show the definition of a public relations counsel and also publicity agent. You can see they're very broad. So most Caribbean countries hire publicity agents or public relations counsel. A lot of them are out of New York for things like tourism. And so they regularly register. Next slide, please. And so also political activities means any activity that the person engaging in believes will, or that person intends to, in any way influence any agency or official of the U.S. government or any section of the public within the U.S. with reference to formulating, adopting, or changing the domestic or foreign policies of the U.S., or with reference to political or public interest policies or relations of a government of a foreign country or foreign political party. So again, you can see it's very broad. Next slide, please. So one of the, as I mentioned, one of the things that is required is you've got to label the information that you distribute and show that it's being done under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. It's supposed to be filed. You've got to file the copy with the FARA unit within 48 hours of the transmittal. And that includes digital communications. So next slide, please. You also have to disclose your work whenever you contact executive and legislative officials. So if you're trying to tell the State Department that they got it wrong on the health advisory on Jamaica, and you're communicating with them, you got to say at the beginning of your conversation or in your letter, hey, I'm doing this as an agent of this foreign principal. Otherwise, they're not going to know that who you're doing it for. Next slide, please. So, and you also, when you register, you've got to pay a fee of $305. And then every 6 months, you've got to file a report. In that report, you've got to disclose what you did during that 6 months. If you called 10 people in the State Department and the Commerce Department, you got a list. You're supposed to say, okay, on November 4th, I contacted the Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs on behalf of Jamaica government with respect to the health advisory. Or, I contacted Gregory Meeks on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. I contacted his assistant, Joe Schmo, on this issue. And then you've got to say how much you received, how much you spent. And again, that's available to the public. So, I use it all the time. If I'm thinking about doing work for government, I say, well, let me see who they hired lately. Let me see how much they paid that law firm or that, counsel. Let me see what the agent did for their work. Next slide, please. So, and also there are penalties for any willful violations. They include a fine of not more than $10,000 or imprisonment for not more than 5 years. Next slide, please. And until recently, it wasn't heavily enforced. Next slide, please. So when the special counsel Mueller did his work with respect to the interference by Russia in the 2016 election, it led to indictments and convictions of Paul Manafort and Rick Gates. Rick Gates worked for Manafort. By the way, that same investigation also uncovered a payment of $130,000 by someone to a person named Stormy Daniels. See what that also led to. And of course, Manafort and Gates were what they did is they were also convicted of lying on their forms about the fact that their real client wasn't a European NGO, but it was the government of Ukraine. And they lied both on their forms, and then they continued lying after the special counsel's investigation. Next slide, please. There were a number of other prosecutions of an attorney that worked for Skadden Arps, making false representations. And then Skadden itself agreed to pay $4.6 million and to register, because basically Skadden made a bunch of publicity about the prosecution of the former prime minister of Ukraine, which had been criticized in the press for not being fair. And so the Ukraine government got Skadden to basically do a whitewash, to do a very slick public relations expose about the trial. And then the prosecutors also eventually charged Gregory Craig, who was former White House counsel under Obama, and he was a partner. Initially, they told Mr. Berman in New York, he was the U.S. attorney in New York, to charge Gregory Craig, and he said, I don't think there's enough evidence. So they then got the U.S. attorney in D.C. to charge him, but he was, eventually acquitted after his trial. But it was he spent a lot of time and a lot of money fighting the prosecution. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then of course the initial national security advisor for the Trump administration, Michael Flynn, he was charged. He and another person were charged with conspiracy because Michael Flynn did an op-ed piece in the Washington Post on the fact that the U.S. should extradite this religious person, Mr. Gulen, to Turkey, and he got paid, and he didn't disclose that the reason he wrote the op-ed piece was not just out of his, that he was interested in the idea and he thought it was good. He didn't disclose that, hey, he's getting paid by the Turkish government. Next slide, please. So he was, he was prosecuted. At one point, he pled guilty, but then he eventually got a new lawyer, Sidney Powell, who's well known for the fraud leading to the 2020 election. She has been charged in Georgia and a number of other places. So she represented Michael Flynn, and eventually got the case to be. She basically, through President Trump, got the Justice Department to withdraw the prosecution. Then recently the FAIR unit has issued, or I should say, they've released over 50 advisory opinions, which are available on the website. Next slide, please. There's also, as I said, the Lobbying Disclosure Act. And there's one more slide, please. And there's other statutes that also require registration by certain organizations that engage in political activity. But let me just close by saying that the Department of Justice is, as I said, very proactively now prosecuting violations of FARA, including by members of Congress. And so this is, this is a law that people should pay attention to. So I see in my own practice, all kinds of people now are asking me for opinions. For instance, I have one client that is engaged in climate work, and because some of them are, it's got a very complicated international structure. I have to regularly advise them on whether they have to report. It's just, there are all kinds of people now that are obtaining opinions. So for instance, the Washington Post has done a number of investigative reports on think tanks like the Brookings, the fact that the Brookings Institute receives large amounts of money from governments like Qatar, and they tend to make reports that are favorable to Qatar. The Washington Post is saying, hey, that's really acting as a foreign agent, and they should be reporting. So far, the Department of Justice hasn't gone after the Brookings Institute, but it shows, again, the uncertainty around part of the application of the law, and it shows how various people like journalists are reporting all the time on alleged violations of the law.
Bruce, let me just explain to one of our supporters in the chat. She was saying she doesn't understand what American laws have to do with Jamaican laws. And let me just explain to her that what we're talking about is an American law that's applicable to U.S. cit or U.S. persons living in America. And the specific instance we're talking about is where the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, that unregistered, as they call it, a movement that's led by Jamaican government officials, and they're asking people that the Jamaican government conducted an election. They managed the election, and the people who won the election, they've been appointed by the Jamaican government. They're U.S. citizens living in the United States, and so now there's something called the terms of reference, which they abide by, and it's telling them what they can and what they cannot do, and who's in charge, and when they're in charge, and so on and so forth. So the conversation is: are those people required to register with the Department of Justice because they're U.S. cit or U.S. persons and they're living in America, and they're doing this at the behest of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council that's led by the Jamaican government? So what Bruce is saying, it depends. But I think, if I hear him correctly, he would say he would rather them err on the side of filing as opposed to not filing if it's a gray area. And then now, if DOJ, if they come along and they say, okay, you know what, we're going to indict you. Now these people have to come up with lawyers. They have to pay legal fees. And the Jamaican government, I think I'm correct in saying this, they're not going to pay your legal fees. They're not going to pay your legal fees. So you're out there on your own. First of all, they're not paying you for anything. They're claiming it's volunteer work. But then they tell you that you have to do this. In fact, they even say you have to collect information on your American brothers and sisters who are part of the diaspora. And if that is the case, I mean, I don't know how Bruce would feel about this, but I certainly have a problem with the government, a foreign government, telling American citizens to collect information about U.S. citizens and providing it to them. I just have a big problem with that. And if you read that terms of reference, you will see there are all kinds of problems. It's just riddled with problems. And so I've been telling people that, look, it's best for you to go and register, because you don't want the DOJ to come knocking on your door and having you try to explain why is it that you haven't registered and you've been doing all of these things. You've been doing fundraising, you've been working on projects, you've been collecting information on people, you've been doing this, and they'll tell you that, no, we're not doing any of that. But if you read the terms of reference, that's exactly what it's asking them to do. Before you go, Bruce, let me just run through the panel and see if I'm sure people have questions. Let me start with the gentleman at the top, Mr. Isaac Buchanan, who's I don't know if you know him, but he's an attorney of note.
Okay, I like his lion in the background.
I must say that the presentation was informative. The differences between in terms of what it actually does within the United States is a little bit out of my depth. And my question is, can it capture small states such as Jamaica and their conduct in relation to whatever they do in the United States? That's just a simple question. How do we transpose its value or its jurisdiction to foreign states?
I'm not sure. Could you please repeat that?
How do you use the jurisdiction to encompass or to apply to like conduct from a foreign government? For instance, like when the foreign government sets up an organization in the United States, like the fake diaspora head by one of the ministers in Jamaica, what's the jurisdiction of that?
Yeah. So if you think there's a violation, what could be done is you can contact the FAIR unit, and you can say, I have reason to believe that it's come to my attention that such and such has happened over the last 6 months or however the time. Here's the terms of reference. I know such and such is happening, and it appears that this conduct requires registration. They will look at it, and if they agree, they will communicate with the people involved, and they'll say, it's come to our attention that you're doing these activities in the U.S., and we think that you should register. And then usually if the people register, they don't do anything more. But if they don't, and they keep engaging in the conduct, then they may take enforcement action. I mean, one limitation of the law is that right now the fines, are not that great, and the only other thing they can do is they can try to get an injunction against the conduct. But other than that, the only other thing they can do is prosecute. So that's what I would.
Very informative. I know some people that should be getting prosecuted, but I'm not a part of the dirty 30, so I leave that to Rattigan. Thank you.
Prezi.
Okay, and I'm going to have to go in another minute or two.
3 minutes, I know.
Thank you, Bruce. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
So what if they hold an event and made a profit and pocketed the proceeds? Is that a FARA or an IRS issue?
If all they're doing is, if they're not sending the money abroad and they're just pocketing the money, that sounds more like an IRS issue.
What did they send abroad?
Okay.
What if they take it home with them?
Well, if they're not a 501c3 organization and they're taking it home and they're not reporting it, that's an issue. If they're soliciting funds for the foreign principal, that's got to be registerable unless it's within those exemptions of medical aid or for humanitarian type of assistance.
All right. One last question, Herb. Bruce has got to go.
How you doing, Herb?
Hi, Bruce. Good seeing you. Hope to see you at ICS event on the 13th of June.
Okay.
That kicks everything off.
13th of June, I'm going to be, unfortunately, in California.
Oh, brother. All right. Well, all right. Let me ask you this very quickly. During the time that they were doing extractions of suspect, you good?
Yeah, go ahead.
They were doing the extraction of doodles from Jamaica back in 2010.
Right.
The government used 50,000 in ill-gotten or illicit funds.
Okay.
To hire lawyers in Washington to swing, I guess, the opinion or to sway the government or whatever. Okay. how would that fare today with the new law on bribery or with the FARA when they're acting in the interests of a foreign government?
Well, in the case of Dudas,
Yeah.
the law firm that they hired, they did register.
Okay.
The problem was the Jamaican prime minister didn't realize that, and so he made some statements that they didn't hire anyone for this purpose, and then the media contradicted him because people looked at the contract. Okay, I'm sorry, I've got to go now.
Okay.
All right.
I got
Hey,
you.
look, thank you so much.
Okay.
I'll be in touch with you during the course of the week because we still have to go over some other things. All right.
All right.
Hey, Brute. Herb,
That
welcome.
was unfortunate he couldn't give us a complete answer because the
Right.
part where the money was illicit funds, I believe, is what led to an indictment and the loss of visa for one of the government ministers involved because
Well,
they said the money was being laundered. Money
you
laundering.
hear what he said, folks? He said that if you believe that something, I'm asking all of you, go read the terms of reference. And if you find that there's something wrong there, then you can always call the FARA unit. You can write to them, and you can send them a copy of the terms of reference, and you can underline or you can specify what area, what section, what provision you believe that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council movement representatives have violated in terms of their engagement with the Jamaican-led movement, and they will certainly look into it. So, and I urge you to do that because we want to be on the side of transparency. We want to be on the side of compliance. We don't want any hanky-panky stuff going on here. And as you know, those people, they don't represent you. They don't have the name. So I'm curious as to what name they're going to be using. But we do know that from time to time, we've heard from time to time that they've raised funds. And some of those funds, they're not for humanitarian aid. They're not for medical missions or whatever. They're for something else. And we know what that something else is. And if you have evidence of that, you can send it to us right here on Reason with Rattigan. And we will do the rest. You just tell us who's doing what. Give us the evidence. Next week, by the way, when Prezi comes back, he's going to be able to walk you through the website. It's going to be a beautiful website. It's going to be a sight to behold. And we're also going to attach to that, hopefully, some emails, some confidential emails that you can write to us and you can tell us what's going on. We know how to protect people and their information, so you don't have to worry. And even if you don't want to call the FARA unit, but you want to give us the information, we will contact the FARA unit. We know someone over there. We can contact the FARA unit and we can get the ball rolling. So, yeah, Howard Goldburn, poison pen letter, my email. But let us know what's going on. All right. We were supposed to have, let me see if they're here yet. Oh, Dr. Ben is here. Yeah, let me bring him on. Dr. B, how you doing? Can't hear you, sir.
Sorry, yeah, it's nice to be here. Interesting discussion. Prezi, it's good to see you, Herb, Isaac, and of course, Will. Wonderful discussion. I was enjoying it.
All right. Before going further, let me just say that we're planning the next protest for Washington, D.C. But something remarkable happened over the last week. People have been contacting me and they've been saying to me, look, we didn't do it justice. We had 350 plus people there. But because of the weather and this and that, we didn't get everybody out. So they've been asking me, they've been imploring me, they've been beseeching me to bring it back, lick it back in a New York. You need to come back and we need to do it. And this time we're gonna get the permit we'll get the permit for a tent, and we'll get the permit for the sound, and we are gonna get this and we'll get that, and you know. So let me just formally inform the consulate and by extension, the ambassador or the embassy and the government of Jamaica that we as a people, the 80 people you saw out there last week, Friday, that suddenly the number ballooned to 350 plus by your own reporters. We will be back. We will be back at a date and time of our choice, but we will be back, and we will be back before the end of the year. So CG, if you're listening to me or anybody associated with the CG or the government, please tell them that the 80 people that were out there last week, Friday, they say them son to tell too much life on them is more than 80 of them, so them going to come out now, and them going to bring out them family members, them going to bring out them co-workers, even people who them not talk to them, so them going to talk to them for just come and show up this time now, so we can get an accurate count. And what we're going to do, this time it will be, not that it wasn't organized, but it would be more organized this time, because we're going to have a line coming into the pen where we sell the t-shirts and all that stuff. The refreshments will be there. Everything is going to be organized. It's going to be a beautiful sight to watch our people conduct ourselves in the decorum that we've used to, but even more so now for this one. So, CG, if you think you had sleepless nights yet, you haven't. And if you think you've danced enough to owe Mr. DC, I suggest you go back and go dance some more, because your head going to hurt you when we come back this time, because we're coming back, and we're coming back this time in greater numbers and with more passion. And again, CG, it's nothing personal against you. I must make that clear. Nobody run us and have nothing against you. It's about the government and the treatment of people. And by the way, CG, do you know that you represent all of us here in the diaspora? I'm not sure if you recognize, if you really, if this strike a chord with you, because you were very rude last week when, in fact, Kevin, where are they? Hold on there. Let me see if I find it here. Oh, Sita.
Consul General, good morning. Hi.
Excuse me, you have to turn around that way. You have to turn around that way. You're in the bike lane. You're in the bike lane. Help him that way.
Morning, Consul General. Are we invited to the prayer meeting? Consul General, are we invited to the prayer meeting? Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Consul General?
Clip this.
Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Consul General? Can we come to the...
Let me show you something. You see this man right here? This police officer right here? He was there early in the morning. He was there when the tent was being erected. We put up a tent to protect the DJ's equipment. Kind of no water and electricity not mix. And we put up the tent. He, along with the, I don't know, 50 police officers that out there, whatever the number was, it was a lot, because they had them in front, they had them across the street, and they had them around the corner, right? He was there. They all watched this thing go up. The tent was there. And it was only after our Consul General went inside the building that this man, I spoke with him personally, he came and said, you have to take down your tent. Now, I don't know if the Consul General called or had words with his superior or whatever, but this man was there, and he watched the tent go up, and he watched the DJ start play some music, start test out him equipment, and nobody said a word to the DJ or to any of the organizers. Nobody. Except after she went in, then this gentleman here came back and said, hey, you have to take down your tent. And of course, you know, we are law-abiding and peace-loving people. So I said to him, officer, rules are rules. And if we cannot have the tent, then we cannot have the tent. We're going to take down the tent. And we took down the tent. So let me continue with him.
Prayer meeting. Are we invited at noon to the prayer meeting? Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Council General? At noon today?
All right. Where should I? All right. So we are going to go back to that location. And of course, we're going to cross our T's, dot our I's. We're going to get all the permits. I will be in touch with the precinct next week, and we will get our permits. Whatever the permits are, whether it's a parks permit, a police permit, a fire department permit, a food handler's permit, whatever the permit is that is required for us to be there, we will. And like I said last week, and I just need people, I need you to listen to me carefully and understand. I called last week Thursday to make sure everything was in order, because I've been in touch with the police department since February of this year. And I would go back to New York periodically, and I would call him on the phone, and I would even send him emails to say, okay, what else do we need? I called him last week Thursday when I arrived in New York, and I said to him, Officer Wiss, is everything okay? And he said, everything is fine. Everything is fine. And he said, is there something that you should tell me that I don't know? I said, what are you talking about? He said, look, we cover, because the United Nations is in their precinct, and they get protests like every single day. He said, we get protests all the time. No one has ever called us about a protest, except now. He said, we've been getting a lot of calls about your protest, and we want to figure out what's going on. I said, nothing's going on. I said, what are they asking you? He said, they're asking us, like, do you really have a permit? Why did we issue a permit to you? Why do they have to come and protest in front of this building? And he said, 2nd Avenue, we have lots of protests on 2nd Avenue, and we've never had a complaint. But in this one, lots of people were, he said, we got a lot of calls on this protest. So I don't know what's going on. So I said, nothing's going on. But you know what? When we got there on Thursday, I saw too many barricades. I saw barricades. I'm pretty sure you can back me up. We saw barricades across the street, on this side of the street, going around the corner. And I'm like, why do they have so many barricades? And it dawned on me that somebody must have called them and said to them, well, we're going to have a counter protest. And that's why they had the barricades on the other side of the street, saying that, okay, you know what? We're going to keep these people apart. So when the counter protesters in that large group of counter protesters showed up and they tried to come into our pen, the police stopped them and said, no. We can't have protesters and counter protesters in the same pen. We're going to have to move you across the street. So they moved them across the street, and people who came late, they thought, because at one point they closed the pen. Now the pen can hold 350 people. So they closed the pen, and people who came later on supporting us, they went across the street thinking it was the flow over pen, the excess people. And then when they realized what was going on, they run back across the street. So at one point, if you see like 12 people cross the street, it was only about 8 of them, 8 or 9 of them. Some of them, they were our people, right? So I just want them to know that people of New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, DC, Virginia, you have asked for us to come back and do this protest justice, because you said we didn't do it justice, right? So we will be back, CG. And by the way, CG Mayor down in Miami, I told you personally that we're coming back. So just prepare yourself. We're coming back. We're coming back later in the year, and we're coming with, we're hoping to come with more than 30 people. But if it's only 3 people, it's symbolic that 3 people do not agree with what's going on in Jamaica. But I have a funny feeling. We're going to have more like 300 people this time. And we're going to count them, because we're not forced to not forget to count people. So we're going to do it, because we have some journalists who, they're disingenuous. What they did was, some of them wrote that, there were only 80 people. But what they didn't do was say there were only 80 people at the start. They didn't do that. They gave the impression that for the whole thing it was 80 people. And that's wrong. And we are going to correct it. So that's where we are. Percy, you have something else you want to say?
No, I was just hoping that you would mention the Washington, D.C. and the bus for people in New York who missed it, that they should get ready to hop on a bus and go meet Herb and the team in D.C.
Right. I mentioned it earlier, saying that I want them to, we have access to 6 buses coming out of the New York area. And I know that there are people asking me, some folks called me in the week and said they live up in Boston and they would like to have a bus from Boston. And I know that people in Florida have contacted some of our colleagues asking for a bus from Florida to come up and maybe pick up passengers in Atlanta. It's somewhere in Georgia. So we're going to be working on that this week. And hopefully not this week, next week. And hopefully we'll have some news for you as to how you can purchase your ticket to come. And like I said earlier, we buy tickets to go watch a concert, jump on a bus and go watch a concert. We buy tickets to go watch a sporting event like pen relays. Surely we can buy a ticket to come and join in this protest, because this is not about entertainment. This is about survival. This is not about entertainment. I have a picture. Hold on, let me see if Kevin, with a picture there where we did have there. The one where you put up. Oh, wait there. Kevin, hold on a second there. We have a picture. We have a picture of a house there. Man, if you see the house here. By the way, make a throw up some pictures there while we're there. All right. How that? I don't know, boy, that you know. I am that. Him same one. Did it so. I go and talk the thing. So Carlos, yeah. Right, so I think this is Dr. Francis, right? So let's see what else there. Some more. The poster they do. All right. That's that. 80 people. It's that 80 people well, man. A bit bigger.
It must have meant Haiti, Haiti, Ratty.
Yeah. Because I tell you what, at one point, the people in the back couldn't hear, and I asked the DJ, the DJ is right up here, and I asked him to move a speaker, come to the back. And him said he couldn't come because the crowd was too tight. It just packed like sardines. So what he wanted to do, he want to come over in this lane right here. This lane. This is a bike lane. And run the wire and bring the speaker come all the way to the back. And the police tell him that no, he can't run no wire out in the bike lane. The bike lane must be free from obstruction. So a lot of people in the back couldn't hear. They could have seen me, but they couldn't hear. But next time it's going to be different, man. See what you know. Read it. Let's see why you so. See what you again. So yeah. This gentleman here is the gentleman who gave me the Marcus Garvey book. This gentleman here. Virgin, if you watch this thing out, reach out to me. So, Kevin, where you there? That's a Kevin t-shirt. And of course we have Mr. Bram and our friend. I'll go on to the thing. So, but there's a house here. I don't know what Kevin there, but if Kevin will find the house in it. And we'll show you, say, oh, you find it, Kevin? The tourism. Oh, hold on then. Like that? Like this? No, like that. Not like that. No. In other this song. It in a conference. Give me a second, people. Kevin, I'm going to find a house I just want to make a point. While you look for the house, Kevin, like that. Oh, see, like this. All right, folks. When I look on the house, I know somebody just send me this house here. Look on the house here. Me think my yard, me think my house is bad, but look on the one. This is where our people are living now, you know. So where our people are living now. And if you notice, the Prime Minister said you can't sleep with the window and your door open. And I guess him right, yeah, so. Because see the door, yeah, open. See the window section right there, so. And see a window runner, so open. But look how people have to live. And this is the claim prosperity. Look where people are living now. I'm telling you, can't do it. See there? See there? Wonder if any of them people are, they move up in class, because that's what the government said. They move them from poverty class to working class to middle class. And I wonder if any of them people are move up in class. Look where people are live. And by the way, this is not a one-off, because the person who sent me this said this is a typical house in that neighbor. I think it's Clarendon. So this is typical. Them things that we are fight against people. Them things there. So thank you, Kevin. Before we go, this I want to show now. Wait there. All right. Sita. All right. Now, folks, this is an advertisement, a flyer for the bogus conference, for the financial conference, the investment conference that will be held in Jamaica, June 16 through 19. During daytime hours, and it's sponsored. You see right here, it's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. They're sponsoring it, right? They're sponsoring it. And if you look, it says United for Jamaica's Transformation, Fostering Peace, Productivity, and Youth Empowerment. Look at the theme. You will be engaged in impactful dialogue at the conference. What that mean? What that mean? Impactful dialogue. We've been hearing this from them start, this conference thing from me idea, me knee. They must say everything is impactful dialogue. And it says your input matters. And the more you register now to be a part of these vital conversations. But watch me now, people. Want to know, watch me now. Watch me carefully. Engage in impactful dialogue. And how will you do it? You have to register. And when you register, you'll be a part of these vital conversations. Conversations. Remember the words. The impactful dialogue or engage. One word, a phrase, impactful dialogue, and another word, conversations. And they'll have panels, riverside chats, breakouts, keynotes, right? Then look at my people. Agriculture development. Them say they'll be, I'll read it for you because the print small. It says modernizing agriculture to enhance productivity and food security with crucial diaspora input. That's a whole bunch of gobbledygook. It's a whole bunch of words meaning nothing. We're just gonna have a conversation. Remember, conversation. Look on crime prevention and national security. One sentence. Exploring innovative strategies to build safer communities. I think them they do this from when they planned Secure Jamaica 8 years ago. Now they said that they're going to explore. We want results. We don't want exploration. We want results. And so them say you must register now, early bird, May 15. You have to register and you have to pay your money. And look at all the people sponsoring. Grace Kennedy, Jamaica National Group, VM Group, Digicel, Island, Jamaica, blah, 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 blah. All right. Now, folks, I want you to take a look at this and make the comparison. Look at this one here. Look at this one. All right. See where it says right or so? Right at the top, right or so. Right or so. It says, you see the logo, what them claims say feed them one. Okay. It there so. Them might give it cease and desist or them go sue it. Well, we don't capitulate to threats. Sue us. That's all. Sue us. And we'll go from there. And look at the names. Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, right? Sponsor, right? Look at the next one. Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. That is the one where them claims say them own. Well, tell them to come take it from we. A fee we. That a fee we pay a fee. In fact, we registered up to, well, yesterday we registered in another state. So pretty soon, what happen? All of the 3 elected members, them, the senior members, them, we not go get the cease and desist now. We are slowly choke off on authorization. We are choke it off. And when you can't operate in a New York, Connecticut, DC, Georgia, and Florida, the two for Northeast and Northeast and Southeast are done or not done. Done or not done. Done, completely done. But look at this.
So Ratty, help me out here. So this entity, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, because I see where it says under health, poor leadership, mismanagement of funds, lack of accountability.
You give it the thing. You give it the thing. Hold on.
Okay.
Don't give it back, man. So you would say, join us where? Oh no, Africa, Jamaica, join us online. There's no registration fee, no fireside chat, no beach, none of them nonsense there, right? Join us online. You don't have to take off a work. You don't have to take off a day off of work. You can go work, come home, cock up on your foot, have on a dinner, and watch it online and participate. We don't restrict nobody. You can participate. We will have speakers. But here is what our speakers will do now. We're not going to, what them say, well, hold on. Them say they will explore. We're not exploring nothing because we already find what we find. So we're not exploring nothing. Them are going to explore because them are going to try to find things. We're not exploring nothing. Here is where we are going to do. The panel one is the first biennial. We are going to do strategies and solutions. We're not exploring. We know what the problem is. So what do we have to do? We have to attack the problem. So we're not exploring nothing. No, strategies and solutions for under education, we're looking for strategies and solutions to deal with what? Poor leadership, public corruption, field initiatives, poor examination scores by our students, mass immigration of teachers, etc., mean and so on and so forth. More things there, but this is just what we can put on the thing. Look on health, where Doc just asked me about. Poor leadership, mismanagement of funds, lack of accountability, lack of proper facilities, equipment, and supplies. The U.S. Threat Advisory, that's the one about health. Failure to deliver adequate medical care, etc. Ask me a question now, Doc, before I move on to national security. You're muted.
You covered it. You did well.
All right. Yeah. So where we put up this, where we put up this are the things where them are going to explore. We already don't explore it. And we say, Sita, we know how to come up with strategies and solutions. National security. Let me show you what them say about national security. Just in case you don't forget. Sita, exploring innovative strategies to build safer communities. Remember that, that don't mean nothing. That means nothing. Here's where how I want to say, we will have strategies and solutions for what? Poor leadership, mismanagement of resources and personnel, porous borders. Remember the plane will come must a week before last? The plane will come in there with 200 odd people. You remember the plane will crash land down in St. Elizabeth? You remember the one that crashed land off the coast of Clarendon? And God knows how many other crashes we don't know about. We're complaining against high crime rates and the failure to implement national strategy and human rights violations. ISAT know about the human rights violation because ISAT beat them street and lane in a court. Him and John and a couple other lawyers. We know the taxpayers now have to pay millions of dollars to people that were scooped up off the street under states of emergency, unlawfully detained for an inordinate period of time and not charged, but later released. So, and here's our one, June 16 to 19. Somebody else have a conference that year there? Let me look and see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the business conference in Jamaica will be June 16 to 19 as well. But you see, our conference will be dubbed the People's Conference because them are the issues people that Jamaica want to talk about and we in the diaspora want to talk about. We don't want to talk about how you can make 5 million pound 5 million we have put on. US we are talking about. We don't want that. We want to talk about what the government are doing with the money we collect 1.7 trillion, the equivalent of 10 billion US over the last 10 years. Where the money they gone? That money they could have taken care of everything when Maria's right there, so could have taken care of it.
So the question was was the biennial diaspora conference was the date determined based on their conference, or because that seems to be an effort to detract attention. Somebody seems to be.
Yes, it was an effort to let people know that we are putting on a conference about the people's issues at the same time that the government and its cronies are putting on one about business. And we said, no, we're not going to make them do one and then we come a month later. No, we're doing it at the same time. And that is what's causing angst because we will get a chance to hear what them saying at the daytime. And we coming in at and them said, no. So them start, they might do it at night. Ask them what permit we need for the hours June 16 to 19. What permit we need? We don't know about a permit. That permit that says if them have one another day, we can't do one another night. We have to do one a week later. So them can go to hell because we are going forward. You see, just like how hell or high water last week Friday, how we go there and we do a thing, same thing, yeah. So hell or high water, we are going to go forward with ours, and I guarantee you, we're going to get a lot more people than them. In fact, I've heard that their registration is low. I heard that they're asking to get 1,000 people. God willing, they will only get 100. God willing, they'll only get 100. And I'm telling people, do not go to that conference. Here are some reasons why. I think they never sent. The gentleman who's in charge of it, he gave 10 reasons why you should come to the conference. And none of them no make no sense. First of all, you have to go buy a plane ticket. First, you have to go take off from work. You have to go make arrangements for somebody to take care of your affairs because you gone over there. Then you're going to have to go pay a plane ticket, pay a hotel fee, pay ground transportation, phone bill, food. Although they might give you some food, but you have to buy food anyway. And then you have to pay for enter my registration fee. Look how much inconvenience associated with that, financial and otherwise. And we say, you come to this conference online at your leisure, in the comfort and safety of your home. You can sit down from 7 to 10, 6 to 9 Jamaica time, and you can watch real Jamaican patriots talking about real issues affecting real Jamaican people and coming up with solutions. I dare say this is a better option. This is a better. If you want to go to Jamaica because you want to enjoy the beach and the sun and the fun and that, you don't have to go to a conference for that. Don't use a conference as an excuse to go. No. If you want to go visit your family and your friends and support the Jamaican economy, we say yes. But we say, do not go to this conference. Now make it unequivocally clear, just like I make it clear, say, And me did I organize the one up in New York because I made that sit down in Florida say, and me did I do it, and Francis, Captain Francis was just a figurehead. No, Captain Francis and him team, they did that. And what did I do? I said, look, let me make it abundantly clear. And me organized the one in New York. So see him something that said now, me, I tell people, do not go to this conference. Do not, N-O-T or N-A-T, patois English, do not go to this conference. No way, no how, no go. Because we're not going to spend on the money, and we're not spending the money though. Explore issues. Explore. Look what we are doing. We are strategize and provide solutions. That is what they should be doing. But instead, they'll be selling services, products, and they'll ask you to invest. Now, is there a place that the two conferences could meet? I could see it happening, but they won't. They won't. They don't want to have anything to do with us. They don't, because these are the issues that are affecting the ordinary Jamaican. These are the issues that the ordinary Jamaican voted the politicians in to take care of. And in fact, in some instances, the problems have become worse. These are the things. And by the way, when we don't, nobody can say that we not provide solutions. We are going to provide solutions. Some people have said, no, give them no solution. No. I don't subscribe to that because we're all Jamaicans and we want the best for our country. I don't care who do the best for our country, as long as the people benefit. That's what I care about. But it's becoming abundantly clear that whoever is in charge right now is not really acting as if they're in charge. They're not doing the things that they promised to do. And so that's why we're very vocal about getting out and informing people, making them aware of what's going on. Because some of the things that we talk about on this on this program, as well as other programs, people are hearing for the first time. People are hearing for the first time. So that's my soapbox. Let me jump off of that, you know. And by Herb there. Oh, Herb there. Yeah. I know Herb has been doing some deep dives. And by the way, we have to play this, you know. We have to play this.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. The words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. People do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. People do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
That was the Honorable Robert Morgan, who will go down in history with that video saying to all of you, do not trust the words of politicians. Now, I want to take a good look on this illustrious panel here. And tell me if you see a politician on the panel here. Tell me if you see somebody who run to any position in a Jamaica, or anybody panel so who in the Senate, or who in the House of Representatives, or who in the mayor's office, the municipal offices. Tell me if you see anybody right there so who promise you anything. No. We never ask nobody if you no vote and promise nobody nothing. But we are doing what we are doing because we believe in our people and we believe in our country. We don't believe in the bad governance. And that's why we're here. We're not here for position, status, power. No. We're here because we believe that there's a better life that could be had by all Jamaica. And the money is there. We know that. 1.7 trillion, that's a whole heap of money. That's 10 billion US dollars. 10 billion US dollars. And like I've said, I don't care if it's the PNP or the JLP, I am going to hold them accountable. That's my job. I'm going to hold them accountable. By the way, we had sorry to digress, but we had I think 8 PNP mayors from the last election, I think. And I want to say something to them. Okay. Now, me draw from my notes here. Mayor Swaby, who are on the KSAMC, I want you to know that, sir, sewage is still downtown, running down in a Coronation Market. And these things I'm telling you, they're coming from people in the constituency. Right? Sewage still run, raw sewage, and the vendors are selling vegetables right next to the raw sewage. That cannot happen, sir. I know you just get the job, but there cannot be no long honeymoon period because you've had years to watch and see what's going on. This is not like you just come on the scene and then you say, oh, what me get? You've watched it. So we need to do something about the raw sewage. We need to do something about the audit of the KSAMC. There's a certain lady who has been building developing property all over Kingston and St. Andrew, and we've been told that everything no kosher. Everything is not kosher, and we need you to do an audit of the KSAMC to see what exactly you're inheriting. Garbage is still not being collected on time, sir. I'm bringing that to your attention. The front of Riverton Meadows is like the dump. Them say needs to be sorted out. And what about the buildings of apartments with breaches? What is the KSAMC going to do about that? So if, for example, a building is supposed to have 5 floors and then it gone 8, what are you going to do about the 3 floors? We don't want you issue no variance. We want you chop off the 3 floors and make it go to keep it at 5. That's what we want. Then we have another mayor, Mr. Norman Scott from out of Spanish Town. Again, people from Spanish Town writing to me, and they say Spanish Town is and by the way, the people writing to me, let me just be absolutely clear. The people writing to me, they are PNP people. They're not JLP people. I know these people. They write and say, Spanish Town, Mr. Mayor Norman Scott, Mr. Spanish Town is a total mess. It's dirty and it stinks. Sewer problems, bending in the streets, taxi and buses park anywhere them feel like them park anywhere. There's no order. There's complete disorder. And the roads need to be fixed. Again, Mayor Scott, I'm just bringing this to your attention. These are the complaints of your constituents. Then the mayor for Portmore, Mr. Leon Thomas, I have some complaints too. Garbage collection is poor. And that, I don't know if the government, the central government has anything to do with it, but it seems to be a common problem. There are gullies with overgrown vegetation. Want to the bushing contracts them. Trees and bushes in the roadway. This is not the sign of a country that is on its way to Vision 2030. This is a sign of a country going backwards. Illegal vending in Greater Portmore. Housing developments going up, but no, the roads have not been widened. Where's the planning for this? And the last thing they said is, Mr. Mayor, you're missing in action. These are all PNP mayors. These are all issues facing people who voted for them. So, for all the people who say me a PNP thug, I find that interesting for being a PNP thug and me never ever vote yet. I'm living in a JLP neighborhood, I'm living in a PNP neighborhood, and both parties reject me. I find that interesting that I am a PNP thug, especially given the fact that it was the PNP who asked me to apply for the position, and it was the PNP who rejected me. So if me have any retribution in my heart, if me have any vindictiveness, it should be towards the PNP. But the PNP is not in power. PNP don't have the power of the purse strings. They can't make decisions. Except these 3 mayors I just mentioned. Have 3? Yeah, 3 of them. So, Mr. Mayors, I'll be checking in with you. because you know we don't do 9-day wonders around here. So I'll be checking in with you. And by the way, Minister of Agriculture, you notice I haven't said anything about the fertilizer. I haven't forgotten. Next week, I'll be back on the fertilizer because we need to know what really happened with the shipments that came in from Morocco, because the numbers that the Minister of Mr. Floyd Green, the numbers that they've given me, the numbers don't add up. Hundreds of thousands of pounds of fertilizer unaccounted for. We're getting back on that. So let me jump off on my soapbox. We have a good doctor here with me, and you know, how about this? Let's see about this. Oh, that no, that Minister Morgan. Before I bring on the doc, there is something I want to show you. It's been going around, but you need to watch this. Well, you need to watch everything that goes on this program. You need to watch this. Watch this, please, because this is true. This is why we're here. We're trying to hold governments, plural, because when I say plural, it's not just this. Whoever takes over the mantle next election, we're going to hold them accountable as well. And by the way, should the PNP win the next election, we're going to hold them accountable, and you would want us to hold them accountable as well. And we're not going to give them a long honeymoon period, because for 8 years they've sat back and they've watched what's been going on. So they should have a plan that as soon, if they're elected, if they come on board, they start making moves right away. We shouldn't wait till 3-4 years where give us another term for make some moves and things like that. We need people right now who are active, people who are dynamic, people who realize the fierce urgency of now, meaning that we now wait 10 years from now for the things. We want to do it like yesterday. Watch this.
House in Singapore had no flush toilet. There was crime and riots, gangster fights in my neighborhood. So in a sense, I grew up in what you call a typical third world environment. And it's quite remarkable that in my lifetime, Singapore has gone from being a third world country to a first world country. And I have lived through this remarkable transformation. I was dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy for 13 years, from 2004 to 2017. And I would give every student who came to the Lee Kuan Yew School the same lecture. I said, I'm going to share with you the secret of Singapore's success free of charge. And I would tell the students that if you implement this secret formula, your country will succeed. And I capture the secret formula with the acronym in English, MPH. The M stands for meritocracy. Meritocracy means that you select the best people to run the country. And what brings many countries down, especially in the third world, is that when it comes to selecting the finance minister or the economics minister, they will give their jobs to their brothers, their cousins, their uncles, their relatives, and not to the best people. And Singapore did the exact opposite. In Singapore, the jobs were given to the best people. The second pillar is P, and P stands for pragmatism. Pragmatism is an English word, and it's an English concept. But the best definition of pragmatism was given by China's leader, Mr. Deng Xiaoping, when he said it doesn't matter whether a cat is black or a cat is white. If the cat catches mice, it is a good cat. So in the same way, it doesn't matter what your ideology is. If it works, you use it. So Singapore was very pragmatic. So it would take some policies that are capitalist and some policies that are socialist, and it would mix them up. And that's what pragmatism is about. You're not bound by any ideology. But the third pillar, the H is of course the hardest to achieve, because H stands for honesty. And indeed, what has brought most third world countries down and what has led to their failures in development has been corruption. And so Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, after he became Prime Minister, made it a point to punish not the junior people, but the very senior people. So when a deputy minister went on holiday with his friend, a businessman, when he came back, he was arrested. And so he said, why am I being arrested? He says, you went on a holiday with the businessman, he paid all your expenses, that's corruption. You go to jail. So when a deputy minister is sent to jail, then everybody says, oops, I got to be careful, I can also go to jail. So that honesty factor is one critical reason why Singapore has been exceptionally successful. So it's a combination of meritocracy, pragmatism, and honesty. Then that's the formula for Singapore's success.
So when I talk about people, so when I talk about you focus your attention upon the policeman who will collect some money for somebody speeding. Meanwhile, you have somebody at highest levels that commit all manner of evil and crimes, and we just turn a blind eye to that. And if that is the case, if that is the way we're going to solve crime in Jamaica, we will never solve crime in Jamaica. You cannot tell me, say, members of parliament don't commit crimes. You cannot tell me that people in PSOJ, they don't commit crimes. You cannot tell me that titans of industry, they don't commit crimes. You cannot tell me that people of influence, they don't commit crimes. But look in the prison population and see if you see any of them there. No, you don't see them there. And that's why you cannot address the crime problem in Jamaica unless you address it from the head of the stream. You have to start there. So, Integrity Commission, we're not there. We're not there. I'm going to let the doc speak now, but we're going to come back later because I just get a response from the Integrity Commission. And let me just say that let me big up all of the agencies, the government agencies and the ministries, because when I file my access to information request, sometimes I get a response the same day. Less than 24 hours. I file it 7 o'clock in the morning. They must open up 9 or 8. And by 5, me get a response. Whether I like it or not, then give me a response. And I'm finding out now that I put something in, and within a few days, I get a response. And I have to tell them, thank you. I have to big them up for that because it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. And it's still not that way for a lot of people. For me, I can say that they're honestly, truly making an effort to satisfy the requests in a timely fashion. But I'm only one person, and I don't want them to make an exception for me. I want them to do it for everyone. When people apply, when people request information under the ATI, access to information, I'm hopeful, I'm asking the agency or the ministry to respond in a timely fashion. You have 30 days to do so, and the law gives you an additional 30 days if you cannot provide the information within the first 30 days. So, worst case scenario, you have 60 days to provide the information. Now, some people are dragging them feet with me, but overall, you know, everything is come true. But people are going to show you something later on, a document that I got about 2 days ago regarding the former Speaker of the House, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. And I'm going to show you how mealy-mouthed, how, you know, soft the Integrity Commission is, because she committed a crime. And I pointed it out to them, and them sidestepped the whole thing. Then give me a nice, them think me a fool. Then give me a nice response, and put in a whole heap of provisions and this and that. But when you look at what I asked for, and you look at what them give me, and you look at the law, which I'm going to show you today, you'll see that they could have charged her with providing false information, not on the statutory declaration, but in an interview and in written form, because we have the evidence. They have it. And I asked them, why didn't you charge her? And them go round the mulberry bush and up and down and around, and them still don't come back to the issue when me point out to them, say, she should be charged with providing you false information during an interview or in a written response, uno never charge her. Why? We will get to that. Doc, me take up a lot of your time, and sorry about that, but you know, when it comes to my people,
no man, it's you know, it's not my time. It's, you know, this is about the people, and it is what is relevant to the people. And you know, I see it as a classroom. So the students come to class. You're just the lecturer on the floor now, you know, and you know, it's good to hear from you.
No,
and
the thing about it,
because without you, you know, we won't hear these. We won't hear them. As somebody in the street said, man, we don't listen to news again, you know. A Rattigan our news now, so you have to do your news report.
well,
you know?
I tell you what, it's not me. It is the panel. When you have a man like President now who him so precise that enforce you can't be lazy in your thinking, road President. Because President will point it out to you, as he should, and as he has done with me and several. So when I deal with President, I have to make sure, say, okay, you know, I have to think
on the ball.
Right. I sat at the same thing. Them keep you on your toes. And them are the people who me want to hear about the same thing. Hear about deep dive, everybody. I want to hear about a deep dive me too. But it's like,
but that's because the journalism. One of the issue with corruption here, you know, is that the journalist whose job should provide information, put it in the public domain, and not only mention it, but keep it in the public domain. A lot of times we hear about cases that are only mentioned, and we don't hear about them again. You know, they just seem to die out, and it's like a 9-day talk. And you know, that's how it is. Our journalists don't follow up and keep stories in the limelight. You know, and I mean, there are so many stories that sometimes involve high-profile persons that don't stay in the spotlight. It's like they just die out. So what you're doing, you know, and you know, as I was saying to somebody today, that even the Integrities Commission, and all, I believe, corruption agencies should have stakeholders from the diaspora, because most of the persons who make up the Integrity Commission or make up entities for accountability work and function within the country of Jamaica. And so at some point, because they work and function within the country of Jamaica, they are going to need a favor, or they are going to need something somewhere. Some of the best persons are persons outside of Jamaica who can't be penalized, who can't be pressured, who can't be coerced. I don't believe we should have any accountability entity in Jamaica where we don't have persons, because the Jamaican diaspora is critical. I don't believe we should have any system of accountability without it having members from outside the diaspora to have oversight over what's happening. I don't think we should have any at all. And if we do, it's very questionable.
Doc, let me stop you right there. You just touched on a point, and I have a document to illustrate that point. People, take a look at this. This was published in November of 2011. That is our Prime Minister. What is he asking for? Him saying want dual citizens, people from the diaspora, for coming to Parliament. There he is.
We haven't heard anything about that since he has been Prime Minister, and that should have been. This should be on this I believe should be maybe one of the first pointers that you have on the diaspora, because man, this is a big part of resolving issues. It's nice to know what to say when you're not in office, but when you're going in office, we don't say this is something. And I would love, I don't know about any other Jamaican, but I would love to hear what is the latest update on this very, very important.
Well, we're putting together, all of these things so that people can follow them in a sequential form. But this is what he said, and I'll show you something what he said. He said, listen to this. He said, Holness, who was leader of government business in the House of Representatives, headed a parliamentary committee to determine how to treat with the issue. And he said it was unfair to some members of the diaspora who are barred by the Constitution from serving in the legislature. This is the Prime Minister now, who said this, when he was in the opposition back then. That no, this is affecting the diaspora, people who we believe should serve in Parliament, and so we want that to happen. But here is what happened further down. Somebody mentioned that something to me this morning about Mr. Mark Golding having a British passport. And I said to them, it is of no moment, because the Constitution allows a member of the Commonwealth to come to Jamaica, and after a year you establish residency, you can become Prime Minister. So there's no problem if him have a British passport.
I don't mean to cut you. I'm so glad you raised it. That's what I was sitting here for. You need to tell your friend Vegas that, because he was on Nationwide and he's barking up a storm like a dog with rabies. You need to tell him. This dunce behavior is unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable, and I just need to raise that at this moment. Tell them why it is of no moment. This is conflating issues, and it's so disappointing in 2024 that they're using these things as smoke screens. It is irking me.
It is, because the Constitution, it says that you as a Commonwealth citizens, and it lists a bunch of countries, that you can come to Jamaica, and after a year living in Jamaica, you can establish residency, you can run as an MP, you can run in any election. Whereas if you come from a non-Commonwealth country, like the US, for example, then you have to give up your citizenship. So if you're an Englishman, Australian, Kiwi, Bangladeshi, Pakistani, Indian, you can come to Jamaica and become Prime Minister and still keep your citizenship, your first citizenship, no problem. But if you come from America, you can't do it. And therein lies a problem. So and I don't know if Mr. Mark Golding, if he has one, if he's eligible, I don't know. But what I've said to persons who broached the subject with me this morning, I said, it doesn't make a difference whether them have one, because if he has one, he's entitled to have it, and he doesn't have to get rid of he doesn't have to give up the UK citizenship to become a Jamaican politician, because
I think that even persons who run who run for political office, these are information, just you just said, that should be made available to Jamaicans. We shouldn't have to search for something like this. And then, as I remember in one, I don't follow politics so much, but I remember in one particular election, there was a situation in which a great number of MPs at that particular time were giving up their dual citizenship, and this was because some media houses were bringing it to the forefront. And I'm saying that this is not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a situation in which, if you're running for office, certain information that is fair for the public to know should be made known.
Exactly.
I'm glad that you say that, if I may, because that is the whole point. The concept of dual citizenship is the Constitution is clear on it. I won't take up the time, so I won't read the section until Mr. Rattigan invites me to do so. Maybe another time.
Invited. No, you're invited. You can do so, sir.
But Doc, as you mentioned it, the people who actually ran in an election knowing that they had allegiance voluntarily to another country was in breach of the Constitution. It is always about the respect of the Constitution and compliance. Now, there are at least 53 Commonwealth states. At least. It's about 54 in all. Why is this significant? Because millions of dollars, and Mr. Rattigan can tell you about the campaign. He even filed a claim about knowing it, because Jamaica had an interest in being ahead of the head of the Commonwealth, and it was chat and nothing else, and they failed at their bid. The significance of that is, if you were a member of any one of those Commonwealth states, you can come to Jamaica, and after a year, as Mr. Rattigan said, you can run in You can be a member of the Senate, you can be a member of Parliament, because the Constitution allows it. Section 40, subsection 2 says, no person shall be qualified to be appointed as a senator or elected of a member of the House of Representatives who is by virtue of his own act under any acknowledgement of allegiance, obedience, or adherence to a foreign power or state. A foreign power or state is not inclusive of the members of the Commonwealth. So if somebody went and got a green card and went and got a citizenship and all of those things, you have to voluntarily, on your own merit, like the diaspora people who leave and go to the United States, have allegiance. If you look at Section 50 of the Foreign Powers Act in America, they're very keen on it, because Mr. Rattigan can tell you about the FBI and the CIA and the espionage and the spying and all these things that takes place when you get into government. So if you're protecting your sovereignty, these things are important. Now the conversation now where they're bringing up, and I see Mr. Darrell Vaz, who had his green card and had to give it up, and all these other people, Pernell Charles Jr. and all of these people, it is complete dishonesty to voluntarily have allegiance to somebody, a state outside of the Commonwealth that is considered a foreign state by definition of the Constitution, and not declare it. And so Abe Dabdoob and all of these lawyers brought it, and there were many by-elections, and people were giving up their green cards and citizenship to maintain power as it was. This is a total different situation with Mark, who was born in Jamaica and by virtue of his parents is allowed to have his British citizenship. That citizenship is a part of the Commonwealth. So if he has it or not, it doesn't matter. And I can tell you this, if he gives up his British passport and he does this, he's still a British citizenship. You can't take that from him. And it matters not, because I think however they move forward, which is why this consultation and the Constitution and the rewording of the Constitution, why it is important for consultation and inclusion of the diaspora, because there has to be something in the law in terms of representative for the diaspora. It's a simple fix, a legislative hack which says at a minimum, a member of the diaspora that maintains dual citizenship may run as a senator, or if he's a member of parliament, he's barred from A, B, C, D. If you sit in the top position as prime minister, you can't have dual citizenship with a foreign state. If Jamaica becomes a republic and removes itself, because you can still be a republic and be a member of the Commonwealth, which is a voluntary post. If you're going to remove yourself from the Commonwealth, which you cannot do in how the structure of the world sets up, because a small state has to have allegiance with other countries. I'm saying all of this so people understand that while we're doing constitutional review, if what Andrew Holness said in 2011 is competent, you must take that position, because the diaspora is key to. The diaspora is the reason why Jamaica survived COVID. Just understand that. So there has to be, Mark is saying it now, but if it is just talk, it is complete dishonesty to not consider these things. So whether he said it in 2011 and what the position is now is that there has to be amendments to the Constitution so that some practicable method there can be representatives. So we don't have this sideshow clown business, whether you want to have hair or dreadlocks or not, and you're running around talking about you're the head of the diaspora, you don't even live out of Jamaica. That type of nonsense and dishonesty has to be put away. That is the kind of conversations that we have to have. But the Constitution is always consistent. It starts here. So I'm seeing the conversation. I'm seeing ministers saying, my mother born here, my father born here. Yeah, Mark says it too. He's born here. So what's the point? It doesn't matter where his parents are born. Those who want to hate him because he's a white man, I'm not going to say it's reverse racism. We know the struggle of black people. We know all of that. But if the motto out of many one and the Constitution has any value, you have to temper how you go about using smoke screens, because it's ironic that the government is saying that misinformation is out in the public, but they're the ones that putting out misinformation, and they're using smoke screens, much ado about nothing, and they get their favorite artist who's campaigning for honors this October. He must get it. Congrats, Vegas. You must get your honor distinction October, because you're really overdoing it now.
Let me just add something there to the Constitution that now that we're gone up on the Constitution. Let me just section 37, right? 37 says, it says right here, it tells you who can vote in an election, and it says, subject to the provisions of subsection 2 of this section, a person shall be qualified to be registered as an elector for elections to the House of Representatives if and shall not be so qualified unless he is, 1, a citizen of Jamaica, resident in Jamaica at the date of registration, or a Commonwealth citizen other than a citizen of Jamaica who is resident in Jamaica at the date of registration and who has been so resident for at least 12 months before that date. Let me tell you, that is it. That is who can vote. Now listen to who can sit in a parliament. Where it is?
41, 2, 40, 42.
All right, listen to 40.
Section
It's
40, yeah.
Yeah. 41 says, hold on a second. I just saw it. Qualification. Okay, here it is. 39. Qualification for membership of Senate and House of Representatives. It says, subject to the provisions of Section 40 of this Constitution, any person who at the date of his appointment or nomination for election is a Commonwealth citizen of the age of 21 years or upwards and has been ordinarily resident in Jamaica for the immediately preceding 12 months shall be qualified to be appointed as a senator or elected as a member of the House of Representatives, and no other person shall be so qualified. So if you come from Bangladesh and you come to Jamaica and you stay 1 year and you say, I am a resident, you can vote and you can run. But if you come from America and you have the dual citizenship, you cannot do that. You have to give up your American citizen. Meanwhile, the Bangladeshi doesn't have to give up anything.
That's why I went to the 41, because it speaks deliberately to what is known as foreign power or state. Foreign power and state doesn't include the 53 members of the Commonwealth, because that's a voluntary union by virtue of how the United Kingdom and the Queen had set up her thing, the Commonwealth.
Well, right, and I wanted to ask you, when that was violated, when that particular section of the Constitution was violated by members of Parliament, what is the penalty, or what was there a penalty?
The Constitution actually sets out that you could actually be penalized and the court must do whatever. But the thing about it is they rectified it by the court saying you can't remain, you have to be removed, call a by-election, denounce your citizenship, and ways to remedy it, because also equally is that when representation matters. If the people love you and they wanted you to represent them, that type of hiccup, and like you said, it wasn't put to the forefront, because I'm telling you this, no disrespect to the members of Parliament and Senate, nobody cares about the Constitution. They don't read it. They don't know what's in there. And when you tell them that they're constitutionally uneducated, them say you're disrespectful and you call people dunce. But if you're a constitutional dunce, like Isaac is dunce in the kitchen, that's just the reality.
Yeah.
So they don't know. And
it's pragmatic.
You can either be a constitutional idiot or you were very deliberate in deceiving the people. So you have to accept that you actually genuinely were negligent in not knowing what was in the Constitution.
And so part of the reform should have been that, you know, ordinary Jamaicans should be an intention, and there should be a deliberate intention for by the government of Jamaica, for the ordinary Jamaican to be educated in the Constitution. This should not be a privilege. Because one could say, well, Isaac, because you're a lawyer, you have a copy of the Constitution. That's a privilege. This should be a right that every Jamaican have. This is one of the reasons why there's so much breach and so much corruption, because a lot of what is seen as corruption now is not known to be in breach of the law by the average person. And so again, this may be intentional, this may be deliberate, so as to take advantage of the majority. You know, one has to really think.
Doc, you asked a question a while ago. You said, what if somebody sits there in violation of this, right?
Yes.
The Constitution speaks to that specific question in Section 46 called unqualified persons sitting or voting. And I tell you, I know ISAT love the Constitution, and I love to delve into it. I don't particularly love it.
That's why I said I don't want to go there, because I know we can spend the whole day on this.
No, I know. But we're about this conversation. We will continue. But Doc, here is what happens when you sit in Parliament and you have dual citizenship and you know you shouldn't be there. Here's what it says, and you're going to find it remarkable. It says, any person who sits or votes in either house, knowing or having reasonable ground for knowing that he's not entitled to do so, shall be liable to a penalty of what?
$20.
£10. And it actually said £10 in the Constitution.
Well, the charter in 2011, the charter was updated, and they put $20.
$20.
Right when that article, hold on, you see, when that article came out, they knowingly put $20, and they could have put $2 million a day.
There
if
you go.
It meant something to them, the drafters could have put it. I am telling you that. But there's the same one. So this thing where we're having the CRC now, and they're telling people to read a 400-page document and sign it before them complete it. Is this kind of umpy-scumpy behavior? $20. And this is one of the most progressive document amendment that they want to remove it now. And they put $20. See there? 46.
$20? It was £10.
And then put $20 for each day upon which he or she sits. $20 less than £10 in a 2011. So they knew, knowingly, having gone through so many of that. Abe Dabdub Challenge one. It's so many of them.
So
just appreciate that.
And so this was not raised by opposition and the opposition.
No, they were all guilty of this,
Exactly. Exactly. Just like when there's a raise in MPs or politicians' salary, there's no opposition to it, because everybody just know that they're going to benefit from it. So as I'm saying that we need representation as it relates to corruption. We shouldn't even have an integrity commission or a accountability entity without members of the diaspora sitting or being in oversight positions. So even if they're not a member, they should at least be oversight members who oversee everything that is happening. And so if it is that we have an entity, even the integrity committee or the integrity entity, even that now becomes questionable.
I noticed real quick that there's a lot of criticism about the integrity commission, but remember, the very people who created it never gave it much teeth. They have submitted the reports, and the public know them, say we drop it off to the Speaker of the House, to the Speaker of the Senate, the head of the Senate. We did all of that, and it's for them to table it. And so we now wait once again whether or not this is going to be done. But they have done everything they can do, and they're under gag order. And they're following the law as it is, and so they don't cut them some slack where that is concerned. I'll leave it at that.
No, I can't cut them any slack.
I'm just saying that.
Yeah, because when it says that, and I'm looking for the section, when it says that the commission can ask the DPP to review a decision made by the corruption prosecutor. And when the Prime Minister it was referred for prosecution from the investigation department, and they didn't make any move at all. Not only for the prime minister, but also for the ones that the corruption prosecutor said, I have the evidence that they committed this crime, but because of the abuse of process defense, I am not going to prosecute them. Why didn't they then, in the interest of justice, say, listen, let's appeal to the DPP and let her make a final decision? There was another level of appeal, and them ignore it.
I could answer that, but I don't have $500,000 to give this.
No answer. No answer.
Leave that one alone.
No answer.
I'm looking back at some headlines here, and the most recent one is Warmington coming out against Mark Golan for saying that they should allow people in the diaspora to run. Because the only thing that appears to be holding us back is the fact that we're dual nationalities, right? And he says in 2007, the PNP lobbied to effectively have GLP MPs who possess dual citizenship removed from Parliament. He's talking about Darrell Vaz, Michael Stern, Gregory Mayer, and the late Shahini Robinson. And they were removed based on that those things that came up with the Constitution back then, right? So if we are in fact lobbying to vote overseas, and we want to vote for a candidate of our choice, and it happens to be a person with dual nationality who do not want to renounce citizenship, then maybe we ought to in fact have that change to the Constitution made to allow that.
Mark, I'm not cutting you. Mark suggested that it has to be a constitutional amendment because as we just read it, the Constitution doesn't allow it. So when I'm not even I'm not giving any credence to anything Warmington says. He's gonna retire soon, and rightly so. Whenever that happens, but the pointing of the finger and say you do it, we do it is nonsense. It is the height, respectfully, of stupidity. You cannot compare the situation of what happens. Even there is one, Sharon Hay Webster, who is PNP. She had to give up hers, and is now questioning whether or not Mark have a British passport or is a British citizen. He can be, and if he wishes to answer, he can, but it's a non-issue. You cannot compare the two. I'm trying to be as very respectful, but if ever you need to give out a dunce cap, this is the time to do it. But what we need to do is have the conversation. Start with the Prime Minister's position in 2011, which is the position of the opposition now. Which is why I tell you, they just like to disagree and they like to flip-flop. If you're gonna do constitutional reviews, and I keep saying this, the Constitution is not Portmore. You don't need phase 1 and phase 2. And a house you build, you're building the foundation and the bedrock of the society that is going to be beyond, long after we are dead. If we make the mistakes now, it's going to be very, 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 very problematic. And I'm going to say this respectfully, and I'm tired of saying this, Mark is right. No shame. White always have to take a white man to be right with black people around. Why in 2024 we still need that? And he's right. So if we're going to sit down and deal with the issues as they come up, and if it is, and I think it is important, there's no way that the financial backbone of Jamaica is the diaspora, and you don't have, it's a simple fix. It only requires one seat. If it's in the Senate, it says a diaspora member can vote and then vote from that kingdom. If it's by vote or it's chosen from that. In fact, you can say the person who is the head of the diaspora, not the Rasta man who is the fake head right now, the real one. Like, oh, I don't know who is the head of the Dirty 30, but it appears them say it's Rattigan. But the de facto person, as it is right now, is the Malcolm X looking guy in New York. Or they decide amongst themselves. It's not for me. And you take your rightful seat by a constitutional amendment, and you have that seat. So that a man out of Westmoreland who can't read and write and easily can beat him wife with a chair and don't go to prison for it, and don't give Puff Daddy no slack because he did the same thing. He can come and say, I want the Senate seat for the diaspora, and him not take plane and him don't live a foreign. These things are it's simple enough. And you fix it while you're doing the constitutional amendment. Just appreciate that. And it's a mature consideration that has to happen. So another thing that is very irking me is that we have these grand ideas that we're going to become a republic in 2025. It not gonna happen. To borrow from the words of Rattigan's favorite person, it will never happen. It's not going to happen. It's just chat, and nothing else at the end of the day. The Constitution as it is will not allow it. Let's talk about consistency. Marx says from day one, if you're going to change to a republic because your reason for removing the king is you want to have real freedom and independence and remove all marks of I said mark, pun intended. All remnants of the slave masters. Why are you keeping the Privy Council? Mind you, my position, the position of ISAT is we don't need to do anything and we can keep the Privy Council. Mark is saying if you're going to do it, you have to, let's go to the CCJ. The current government does not have a position. Just this week, Minister of Constitutional Affairs says, listen, the Vibes Cartel case has proven that Jamaica wants the Privy Council and we are divided. Is she right? I kind of think so. It sounds good. So it's the first time in the history she's been right about something. But they don't have a position. And if it's a settled position, the last thing I'm going to say before I take up any more of the time is that you do not need a referendum to remove the Privy Council. This has been ventilated and the Privy Council itself had said it in the Serena Marshall Burnett case, 2004, when three acts were tabled and were slated to be passed from the People's National Party during their 18-year stint that people like to talk about. So there's many things that has to happen. There should be no comparison to Barbados. I see it in the comment. Barbados is a nation of about 250 people. There are more people in the diaspora in Florida alone that could have full up Barbados. And furthermore, they were never at the Privy Council from day one. They already had acceded to the jurisdiction of the CCJ. And their constitution is different from the Jamaican constitution in terms of entrenched provisions. Section 49(9) says all of that. Right? So no, I am not conflating issues. The government is conflating issues, and if you don't understand, you can message me quietly because this is the very thing that we're talking about. So all of these things come together. We have to know that while they're doing constitutional reform, all of these things are on the table, and it has to be put to the people to find out how we feel about it. It's a mature consideration. And if you have any respect for the Constitution and you want to know what is in it, sit down and read it and then have the conversations with people. Because it's all there. And I invite you. People ask, where can I get it? It can be downloaded in Google. It's on the internet. Just look at 2011 charter, the amendments to the charter. And all of it is there. It is section 3, and that's a current position. And I will take my seat now.
All right. You know what I said?
Yeah.
A friend, actually, is not even a friend. The man is a brother to me. And raise a question that somebody raised with me yesterday, and that is, are the representatives, are the Jamaican representatives, or do the Jamaican representatives have a single citizenship, or do they have dual citizenship, including U.S. citizenship? Because it was raised with me yesterday that the CG in New York, possibly, I don't know this for a fact, somebody just raised it and said that they believe that she's also an American citizen. I don't know.
Yeah, but there's no her being the CG. The CG is not she's not in the Senate, nor is she a member of Parliament. She's not sitting where it counts. She doesn't have the government clearance that is necessary.
But here's the thing.
Yeah,
here's the thing.
Constitution has no objection to her.
No, this is apart from the Constitution. Yeah. This is something that wasn't contemplated by the Constitution, where you have a representative now from a country where that person is a citizen sitting in there, right? Handling sensitive, confidential material, meeting with all kinds of people, and there is no oversight. Let me bring Herb in, because Herb is very familiar with this kind of issue. Herb, what do you think about that? About having somebody who is a Jamaican citizen, and let's say a U.S. citizen as well, and that person is sitting here as the ambassador. And by the way, I'm not saying Ambassador Audrey Marks is a U.S. citizen. I'm just saying this for the purpose of this conversation. What's your take on that?
There is a clause that we use where if you are a U.S. citizen and you are serving on behalf of another country, where your citizenship can be revoked. So when you get into, we had a colonel who served in the U.S. Army and was naturalized, and he went back home, I believe it was Poland, and he was serving as a minister in the Polish government, and his citizenship was revoked because he was serving for the Polish government. So when you decide that you're going to take up position with a foreign government and you're a naturalized U.S. citizen, we can in fact revoke your citizenship. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. So if she's the consul general, and that is a diplomatic passport she's carrying, and she is a U.S. naturalized citizen, then she has citizenship that's subject to revocation. It's that simple, right? Now I see here where Marlene Malibu Fort, the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, said that if indeed persons with dual citizenship should be eligible to sit as MPs, she's saying that a test of allegiance would be necessary. Now, how in the hell you're gonna, what test of allegiance can you create without proving the person is or isn't lying? ISAT?
A test of allegiance is a complete possibility. That's what I'm saying. All you have to
well, this is coming from your minister.
Yeah, listen. I can't.
She former judge, Judge Ford, using her.
I do not have $500,000 to come to sponsor or
go for it.
Brad, what do you feel? Go ahead.
No. Miller have listen. Put it this way, I don't have $500,000 to waste to speak.
We have it. We have it. Go night. We have it.
I would say this. There is no test in law, not even a lie detector, that can protect the very thing that the Constitution is trying to prevent. Save and except for and I will say this respectfully, the diaspora, who are people who intend to live abroad, but have an interest in terms of nation building, there can be proper mechanisms within the Constitution to hold one seat in the Senate for that particular reason, so that they can vote for the interest. If they want to go outside of that particular position, then you would have to renounce. Everything else stays. So if you want to be prime minister, you have to be prepared to give up your foreign allegiance, because you cannot have the two interests in your hand like that. So it has to be a limited role. And I'm saying this to respectfully the people that show me all the love, that the complexities of international laws, national security, nation building, interests of states, self-defense. When you see what happens, so put it in context. When you see what's happening with Israel and Palestine, can you imagine if we take the goodly constitutional affairs minister that says you can have a test, and the minister of whoever in Israel is also the CG for Palestine, and then you see what is happening. There is some espionage issues and conflict of interest that cannot be cured by any test, respectfully. That's just my position.
Yeah, except that you can become prime minister and hold Australian citizenship.
No, but that's different by virtue of remaining a part of the Commonwealth.
Right.
This is a different conversation, which is what is so interesting. And I want people to understand it. Notwithstanding that, no matter ask Rice, no matter what happened, Jamaica will not be a republic next year unless it's a unconstitutional thing that happens, and it will be reversed by the very Privy Council. Trust me, it won't happen. But there's a lot of things that's going to have to be realigned if it is that this republic that we speak about and the independence means that you're doing away with being a member of the Commonwealth states, being a member, removing yourself from the Privy Council, no ties to your former slave masters, and you just want to be the little island in the sun and don't have no backing whatsoever. If that is where you're going, then people like the leader of opposition is going to find himself in a very acute situation in terms of having to answer if you are actually can be qualified to be the next prime minister under a republic that says it's not a part of the Commonwealth. And that would be political suicide, respectfully, to remove yourself as a member of the Commonwealth at this time.
So I said you have been a realm of the Commonwealth and also a member. Can you explain the difference?
The member,
and also, okay, do that.
The idea of the Commonwealth, and it would take so much pride in the Commonwealth games. Life is so funny, and states who are not members of the Commonwealth watch in envy as we enjoy ourselves, and Prince Harry come around because he's the only one we actually like, and all of that. But the difference is that a member of the Commonwealth is a voluntary act. And once you remain and say, I'm independent, but I want to be a part of something, like a token thing, you contribute by using taxpayers' money to the Commonwealth Fund, like we do with the CCJ, and we're not using it. And you do all of these things, and you're a part of it by voluntary assumption. It's so different because you're saying I'm an independent state, but I want to be a part of something. It's almost like a alumni. It's kind of like how the diaspora come together and just go up to New York and then trouble the CG and ask her, what weave you wearing today? Is who make your pants? You don't say, all of those, whatever the guy. That was you. That when you were harassing our president. Yeah, the diaspora. And you see how the diaspora feel when people who are not members of the diaspora want to nuff up themselves and you don't live outside. You're offended by it. Well, it's the same thing where you're voluntary and happy to be a part of something. Like I would love to be a part of the Dirty 30, but at Jamaica, come and live them and I say, you look how enough. Can't even go foreign and enough of himself, that kind of thing. But just appreciate that. And it's significant but it has a lot of implications for the Constitution. And this is a public conversation. And not one public, the one time they had a public conversation, the Minister of Constitutional Affairs, who is a King's Counsel, couldn't even understand what the president going to do. She couldn't even explain it.
And a realm of the Commonwealth would mean that they're subject to the
person who are, yes, that currently there are only 14 members of the Commonwealth that are subject to that is literally a subject of the king. The king, as it is right now, actually owns 14 Commonwealth states, and that includes Jamaica.
Okay, lastly, as it relates to the way a republic works, like the US, how would you create kind of maybe a comparison or a juxtaposition between JLP, PNP, and Republican Democrat in the US in terms of policy, ideology, conservative or liberal values? Which one of those would align with the concept of the way the Jamaica political system is set up? I'm not sure if there can be.
Once upon a time, it was clear that the Jamaica Labour Party was clearly Republicans and the People's National Party was clearly Democrat. That has been, that changed, because now, as far, if you don't know nothing about history, you think that is the JLP create NHT, and if you listen to the information minister, is them create Bustamante Hospital, and is them do everything when it comes to people. But the People National Party is actually more aligned to the Democratic Party. People can say otherwise, but that's what I believe. Furthermore, I think now, as it is, there's a little cross section where it is clear to me by the use of states of emergency that the Jamaica Labour Party is aligned to the Republican interests, and I mean, any party that is for the people would be democratic. That's my mind, in my mind.
Let me just say that let me just say that I want to thank Wayne Lonesome for sending me the piece with the Prime Minister back in 2011, because I've done some research on that particular issue and never came across that. So big up yourself, man in the wilderness. No, what I want please something that bear with me, because I've been saying you come on to talk about a very important subject, which is resetting the body back to factory setting, right? Essentially, that's what it is. But there's something I have to play for you guys. I got this call from a voice note from a lady, and I have to be honest with you. While I was listening to it, tears welled up in my eyes. And the only thing that stopped me from crying was a call came in that I had to take from a client. And I'm going to make you listen to this. Here we go.
I don't think we're hearing it. Anybody hearing it?
Can I hear it?
No.
Hold on. Oh, hold on there. Kevin. Oh, Kevin, bring it up for me now, please. Hold on there. Kevin, I'll bring it up. No, we can't. You can't hear it, right? Kevin, I'll bring it up right now. I mean, it's very okay. Here it is. Here it is.
You know, Mr.
You
Rattigan,
can hear it now?
the Jamaican system, it breaks down so badly. And a lot of times I'm thinking, because the school break down. First time I can remember, you know, when I was going to
Or
school,
mute your phone.
they used to have like the Nutri-Bun, and the milk persons used to get bulgur, and we get other stuff that we can take home to give our parent for them to to at least to help to feed us. And I remember when I was going high school also, I used to get breakfast and the lunch. No children, you know that children in all of the schools, because the way the system break down, a lot of person not working, and if you are working and not getting the enough pay, it's like hand to mouth. And a lot of parents cannot give their children breakfast to go to school, and you have to a child have to eat and have a meal in order for them to learn, because you cannot learn on hungry belly. And a lot of children are going to school without breakfast, and they don't not have the money to buy lunch. At least give free lunch and free breakfast. Come on, we are paying education tax, you know, everyone is paying the education tax every month. And the whole Andrew Holness is getting the money, and all they're doing is stealing the money. Look how much money they steal from the schools, the colleges. How much $100,000, or I mean millions of dollars they stole from the school. I mean the system breakdown, and they're doing it is so bad. It is so bad. I mean, I can remember, you know, they have this housing scheme. They call it Estory. And I remember when Portia Simpson was in power, I can tell you that this government is very wicked. They do not care about the people. And the houses was like $3 million, but you have to pay like a down payment for $300,000 before you move in. So most persons borrow the money from the bank, or if they have the $300,000, they will pay it. And that same house, the same size house, you know, this ministry, you know, this administration built that same size house, and it's about $8.7 million. Maybe you can Google it. The last house that built at Estuary, about $8.7 million. Andrew Holness put on the house, you know, the same money, the same house, and he doubled the price. So I'm saying that, I mean, for just one bedroom. And even though it was expensive, I'm living in rent house, and I said that I would want to get a house, and I applied for it. And I went up there and I was looking at the house, and I was saying, my God, if you see the veranda, when you grill the veranda, one person can't even hold on the veranda when you grill it. And I said they are selling this tiny box. They're selling this tiny box for people to live in. And what they're doing now, you know, they're already building two-bedroom house now, because I have my family. How am I going to move into a one-bedroom house? So they don't really build the two-bedroom houses again, because the two-bedroom house now maybe $15-17 million. Those are the prices. So housing just not have the money again to build the two-bedroom house, then just build the one-bedroom house now. And I'm telling you, the system just break down. And let me tell you something, there is no future here, you know, Mr. Rattigan. There is no future here for the Jamaican youths. I'm telling you, I have two sons, you know. One of them is 28, so 29 years old. He's a photographer, because I grow my children very well. I grow them good. And one of them was working at the hotel. He's a photographer. Anyway, he wasn't working there anymore. He went to another place. I think it's Choka, or one of those places he went. And if they're planning the little bit of money they're planning and they're planning on giving him, and he said that when he was there, they gave him a small box of food. And I mean, and he's doing so much things, so many things for that small amount of money. He said, Mommy, I cannot stay there. So what he's doing now is to do his little advertise and go out and take pictures and so on, because he do weddings also. It's a good photographer, because he was working at Secrets Resort. And my other son now is a bank teller. He work at a bank. And me I tell you, say the bank them out here, they don't really pay any money, you know. They do not pay any money. And I'm telling, and they think sometimes when they work in the work environment, they pressure them. They pressure them. And what they're doing now, because the bank that my son is working, the oldest one is 25 years old. So they don't want no 30-year-old and person with responsibility. They want persons to work and some little young youth to work, and they just give them a less than $100,000. Sometimes they not even get $80,000. They get less than that. And they want to use them. So may I tell us that the system breakdown, all they are doing, the people them here just using the people. So may I tell them, say, if they get the chance to get their visa, just leave Jamaica. Just leave. Because I mean the future is not here. And if I never grow my children good, I mean I don't know what they will do. So you can imagine the one that the children out there, they don't have a good parent to talk to them. That's why they go out there and take up the gun, you know. That's why they go out there and take up the gun. Because when they get the work, they're not paying them and they are doing 5-person work and then pressure them. So that's why most of them not working. And what you have to do sometimes, you have to have the lot of subjects, because if my son never did well in school, I'm telling you, I don't know how they will survive. The system just break down here in Jamaica. I was working inside the hotel industry and I left because it was horrible. I can't stand it anymore. You are there doing 5-person work and not getting any pay. The environment is just toxic. I just cannot manage it anymore. So as I said, I love my country, but once I get the opportunity to leave Jamaica, I will leave Jamaica right now, tomorrow morning, if I get the opportunity to leave. Because what is happening in Jamaica, what is happening here, I'm telling you, it is sad. It is so sad. You go to the supermarket, Rattigan, with a certain amount of money. When you come home, you don't even see what you buy. Things are so expensive here, as in food. Food stuff are so expensive, and they do not care. They do not care about us. We need a government that care, man, care for the people. I traveled before. I went to the Cayman Islands and I was over there working for 3 years. And when I come to Jamaica, we feel like when I come back to Jamaica, I said, you know, when a dog of them puppy and them just gone and fed for themselves. We Jamaica out here, we are on our own. We are on our own. We do not have anybody to care about us. And Jamaica is a rich country. I really love my country. That's why I don't leave to go to the USA as yet, because I'm trying to figure out what can I do here in order for me not to leave. But it is so frustrating. It is very hard out here. It is not easy. It is not easy. So I am so happy that what you're doing, and I pray the day that they will just pack up them bag and then left Jamaica and go about them business. They need to come out, man. They do not need to govern this country. Jamaica is a rich country. It is rich. But all they are doing is selling out. They're selling out everything. It's just for the money. That's what they're there for. It's just for the money. So you might not hear a lot of person saying anything, but let me tell you something. A lot of people appreciate what you're doing. And it seems like, I don't know what is happening to the Jamaican people. People are not getting up. People are not saying anything. Maybe people, them just tired. So it probably is the diaspora have to do it for us. I guess maybe you have to do it for us. You are the Marcus Garvey. You are the Martin Luther King. You are those person. Maybe their spirit just stand up inside of you. So I do appreciate what you're doing, and do not give up. When you want to give up, just remember my voice and my children and my grandchildren. We have to fight for this country. We have to let them come out, man, and leave. Because Jamaica can manage on its own, but they are just taking the money and put it in their pockets. That's all they are doing. They do not care about us. They don't care about us, Rattigan. We are on our own. They do not care. I never voted. I voted when I was 21 years old. And when I realized now that the country is not going into the direction that I expected it to, I put out all the effort to go and vote. And I know that that is just one person. And I know that a lot of people who didn't vote for a long time, they went out there and vote just to get out this corruption. I can't wait for the next election to call.
Why? You know, this really touched me. I said, well, take over from them. I'll take a break.
All right. So these kind of commentaries make you very speechless. But I can tell you this: one should not allow the circumstances in Jamaica to prevent you from speaking your truth, speaking your mind. You would be surprised that there are a lot of people that sitting and suffering in silence because they know that better is supposed to be out there. I've spoken on this platform a million times about the level, the quality. See, the government is statistics driven, and so they're proud to say that they have 1.8 million people in employment, but the quality of employment is what is of importance. And it's so ironic that, to me, putting people in servitude, slavery, I call it slavery, when people are being paid less than $100,000, when the World Index says if you are in Jamaica and you're not making $600,000 a month, you're not a human being. The living conditions require $600,000. Government know that, which is why they adjusted their salary packages to ensure that they and their children and all of that live in human conditions. And so, in terms of how we look at what we want for the future, and somebody did say that everything that I said just now, Mark Golden has posted on his Instagram in terms of addressing the situation. I still remain its heights of dunceness, but what the late Brenda just said, too many JLP BPO is the answer to employment. If you don't have no ambition in life, it will be an answer. But taking our children and the best of us, because the human resource is the best commodity in Jamaica, taking them out of the sweatshop situation and giving people a way to actually realize the basic human dignity is what we need to work on. So the private sector should be forced to pay the Jamaicans properly, so that you don't have to build your walls higher, so that the students who are at Monroe College at that don't have to steal televisions allegedly, so police can lock them up and take them out of the system, or put them into the system and make them convicts before they even turn 20. And that's all that happens in the Jamaican space. The best of us are being pushed back and held back by a system, a patriarchal system at that, run by animal farm situation, that we have to really put our boots to the ground and object to that. The future of Jamaica is at stake. There was a vision 2030 about Jamaica becoming a first world country. It's not going to happen. And in 2025, you're not going to see a republic. I know people was hoping that would happen. It's not going to happen. And if it happens, it means there's going to be serious breaches to the Constitution that's going to end up being in the court. And that is going to delay us for a long time. So what is at stake, and whether or not they want to release who the dirty, here I was going to say the dirty 30, but it's the dirty 6 or the illicit 6. Whether or not they want to do it is of no moment. The writing is on the wall, and people have to know that when you vote, you're voting for the future of the country. We many people use this thing. They're talking about misinformation, but what the diaspora has done for Jamaica is we can't repay on again. The protest from the beginning in Florida and what happened in New York is so significant because accountability is something that we lack. Only financial juggernauts can tell us how is it that Singapore looked to us. I certainly wasn't alive the time when Singapore was looking to Jamaica for a model of perfection, and where we are now and where Singapore is has to do with corruption. That's Herb area. I won't speak on that, but we have to look at the quality of life that we're giving to our citizens. I heard the lady, and I thought about it, and I said, yeah, it's true. When I was going to school, whether the students were as rich as you were or not, there was lunch provisions and there was reasons to ensure that people would learn. And the irony of it is that there are many people who grew up under that system, and they sit in government now, and they know if they never get the food and the nutrients in their belly, them wouldn't be nothing. They wouldn't have a career now. There's the same people on the Michael Manley. A lot of people got free education, and they're now lawyers and honorable members of this society, and they don't want the same opportunities for the people who came from where they came from. And so we have to sit and we have to think about that. And even the diaspora, it's nothing to be embarrassed to say that the best of us who are now in the diaspora, many of us never came from the upper echelons of society. But you left, and you became the best citizens that Jamaica is proud of. And they're still treating you like you come from the places that you left. That's the irony of it. And so that classism that them having and the exclusionary rule that they want to uphold, it is very classist, and it speaks a lot because the best of you are out there, and a lot of you got your doctorate and a lot of you got your education through the American system. I never had to get an honorary doctorate to give yourself more class and more prestige. It's laughable.
And so, I just what I think that I say, because this week I went to the university, the West Indies, to meet with some of the key persons there on a project I'm waiting on. And when I listened to one of the key figures there, and when he explained to me the many achievements or the knowledge or the wealth of resources that they have there, so I asked, so basically this wealth of resource and information was paid for the government. So I said, so tell me now, how does that translate into helping the people? Well. So I realized that what country is keen on is that we are not about empowering people. The country, Jamaica. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons why you find so many Jamaicans when they leave Jamaica they do so well is because what they wanted was an opportunity. You find that I think about that young man.
Stop right there. Define opportunity. Abstract. I'm just asking you if you can.
Yes, I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example.
Please.
That same lady that just talked a while ago. Maybe her son could be a graphic artist, and that son gets payment through PayPal.
Right.
I can't get the money.
All right.
Maybe a craft vendor maybe could sell some product abroad, but can't get the money. There's red tapes to get things out, produce out, and there's red tapes to get money in. So we have a micro marketplace that we have to work with, and that we have to try to do everything with. So in terms of opportunity, simple little, like for example, if you think about the amount of business opportunities are out there, and if you attempt to get involved, just being in Jamaica alone puts you at a disadvantage.
Lack of
so what I'm saying is that if we talk about investments that are coming in, the investments that are coming in benefits the person from outside more than how it benefits the person inside.
Right.
So you think about opportunities. I'm talking about opportunities in every sense, whether it be work opportunities, whether it be business opportunities, whether it be, I mean, the rising stars and some of these entertainment programs have served as little vents. When you create opportunities for Jamaican to excel, they thrive. Rising stars, these little programs. This is how some youth. This is the only way for some youth to get a bus, Other than that, and I mean, it's to get in something illegal. So we have made. So what we have done is that we have made it attractive for persons to pursue careers in crime. Because the youth on the corner, the only successful image of a black man or a black woman he sees is a perpetrator of crime. Most people, I mean, let me balance that by saying that, making it in Jamaica. Yes, there are persons in Jamaica, a few persons in Jamaica, but they became successful for the most part after they got a visa. So to truly be what you want to be and to do what you want to do, it's almost as if we have said you can't make it in Jamaica. So we have made migrating attractive, and even though it's under harsh conditions, a lot of people who migrate, migrate and live in harsher conditions that they live in Jamaica, But guess what happened? It is what is attractive to persons, and so we have not done enough. Jamaica has not done enough. The government of Jamaica has not done enough to make to create opportunities where persons can decide, say, okay, I'm not leaving Jamaica. This is where I'm gonna make it. And somebody may say, but how the Chinese do it? I ask the questions, how the Chinese do it and how the Indians do it. How is it that we are trying to migrate from Jamaica to make it? And the Chinese are coming into Jamaica and they are making it. You know why? Because they have privileges and they have opportunities that we as Jamaicans don't have. So even persons who migrate, persons who come from outside, they have opportunities, they have privileges that we, the average citizen in Jamaica, don't have. So it's almost as if you are penalized. Being born being a citizen of Jamaica penalizes you within the country. So and so this is what we have to live with, and this is so unfair. And so a lot of that is that we have to empower people. We need more programs like these. And I was going to say before Rattigan came off that one of the things we need, because I don't see any media house doing that, is we need a media house that once they get attached to a story, they follow it through to the end. We see so many stories that rise up, so many corruption cases. Like, for example, right now, what's his name? The education minister, the former Royal Reed. That one is dying out now, That one is almost.
Did not make it die out.
Yeah.
I don't want to cut it off. I just want you to. It sounds like everything you said. It means that one of an election point is that the government has an obligation to improve the validity or value of the Jamaican passport. Not just when Mark hits it and say, see where I travel with it. Has to have some value. Yeah. Because it says that there's no value to the passport, because the opportunity that young people want is the ability and the freedom. The ability and the freedom to be able to go elsewhere, to be able to have that type of access. so that they can work elsewhere and come back.
Even if you don't go elsewhere, even if you want to stay here, even if you want to stay here and work, that passport or being a Jamaican should allow you more access to what is on the outside. There's not enough of that. And so that is the reason why I was talking to a young man this week, an entrepreneur, a business person who has a great product, but he has decided to make that product available beyond the shores of Jamaica. And the new problem is, how is he going to collect payment for it? I mean, how is he going to, in some instance, and there are companies now, because there are, and this is what we need to talk about, Will. There are some Jamaican companies, because somebody says, if you have the greatest product and nobody knows about it, it doesn't exist. And so part of what we need is we need to empower people, because there are a few. So, for example, the Jamaican government should spend more money on fintech, financial technology. The government should have incentives for companies, for businesses that go into creating solutions that make it possible for the average Jamaican to gain access to getting money in Jamaica. These are just some, because this is where the young minds are. This is where the young brains are. We find that there's a lot of opportunities on social media's platform. There are a lot of opportunity for persons who want to pursue a career in art or in music or other artistic forms. And there are platforms where they can showcase that and earn. The challenge now is, how do you collect that money being in Jamaica? So these are just some of the things that make it difficult. And so when you have a child, a 19, a 20, a 25-year-old young boy who is gifted with digits and financial technology, what is going to lure them or draw them away is illicit activities, right? That is, so what we need to do is we need to find a way not just to punish bad behavior, but to reward good behavior. If we do have some of these persons, the government needs to lead the initiative, not the private sector, but the government needs to lead the initiative in showcasing, in promoting, in funding, in highlighting these positive examples in an effort to duplicate that. Because when you come from Salem, Crawford Street, when you come from Flankers, and this is where I grew up in Flankers, Red Dirt, Churchill. When you grow up in these places, the only successful people you see are the gang leaders, are the persons who are involved in scamming and so on. So we have made these illicit activities attractive, and they have no competition. So the man who would make money out of scamming, for example, that boy don't see another young person who is making out of trading. Could the government, for example, lead an initiative where it finds some of the brightest minds in Jamaica, some of the boys who have not been to university, who have not been to college, but are making serious money out of forex trading, because that's a very lucrative market. It has its risk and so on. But the reality is, these are some of the gifts that some young people have. And so if you find somebody who is gifted in a particular area, and there's another avenue or event for them to explore it, they are going to go into illicit avenues, because that is what they're naturally drawn to. So the government needs to focus on initiatives that empower people, that highlight positive examples, because we have made, by not doing anything, the government has by default made criminal or crime activities very attractive. This is what young people see. It's very attractive to them. And so I'm all about empowering people. That's what we need to do. Marcus Garvey, all of these persons that have done what they have done. What they have done is they have empowered persons. And by empowering people, one thing that they do is that they instill a sense of inspiration. When people lose their inspiration, and I always talk about it every week, we have Haiti that is right beside us. So what happens when people lose their inspiration? What happens when people lose their trust and their confidence? It is not only going to be reflected in lower turnouts when there is election, because that's what we're happening now. That's what the trend is showing us. As more people become disillusioned, what we are seeing is less and less people wanting to vote because people are disillusioned on both sides. Eventually, what is going to happen? Person's going to say, to hell with them. We have to take the thing in our own hands. That is what has happened in Haiti. So if we allow the country to continue to slip in the direction that it's slipping in, one day we're just going to see a great rising up when people just say, listen to me, and we are take this thing now, and we are going to run this thing now because we don't trust none of them. That is ultimately what it is going to lead to.
I apologize, but it's like it just get to me, and generally speaking, I'm emotional them way, but I mean the things in what she say, and this is the second time I'm listening to it, and like I said, the first time I listened to it, tears welled up my eyes. I was about to cry, and a phone call came in and cut it. But I know this lady. When I say I don't know her personally, but I've spoken to her on several occasions, and it's tough. And she's one of them who can actually try and make ends meet. So just think about the people who cannot make ends meet. Cannot. I mean, right now I have some people I have to send some money for because they cannot make ends meet and they need medical attention right now. Fortunately, I have a friend who's there and I'm have to go drop off some money for them because them call me and them say, boy, and I know them sick. I know these folks. And there's no relief in sight. No relief in sight. They can't. There's one lady I'm taking care of right now. She has diabetes and she's not supposed to eat like starchy food. She tell me she can't eat rice and white rice and them thing. And she said she have to take a chance and do it because there's nothing else. She have nothing else. Nobody that she can call upon. Nothing. So, I mean, just kind of get overtaken by them things. But we just want them to know one thing. All of the people who hopeful about the things that we're doing. And if you notice, I said we, because it's not just me. Lots of people. I might be the face that you see the most, but there are lots of people that you don't see or you see sparingly, but they're involved. And so it's going to take a community, a support. One person cannot do it by him or herself. Not against this seemingly immovable object called government. So that's why when we ask and say, listen, we want you to make a contribution, know that your contribution is not going into somebody's pocket. Know that your contribution is not going for fraudulent purposes. Know that your contribution is not going to waste. It is going for a good cause. I know Herb have some reports. I've seen, well, I won't even mention it. I don't want to steal his thunder, but he has some reports in his possession with some critical information that when he reveals it, if he does, it's gonna cause some serious problems in Jamaica. Because there are things that I saw in that report that I guarantee you 99% of Jamaica knows them things that are going on. 99%, I can tell you, just a handful of people in Jamaica know some of these things. But in this age of technology, where you have some people who specialize in just getting information, thankfully for those people, and thankful for these days. Because years ago, things like these would happen and nobody would know. Nobody. And we have to strengthen some of the laws in Jamaica, like the Integrity Commission Act, like the access to information. When people don't get information, there's supposed to be a penalty attached to it. All it is right now, it's an administrative regulation. If they don't give it to you, then you go to the tribunal, and then who knows what happens. But you know, we have to get going. And like I keep saying, the fierce urgency of no. I want, just like the gentleman from Singapore, he said it change happened in his lifetime. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see the changes that we're advocating for. I'd like to see those changes take place in my lifetime. And that's why I continue. I mean, this, what we're doing here, I live this morning, noon, and night. I don't sleep, and it doesn't bother me. All I do these days is I just nap. I nap for an hour. And Herb can tell you, because sometimes I'm going to talk to him upon the phone. I'm going to nap off. You know, President can't say, President, I smile, President can't tell you. I nap, but I don't sleep. Sometimes I get up 2 in the morning, I get a nap, and get up and I say, all right, I'm going to send out some ATIs now, or I'm going to write somebody. And I'm doing this, like I said, I expect nothing out of this on the personal side, except knowing that I did my best. I am trying to make a contribution so that the people of Jamaica can live productive lives. That's what I'm trying to do. So that people don't have to, you know, the things and where the picture, the house that I showed you, people don't have to live that way. Think about it, folks. 10 billion with a B US dollars unaccounted for over the last 10 years. Just imagine what 10 billion US dollars could do if spent properly. If spent properly. But I'm telling you, with every fiber of my being, with every breath that I take it for Jamaica and the Jamaicans. I don't take it for government. And I will continue this fight because I know we're going to prevail. Something has to give. Something has to give. And I know because we are leaning on the wind. But as I said, time on God. Time on God. And that's one thing I have on my hands right now. Time. I have a whole heap of time. You know, and I have a whole heap of support. That's the thing. I have a whole heap of time and a whole heap of support. And I'm resolved that I'm on the right track. And no matter what nobody say about me, is like I don't hear them because the vehicle I'm driving, me not have no side mirror, I me not have no rear view mirror. Me only have a windshield. We can only see ahead. Me not see no distractions. So that is where I am. That is where I'm going. Straight ahead. And something must give. Something must give. And that's why we need you. We need your support again. Not just financial support. No, we need your support. Like when we have the protests, we need you to come out. We need you to come out. And I've heard, what I've heard is, boy, I will people supporting you, but them supporting us silently. Okay, fine. We need you to come out. You have to take a stand. We need you to come out. Probably you are the person, when them look and them see you out there, them say, right, if the person out there, then it's really bad. We need to do something, you know. Who knows? But we can't have the same people doing the same thing all the time. We need more people. We need an infusion of people in this thing. So I'm asking you, wherever you live, we're going to put up the thing next week. We're going to arrange for the buses. I'm asking you to make your commitment. You can make your commitment go Penn Relays. You can make your commitment come Washington, D.C. Not too far. If you're coming from the Northeast, it's not too far. D.C. is not too far from where the Penn Relays, University of Pennsylvania. It's not far. So you can make it there, so to go for merriment and mirth and joy and laughter. You can make it down here, so for a bigger cause. Because as I said to you before, this is about life. This is about survival. So we need you in your numbers. Doc, the floor is yours, and sir. I want to hear how I can reset my body because.
well, what I think you need is you need to take your rest. You need to get your rest because it's like a garage. You know, when you have a vehicle that needs chronic repair, you can't work on it while you're driving it. You have to get it in the garage. It has to be inactive. It has to be out of active service so that it can be properly tuned and worked on. And you know, there's this saying about two lumberjacks, and they went to cut lumber, and there was one of them would always be on top in terms of cutting lumber, and they didn't know why, because he would always maybe sit and maybe about half an hour. The minute they reach work, they would start cutting trees, and he would sit for half an hour, and he would just be there. And you know, they ask him why is it that, you know, while we're cutting lumber, you are sitting down, but at the end of the day, you cut more trees than us. And guess what happened? They didn't pay attention to the fact that while he was sitting down, he was sharpening his axe. And so while they were at it, their axe was getting duller and duller and duller, which meant that they would be cutting less trees. But he was sitting down, sharpening his axe. So he used less time to cut more trees on them. And so it's, you know, in order to be efficient, you want to rest so that your mental faculties can be, you know, tuned and operating at its best. So I know, because you know we're driven by passion, and so that passion gets the best of you at time. But it's so important, because rest is actually one of them. You know, as I said in time past, that as it results to restoring the body to its factory or default setting, I could go on and on, because there are so many areas of it that are important. This week, I was talking to somebody, and I was talking about fabric, just fabric alone, and I was explaining to them that the clothes that you wear, the fabric that you wear, has a lot to do with you, because originally the skin is the largest organ. And so it's one of the ways in which we cleanse ourselves. So there's perspiration, there's urination, and there's defecation. We talked about perspiration last week, because there are some persons who talked about using deodorant that reduces one of the channel of elimination, which is sweating. And so, because the skin is one of the largest organs, it also helps us to breathe. It's one of the ways in which we also breathe and regulate the body's temperature. And so the closest we can come to what is natural is either being naked or wearing a fabric that's very close to us being naked. And so there are certain fabrics that do that. So for example, there is cotton, and of course there's linen. I don't know if you ever noticed why even the thread that is used to stitch the body is made from linen. And you know, when you're sick and you're at the hospital, the fabric is made from linen. And if you notice, gauze that they use to dress wounds and so on is made from linen, because linen is the closest you will come to wearing a fabric that is breathable. Let me say to Captain J. Captain J, and thank you for reminding me before I go any further. So there are some links in the description, and I wanted you to, because it's been very difficult to get back to all the persons and to answer all the calls. So I've crafted a system that I believe will allow us to do just that. So if you look in the description, there are some links there. The first link is our consultation link. So if you want to do a consultation, you can just go right there and book a consultation. I have to do this because it's very difficult dealing with the amount of persons that I deal with. This consultation actually helps me to create a structure. Then there's a contact. If you want to contact me and not do a consultation, then of course there is a contact form there, and then there's our YouTube channel that you can visit us on. And then I have two forms. I'm going to be in New York from June 10 to 15. So that's a form if you would want to be at one of our presentations. I'm going to be there for a week. So if you want to see me, then you can fill that out. Then there's also Florida. With Florida, I've not gotten a location as yet. So I'm normally looking for church or NGO, that type of setting to share on. So the information on that, on the Florida form, is not accurate. However, the form is relevant. So those are just some ways in which you can get to me, and within 24 hours, we'll definitely get back to you, my team and I. So in the detox, whatever you need, once you fill out those forms, we will get back to you. So we're going to talk about, restoring the body to its default or factory setting. And what happened is that the fabric that we wear, we wear have a lot to do with us. So everything emanates what is called a frequency, right? So there are, and I was talking to it some time ago, as we talk about food and we talk about colors, all of these things, they have what is called an energy, they have a frequency. And so there are some fabrics that don't encourage life. So like, for example, plastic, wearing nylon, or wearing polyester, are wearing synthetic fabrics. It's almost impossible for you to get better if it is that you are wearing synthetic fabric or sleeping on synthetic fabric. So there are some persons who are sick, doesn't matter what they eat, doesn't matter what herbs or what supplements they use, the sheet that they sleep on does not support health. And we spend a good 8-9 hours in our rooms on our bed on fabrics that are not what we call breathable fabric, that are not conducive to life or conducive to health. So let me give you an example. So cotton, and I'm gonna, for those of you who are scriptural, you will hear the scripture say that you shouldn't combine cotton, two different fabrics together. And one of the reasons for that is because when you combine fabric, when you have fabric that is not natural, that is synthetic, our body have what is called an atomic frequency number of 100. Now, when we wear fabric that have what we call an atomic frequency number higher than that of our body, what happens is that it raises our atomic frequency number. When we wear fabrics that are lower than our atomic frequency number, what it does is that it reduces our atomic frequency number. So it's easier for us to get sick. So as I said, that if you for women, and most women would know this, a lot of women who have a number of feminine health issues, they have those feminine health issues because of the stocking that they wear, or the pantyhose that they wear, or the underwear that they wear. It's not breathable. The body needs oxygen. The body, in order for it to function at its optimum, it needs to be breathing. It needs to be cleansing itself. And so when you wear certain fabric, for example, that are not breathable and are not friendly with your health, what happens is that it prevents us from getting better, or it helps us to get sick. So a lot of times we are exposed to not only toxins, but we are exposed to fabrics and other contaminants that prevent us from getting better. So I said to persons also that a lot of persons, because we were made to be exposed to oxygen. We're made to be exposed to oxygen. I personally, if it's up to me, I would sleep outside. I would sleep outside as much as possible. So as much natural oxygen as we can get is what we need. And when you think about it, some persons live in homes where the windows are shut at nights. And all that is happening is you're recycling the air inside of that home. I remember going to doing a house visit, and when I went to the house, the person was sick, and the room was completely lack of ventilation. The windows were shut and there was no AC, there was just a fan. And you wonder why some people just can't get better, why their health can't improve. And so one thing I said to the person is, and we used to do this, we used to get up in the morning and we used to just go outside, get up early in the morning. And if you notice, the air in the morning is much better. The morning air is much better than the air after the sun comes out, right? And so these are little things that we do or don't do that contribute to why we are so sick. So one thing I tell a person is try to start to see if you can increase the amount of natural fabric linen. I know it's expensive, but try to increase as much natural fabric as you can. Especially for those females, try to get cotton underwears. Men as well, try to get cotton underwears. As much as the underwear that you wear has a lot to do with your health. A lot of the shoes that we wear. So when you think about it, a lot of what it means to be healthy is not necessarily taking something. A lot of it is the lifestyle, how we live our lives. So on average, Rattigan, not only do we expose ourselves to chemicals, and as somebody just said on the show, a lot of the chemicals have, a lot of the fabrics have dyes that have very harmful ingredients in them. And so we have subjected our body to loads of toxins, loads upon loads of toxins. And so, you know, in restoring the body to its factory setting, one of the things that we need to do is the body functions, the factory setting for the body is as much oxygen as is possible, as much fresh air as is possible. And so if it is that you live in a setting where you don't have enough fresh air, then that could be part of the reason why you're sick. If it is that you don't wear enough natural fiber, then that could be one of the reasons why you're sick. And as I said, when you go to the hospital, the sheet that is on the bed, when you go in the hospital, the only fabrics that you will find in the hospital is either cotton or linen, no other fabric. So that's very, 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 very important. It has a lot to do with your health because as it relates to the body detoxifying itself, if there is not enough oxygen, then the body is not going to detoxify itself. I spoke to a lady this week in Florida, and so this is the situation. She has a family member who has bad breath and has tonsil stones, and they want to know what is it that they can take. What is it that you can take for those tonsil stones? What is it that you can take for that bad breath? How do I get rid of the bad breath? And as I was saying to her, that the body finds ways to communicate to us. That bad breath is actually the body telling you that something is wrong. You don't need to take some form of antibiotic or something. What you need to do is clean the body. Once the body is clean, all of those bad breath, all of those. So the body uses stench, the body uses pain, the body uses unpleasant experiences to tell you that something is wrong. And so rather than focusing on what the body, rather than focusing on the root, we're focusing on the unpleasant experience. And so, and if you remember, mother-in-law tongue? Well, I don't know if you know it, there's this thing called mother-in-law tongue. We call it, in Jamaica, it's a herb that we call it's a plant that they grow, that they say you grow it because you want to have money. That if cat eat it, it poisons them. And if you know it, you know, we call it mother. But I found out that it's actually mother-in-law tongue, because you know what they say about mother-in-law tongue, say poison. But this is a plant that as children we used to beat it on rocks, and when we beat it on rocks, it would become just fiber. natural fiber. And these are natural fibers that our ancestors used to use to make fabrics. So a lot of the fabrics that we have now is completely harmful to us, completely dangerous to us. And so part of what it means to restore the body to its default or factory setting, because as I said, the default factory setting for the body is nakedness. Now, this is not to encourage people to go naked, because the closest you come to being naked and being clothed is wearing garments made from linen or garments made from cotton. So we need to, and then, you know, when we were young, we used to see more cotton. We used to see more linen. All of a sudden now it has been substituted by artificial fabrics. And so this is also one of the reasons why we have a prevalence and an increase in diseases. So we have to go back to this natural fabrics. In parts of like Africa and some countries, you find that it's more prevalent, it's more available. So oxygen is one of the natural default setting of the body. So, you know, when I'm there in the States, it's so easy to get sick, because when you live in the States, the average person lives in a house with AC where he shares his lungs with everybody else. And that's why we find that COVID and some of these contagious diseases spread so rapidly in these countries, because once you breathe out, that air is circulated in that air conditioning unit. Not to mention those persons who have pets. Everything becomes circulated in that air conditioning unit. So that air is full of bacteria. And so it affects the quality of your life, because the air is not as pure as it should be. So we're not talking about taking herbs or taking medicine. And so these are some of the reasons why detoxification is so important, because unlike any other time in history, human beings are exposed to more pathogens, they're exposed to more toxins, they're exposed to more bacteria than any other time in human history. Food, everything that we wear is potentially harmful or has some form of harmful chemical in it.
Hey,
Now,
Doc, quick question. Yeah. The mother-in-law of tongue here says snake plant. Mother-in-law
snake
tongue.
Plant. Right.
Sansevieria zelanica silver.
Right. I'm trying to remember what we call it in Jamaica, because it's mother long tongue. That's the name. So in Jamaica, somebody heard about mother-in-law tongue, but in Jamaica we call it mother long tongue. So that's what this called. That's what that herb is typically known in Jamaica as mother long tongue.
Now for the other thing, when you talk about detoxifying, somebody I might have asked before, but every Saturday morning we used to drink Benjamin herb tea. I mean, it's like, and castor oil.
Mm-hmm.
What was that doing for us back then compared to now?
Well, you know, castor oil is a laxative, and it's more than a laxative, because it also helps to rid the body of toxins. And so back then, cleansing the body was regimental, in the sense that it was more for maintenance rather than when people got sick. So every child knows that during the summer, for example, they would have, before they go back to school, they would have been cleansed. Some persons did it every weekend. Some grandparents or parents did it every weekend. So every weekend you knew that a part of what you would do before you go back out is that you would be detoxified. So what happened then in the culture was a detoxification back then was a part of our lifestyle. No, it's not a part of our lifestyle. We use it as a reactive mechanism. We use it once we get sick. We don't use it in order not to be sick. And so that is one of the major shifts that we have seen in our culture. And back then, we didn't need detoxification as we do now.
Doc, dear friend of mine asked me to ask you about acid reflux. So that you know.
Acid reflux.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's where an acid reflux comes under a lot of name. GERD. So many different words are used to describe it. But acid reflux basically is a situation in which the sphincter muscle, the sphincter muscle, is a muscle in the stomach that prevents a backflow of acid. Once that this is GERD now. Once that muscle becomes weak, then you have acid escaping into the stomach. That is now GERD. Acid reflux is where the acid in the stomach builds up and now begins to attack the walls of the stomach. And it's becoming more and more common because one of the contributing factor is that a lot of foods, artificial foods, now have chemicals in them. Unlike before, they have chemicals in them that now impact the walls of the stomach. When you have a stomach acidity issue, two things you need to do. One of them is you need to introduce in your diet foods that neutralize acidity. So there's one. That's one. Foods that neutralize acidity. And there are a number of foods that do that. One of them is most foods that are mucilaginous, like tuna, sea moss. So one is by neutralizing the acid, and the other is by protecting the wall of the stomach. Once the stomach becomes acidic, what happens most time is that there's not enough mucus, because the walls of the stomach has a lot of mucus to protect the membrane of the stomach. And so once the acid strips away that mucus, the stomach walls now become exposed and it becomes damaged. And so what I tell persons in Jamaica, there's this plant that we call it slippery elm, but it's actually West Indian elm, or they call it basida tree, right? So the basida tree. So if you chop the basida tree and take off the bark and take out the inner bark, which is red, once it gets exposed to air, it turns red. You chop it up and you basically can soak it in water. Once you soak it in water, it forms a mucilaginous substance similar to tuna. And by drinking that, it works extremely well. So basida bark works well, tuna works well, but here's another herb that works well. The guinea grass, that grass that we give to the cow, that the guinea grass, the root from that. If you uproot the plant, wash it properly, let it dry, and drink it, that works also very well for the stomach. We normally combine a herb called matico, or what some people call white gianta, along with the slippery elm, and that really is what we do. If that doesn't work, then we use the guinea grass, and that resolves. We've never done that to anybody, and it has never resolved their stomach issues.
Chris, I have another question for you. I remember when I was growing up, right, especially primary school days, like after the summer vacation, just before you go back to school, mother would buy some. Them have some man who used to drive around and sell herb tea, and she make that herb tea, and them say, "I'm gonna get a washout and prepare it to go back to school." Now, a friend of mine said that she's living here in the United States. She went through that process, like a lot of us went through, and she's doing that with her grandchildren. And the grandchildren, they take them to the pediatrician and them tell them, say them doing that. Pediatrician said, "No, man, no enough. Them things there. It's like him say, old wives' tales. You have to give them herbs and things there. We have modern medicine, and them actually fight against it." What's your take on that? Does it work? That wash out before you go to school?
Oh yes. So somebody put mojo herb, and mojo is actually MAGO. Is actually majo, right? Majo, which is a herb called majo bitters. Majo bitters. And that's a herb that's not only a laxative, well, it doesn't have a very high laxative property because you have to combine other herbs with it. So normally the majo herb is really a blend of cenopods and majo bitter. And sometimes they put a little rice bitter in it, and they'll add a little Epsom salt. But what it does, basically, the majo bitter is a purgative. It's called a purgative. And back then, when back in the days, when children had carbuncles or they had breakouts on their skin, especially when they were teething, you would just get 1 or 2 leaves and you would steep that and give that to the baby and it would be gone. But yes, majo bitter, cenopods. So one has the cenopod has a more laxative function, and the majo bitter has a more purgative function in terms of purging the blood. So it's very, very bitter. And what it does is that it's antibacterial, it's antifungal, and it's antiviral. So definitely it has been. And when I went to university this week, because as I said, guys, I'm looking for 12,000 people to teach 120 herbs. So like tomorrow, 3 o'clock, we have our series that comes out called 60 Minutes with Mother Nature, where we just walk around and teach people to learn herbs in their wild state. So I went to university this week and I met with one of the professors there, and I was talking to him, and he was validating the benefits of these herbs. But as I said, a lot of these information and resource is just there, not doing anything. But definitely majo herb has and still is helping to prepare children by removing parasites and detoxifying their body.
Somebody is asking about arthritic pain. Did you mention something for that already?
Yeah, so arthritic pain, basically, there are different types of arthritis. There's rheumatoid arthritis, and then there's osteoarthritis. But rheumatoid arthritis is more so caused by lots of mucus in the body, while osteoarthritis is the result of calcification in the body. So let me just talk a little bit about them. So rheumatoid arthritis is the arthritis where you have not just pain in the joints, but you also have pain in the muscle as well. You'll find that the joints begin to swell. So it's not just joint, it's muscles and joint. And that's caused from mucus in the body. You'll find that these persons, when it's about to rain, they'll have more pain. They also can't tolerate cold climates or cold temperature. So, that's rheumatoid arthritis. The osteoarthritis is more based on calcification. It affects the tendons, the muscles, and the bones. And that is caused by eating inflammatory foods. So certain oils, a lot of the oils that we use, they call them hydrogenated oils. These are oils that they use heat to process it. Again, the body in its natural setting was not supposed to consume oil that was exposed to heat. Oil or fats were supposed to be consumed raw. Why? Because when they are exposed to heat, the chemical structure of the oil becomes altered, and so it causes inflammation in the body, and so that inflammation now causes calcification, which is like your tendons start to get stiff. So when you because when you're young, your tendons are very elastic. As the calcification, because calcification is where the body gets more like stone, because the bone is made from calcium. So we're talking about hardening, stiffening. So you start to have pain when you move, right? Once that happens, so for the rheumatoid arthritis, for that, what you need to do is to introduce warmth in the body. So there are herbs like turmeric, there are herbs like cayenne pepper, there are herbs like prickly ash, there are herbs like ginger that needs to become your friend. You need to avoid cold showers, you need to avoid cold climates. You need to become more friendly with heat and less friendly with cold. So I see somebody talk about castor oil, because castor oil works by decalcifying. So in your knee, if it is that you have calcification in any part of your body, by building what is called a castor oil pack, which is you get cotton wool and you saturate it with castor oil and you put it over that area and try to add some heat source to it. What happens is that the castor oil will break down that calcification. So if you have calcification in your toe, if you have calcification in your knee, anywhere you have that calcification, it removes it, right? Also, if you're having that type of arthritis, which is the osteoarthritis, there's also the fact that you may have to cut down on, while you're dealing with it, cut down on the extra calcium, because the more calcium you put in your body, if it is you're having calcification, is the more calcified that area will become. So yeah, castor oil is an oil that we need to get used to. There's also salty herbs. From the family of herbs that are salty, like celery, breaks down calcification. So any salty herb, and the saltiest herb in the world is celery. If you use that, I was just coming from Morant a while ago, and I met a lady in Golden Grove, and she was just reminding me that, Doc, you tell me the thing and it helped me. She had bone spur under her foot, and when you start to have bone spur, by the way, it's an indication that you're having kidney issues. When you start to have bone spur on your foot, you almost will have pinched nerves, because you start to have bone spur in different parts of the body. And she went and went to the supermarket and paid $100 and something. There's a company here in Jamaica. I have to big it up. I have to big up that company, because they have made herbs so available. But it's in the form of a spice. And she went and bought a pack of celery seed powder and just used it to make tea. As she said, within 3 days, the bone spur was gone. As a matter of fact, a lot of people who are watching me right now who have pinched nerve, because pinched nerve is usually a result of trauma or bone spurs. A lot of persons right now are having pinched nerve who think you need to spend a lot of money to get rid of it. All you need is about 3 or 4 days of celery powder in tea form, and it is gone. You know, and I'm on the show now talking. I really want to see some of the people who have gone ahead and do the liver flush. I want to see some of the persons who have gone ahead, because this is not, I'm not talking about theoretical things. I'm talking about things that we have people who do it every week, and they can come and say, yeah, this is what happened. You know, so when the lady stopped me and said, man, the thing helped me. You know, I took the celery seed powder, and the bone spur out of my foot is gone, and the back pain is gone. That's how simple it was, because it decalcifies, it gets rid of excessive calcium buildup. And by the way, when you have calcification in the eye, a lot of you who have cataract, it's calcification in the eyes. So the same castor oil, the black one drop of the castor oil in the eye helps to get rid of that buildup of calcium in the eye in the form of cataract. You know, so, you know, some simple things you can do.
Let me just big up some people, and then we'll move on to understand. We're open the phone line so we can talk to Doc. And then also what I want to do is put up this thing for Doc. Hold on a second. Here it is. Kevin, where there? Kevin, we need to put up that thing up for Doc.
Yeah, Zolita is asking which color castor oil. The dark castor oil, not the cold press one, the one that has been made through boiling or through by using heat. Sometimes the cold press castor oil it has acids that have not that can become potentially harmful to you don't want to drop that in the eye. So heat has its benefit, because what it does sometimes is that it removes the negative effects of certain chemicals. Oh yeah.
All right, look at this. You can meet Dr. Ben at June 17th to the 21st at Victory Through Praise Ministry. That's in the Bronx, 461 Soundview Avenue, the Bronx, New York.
No, that's the 17. So that flyer is a template. So the top one is June 10 to 15. Everything else is okay, but it's June 10 to 15.
Oh, this one is June 10 to 15.
Right. June 17 to the 21 is Florida, but I've not gotten an address. So I'm waiting to take out that. So that address that you're seeing there is my good friend, Pastor Hamilton Carroll in Bronx, New York. I'll be in Bronx, New York during the 10 to the 15.
All right, people.
I will be at this church.
It's the 17th to 21. It's the 10th through the 15th. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be at Victory Through Praise Ministry. What time will you be there?
I'm going to be there from 9 in the morning. I'll be doing a series of presentations and just talking with my Jamaican people. So there's a form. If you go down now to the description, there's a form where you can register to be a part of that event.
Will you have products for sale at that time?
I do have partners. I do have representative and partners that definitely will have products for sale.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go bring a whole heap of the flushes and things like that, because
yeah, man.
Let me tell you now, on the need for go over June 10th to the 15th.
Right. And then the 17th to the 21st is Florida. But if there's anybody watching who is a pastor, a part of any a center that could host us, then please, when you fill out the form, let me know, and I'll reach out to you. We get that information.
Right.
And we'll make it available on the spot.
Bronx. He'll be there from the 10th through the 15th, 9 o'clock in the morning. At the Victory Through Praise Ministry. Get the address, or you can screenshot. You can screenshot. Let me put it up again so you can screenshot this thing here. There it is. Remember, it's not June 17th to the 21st. That's going to be in Florida, and he doesn't have a specific location yet. But the 10th through the 15th, he will be at Victory Through Praise Ministry, and that's 461 Soundview Avenue in the Bronx, New York. And his contact is Pastor Hamilton Carroll, number 718-316-0832. There it is right there. So it's right there on the screen. And you can't miss. And he's going to have products for sale as well. So and you can ask him any question you want to ask him. So make sure you go out and meet up with the doc. Let me just big up Joyce Smith. She was here last week. She's one of the commissioners, or the commissioner of West Park in Florida. Lovely lady. We had a great time in the back there. I mean, she was, an inspiration. Let me big up Patricia and Nivan. And we have my brethren, Rolva, Rustan, we call him Boston Man. And then we have Mr. Michael Sinclair from out of Brooklyn. There's a CBD thing going on there, and I support him. And we have Mr. John Hines from Let's Talk Show. Bless up, sir. You and Aljam. A pleasure seeing both of you. Then we have Roland Rogers, my brethren from out of the UK. Big up yourself. And we have Ryan Knight, president of owner of RJK and Company. And then we had some people here who, well, I tell you, them just come up to me, Doc, and them just say, and these are the things that are touching to me. These people believe me. We know some of them really most of them are really make a sacrifice to support the thing. And so, whenever we get that chance, we have to big them up. Georgia Garden, big up yourself. JC, JC, I wear your t-shirt, so you have to send me the address so I can mail up the t-shirt to you. A lot of you gave Jeffrey Tavares, you didn't give him complete addresses. You give him like just the street name, and then we don't know the city, the state, and the zip code. So if you could just reach out to Jeffrey, those of you who purchase shirts through Jeffrey, just reach out and give him the full names, full addresses, so that we can get a t-shirt here. JC, reach out to me because I owe you a t-shirt. Then we have Cuba Brown. And all of these people, not only them give money, but them actually took the time to talk to me. I feel honored and privileged that these people would take time off from work, take time from them family to come out and talk to us. It was heartwarming. And that's the way I look at it. I don't look like I am bringing something to the table. I look at it that these people are, when I say these people, I don't mean not the meaning because we're all family. But they took the time out to come out and show me the love and show me the respect. And say, listen, we believe in what you're doing and we want you to continue doing what you're doing. That was touching. Uber Brown, big up yourself. And then we have a Reggae Girl. Yeah, Reggae Girl. I remember she was standing in the corner and she was waving. I was like, who's that? And then she passed the envelope to somebody else. So, look, very, very happy about the turnout last week, but I'm even happier thinking about the anticipated crowd in Washington, D.C.
Right. See? Can you see that?
No, I can't see.
This is Paula. I don't have a last name for her. She just give me the note inside the envelope, and when I open the envelope, Paula gave us $400.
Wow.
Okay.
That's all.
And that's outstanding. 3 other women that were leaving. One handed me, well, 2 handed me 20s, and one handed me a 5. Right? And then you have Orville. Orville have his phone number and address. He's from New York, and Orville gave me $50.
Okay.
Right? And then I've ardent supporter of ours, Carl Barnett, I'm sorry, $150. So we have 645, which are drop off by you, so you can.
All right. Like I collected these envelopes and I just opened them yesterday and went to the bank, and it was $890.
Yeah.
So
it's amazing. They just people were just giving. They couldn't get it. It was so packed. Most people couldn't get to the front, so they just came up by me and gave me the money and turned around. And I think they all deserve T-shirts. If we can get
respect. All right, folks, I'm going to turn on the number, turn on the telephone now. So you can ask the question, but Doc is here, and I know most of you want to talk to him because like most of us, we have ailments, and with some of us, we don't trust traditional medicine, or if we do, we still want an alternative. We want to hear what the doctor going with. So the phone number, let me put it up right now too. There it is. The phone number is at the bottom of the screen, just below her. 667-369-8569. Give us a call. Let us know what's on your mind. Like I said, I suspect that most of you will call and ask about what's going on with health.
Yeah, I see a lot of questions on the chat. They're just going. So many. I see one person that talked about the current tour. Again, I always talk about what is the body's telling you, because some persons, depending on the shape of their foot, and the shoes that they have, some part of the shoes is exposed to inflammation. So that's the first thing. You don't want to fix something until you basically know what is causing it, because you might be fixing the thing just so that you can continue repeating it. So what you need is what we call papaya stain, proteolytic enzymes. In some parts of the Caribbean, what they'll do is they'll get the slug. So I'm going to tell you what they do, and I'll give you a plant alternative. So what they do is that they get the slug and they'll put the slug in the sun to dry out. And when the slug is dried, they'll beat it in a mortar and it becomes a powder. And if you take this slug, that powder, and apply it to your corn, it basically just eat it off. It just melt it off. And so basically there is something within the slug's body that works kind of like what we call a proteolytic enzyme. Proteolytic enzymes are enzymes that dissolve protein matter. Now, from a plant perspective, you can use papaya. Papaya has a similar benefit. That's why it's used to make meat tenderizer. So you can chop the papaya plant or scar it, and then it will run down the stain. You can get the stain and you can apply it to the corn. Or you can get the green papaya itself and use the flesh of it to apply it to the area. And we use that to get rid of dead flesh. So for persons who have sore, for persons who have bed sores and stuff like that, we use the papaya skin to just put it on for a day, cover it up, and it eats out all the dead flesh and it gives us that nice pink that we can now begin to use other herbs now to treat. So it works the same way on the corn.
All right. Doc, let me stop you there. Our freedom is right. We need to thank not only the people who we know donated, but there were lots of people there who gave anonymously. They just gave and them just never want them name mentioned for whatever, one reason or another. We want to thank all of you who gave. And even the people who didn't give but them show up, we want to thank you too, because that is a blessing, just the fact that you show up. So again, thanks to everyone, whether you contributed financially or otherwise. As long as you show up, we want to thank you, and we'll hope to see you in DC. Huber said to buy. I don't know if Huber is let me see, I don't remember. Huber, forgive me, because I met so many people, but Huber bought 2 t-shirts also. Big up yourself, Huber. Big up, big up, big up. And we hope to see you in DC. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Georgia, so born here.
Yes, let me just answer this person, because I see them asking. Primo Links has been asking this question.
Hold on a second, Trevor. Hold on a second. Doc, I'll finish up some more.
Primo has been asking this question, I believe, for 2 weeks. What's good for wards or tags? We use the Mexican poppy. That's a flower. That's a plant that grows up normally after a clean land. It grows a yellow flower. The plant looks white. It has lots of prickle on it. When you cut it, it has a yellow stain. The stain from that Mexican poppy is good to remove warts. It's very good in removing warts.
Can you get it in the health food store?
I think so. I think I can get it. But I know Mexican poppy.
Okay.
Mexican. So Herb, could you look up the plant and then so we can maybe put it on the screen? Mexican poppy.
Mexican poppy, because some people listen to the program might think something.
Yeah, Mexican poppy. It has poppy. It's from the same. It's from the poppy family that we get cocaine from. So it does have a form of that in it as well. Cocaine in it. Right. Heroin. Not what they call it. Heroin does have that active ingredient in it. So it's a painkiller, but it's very good for removing warts.
Okay. Okay, Mr. T, go ahead, please.
Yes, just a community update, that for the second week in a row, we cover the program and the radio program in New York City, prime time, 4:30 to 6 o'clock.
Outstanding.
And I gave out the new website, the .net.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. I gave out the new website, told them to go and donate their $5 or their $10. In regards to somebody calling, I said, listen, we have a lot of people in diaspora who the last money because of the SSL meltdown, now we have to be able to track down those people and get the money back. So they need to go donate so we can, hire the people to track them down.
Right.
Okay. Because the pension money and all that money is gone and we don't hear nothing about it. So we had some positive calling, and I told them the next protest is down in Washington, in Washington, all along that line. Because I was tuning to you guys before I went on my program, so I just pick it up where you guys had it going. All right. So I just give you a quick update on that.
All right.
And by the way, on socialbone.com, under the community channel, we have all of you guys up there. Make we talk, Wayne Lonesome, Rattigan, ISAT. So when they go to Socialbone, they don't have to go all over the YouTube to find you. I have all the links there. Okay. And when you're listening on Socialbone, you don't get interrupted by the Yahoo commercials.
Outstanding.
All right.
Outstanding. Much appreciated, my brother.
Okay, my brother. Keep up the good work, man. Just keep it up.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Blessings, Trevor.
Isha Elliott says she's been asking about seasonal allergies for the longest. I guess. What can you say about that? Hold on.
Yes. For seasonal allergies,
hold on one second.
There is a cure for hearing aid disease for people who have hearing aid disease that met in accident, and the doctor said that their disc is inflamed.
Well, for herniated disc, there are some conditions that, because of trauma, those conditions are not considered to be normal conditions. If, like, for example, if you lose a finger, there's no herb you can take for it to grow back. So if you have trauma due to an accident, it's no longer a natural condition. So natural medicine does have its limitation. However, there are things that you can do that help, that you can do to manage the condition. So, for example, for the pain, one of the things that you need to do is there are omega acids, omega 3, 6, 9, because omega 3, 6, and 9 have been known to reduce inflammation. So I spoke about the purslane, I spoke about the fish oil. You need to increase your omega 3, 6, and 9 to reduce the inflammation. There's also CMOS, because that person, what is happening basically is, because depending on the age of the person, they don't have enough, the cartilage has been destroyed. There are products that you can take that helps the body to build back, that can help to build that back. CMOS is one of them. So increasing your CMOS intake helps to reduce it, helps to, and all what I'm saying to you is to help to manage it, because if something like an accident has caused physical damage, then there's no way. That is when sometimes something like surgery or the advancement in surgery becomes a viable option.
All right, Doc, can you answer that question about seasonal allergies? What can they take for seasonal?
Yeah, so for seasonal allergies, we use a thing called colloidal silver. Colloidal silver is one of the best products I know on the market. You can Google it, you can get it on on Google, or nano silver, and you can drop it in the eye, and it works extremely well. It works almost in.
Doc, Concord, oh, Doc,
sorry. In less than a minute, you'll see results.
Oh, less than a minute.
I just realized. So in less than a minute, you'll see results. Colloidal silver is one of the best products out there.
Can you spell it?
And of course,
please?
COLLOIDAL, colloidal.
Colloidal silver. All right. COLL.
See if I can. Right. COLLOIDAL.
Okay. CALLOIDAL. Colloidal.
No, COLLOIDAL. Colloidal.
All right. CALLOIDAL. Colloidal silver. Caller, welcome
Yeah,
to
so
Reasons.
Leo is asking if I have a number from Antigua. But I said, stop giving out numbers, Leo. There's a form in the chat. Fill out the form and I will get to you. Because when we give out numbers, because of the different time zones all over the world, it's a nightmare. It's
Right.
very unlikely because the form is the best way to get through to us. So there's a link in the description, as well as if you want to do a consultation, there's also a link in the description.
Hey, Doc, this Mexican poppy is described as a pandemic or global plant with a potentially lethal smorgasbord of alkaloids and uses. It is used worldwide as a pain reliever and wart remover, right? It's popular in India. It's used for cough, asthma, phlegm in the throat, dysentery, and rheumatism. It's considered to be a sister plant to Datura metal, Jimson weed, right? The seeds are expectorant, sedative, and the seed oil is purgative. They make a good salve for injuries and bruises. The plant is used topically in Peru for muscle aches. Sounds like something I need.
Yeah, and it grows wild here in Jamaica. I was going on my way to Morant Bay. I see a lot of it in the Golden Grove area growing on the side of the road. Usually it grows up wherever you clear land. So it has a very beautiful yellow flower, and the plant is white and it has lots of prickle thorns in it. As I say, I do a series called 60 Minutes with Mother Nature. It comes out every Sunday at 3. So my goal is really to, and I'll try to feature it, not on this week, maybe on next week episode, so persons can see what that looks like. But a lot of the herbs that I talk about, I use that series to showcase them.
All right, hold on a second. Caller, thanks for holding. Good night. Welcome to Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good night, Mr. Rattigan. I'm calling from Jamaica.
Yes, ma'am.
Jamaica.
Yes.
Yes. I don't really have a question for the doctor. This evening I asked him my question last week already.
Okay.
But I just want to tell you, I really appreciate the program. I thank you for this program. I've learned a lot, and I look forward every Saturday to listen to it. Also, the doctor, I'm learning a lot from his different teaching of the body and all of that. I've learned a lot, and I continue to look forward to it. And I'm just praying that you continue to do the good work that you're doing. Of course, we need a better Jamaica. A lot of things really going on that really sometimes confuse us. And one lady spoke this evening and she said, boy, yes, a lot of people really interested, but they keep silent. Yes, sometimes we don't even know where to turn to make our voices known. Sometimes we don't know what to do because it's like you might say something and it doesn't make any sense. Or, it just throw under the board and, we just look at it as if we don't know what we want or where we are to go. But, program like these really enlighten us and give us a wider experience or a wider look at what is before us. And I really, really find it interesting. So God bless you. And I continue to pray for you that God will let you reach where you want to be for Jamaica. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Beulah was asking what was colloidal silver good for, and that's for seasonal allergies. Beulah.
Yes, that's one of the things that it's good for. Colloidal silver was what was used as the antibiotic before antibiotic was invented. So I saw somebody ask me about IBS, inflammatory bowel syndrome. You would be amazed, a number of gynecological issues that women will have can be resolved with colloidal silver. A number of anything that's of a bacterial or fungal nature, fungus, a number of ailments can be resolved with colloidal silver. You'll be amazed. And within minutes, it works that fast.
Okay. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes. Good night. How are you?
How are you? I'm good. I have a question for the doctor. What is good for eye calcium?
Eye calcium?
Yes. in the blood.
I thought Doc Cut said the castor oil or something like that. One
No,
drop.
for calcification. That's for
Not
calcification.
but the calcium level in your body is
Oh,
high.
So what you need to do is, as I said, celery, salty herbs is good for that.
The celery seed, something.
Yeah.
yeah. You make a tea out of it, you're saying?
Yeah, and not only that, but I'm saying even for the kidney, a lot of persons who have kidney issues would benefit from celery seed powder as well. I mean, it's in medicine, and if you heard about calcium channel blockers, it's used in some for persons who have hypertension. Some persons who have high blood pressure, the reason why they have high blood pressure is because of the fact that their blood vessels have become calcified, right? So what happens is that the blood vessels become so calcified that when the heart pumps the blood, a normal blood vessel is supposed to expand. A normal blood vessel is supposed to do like this, right? But because it is so calcified, the blood vessels can't move, they're rigid. And so what happens, because they can't expand, the pressure inside the vein builds up. And so some people, you go to the doctor, they'll give you sometimes 3 or 2 classes of high blood pressure medication. One of those class of blood pressure medication is called calcium channel blockers. And so celery seed powder is a natural calcium channel blocker. So some persons who have high blood pressure, it may be because of high sodium, low potassium. Some persons it's because of the rhythm of their heart. Some persons because of how thick their blood is. Some persons because of how calcified the blood vessels are.
All right. Caller, go ahead, please. Good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan.
Good night. I just want to find out from the doc as to what is good for bitterness in the mouth and what causes it.
I saw that. I was going to respond to that. What's called well, if you have bitterness in the mouth,
Caller, hold on 1 second.
if you have bitterness in the mouth, then usually it's because of the liver, right? So the liver isn't functioning properly. Once you have bitterness in the mouth, then what you need to do is definitely do a cleanse. And again, I recommend the amazing gallbladder liver flush. I've just since lately telling people, I said, do the amazing gallbladder liver flush and do the 10-day intracellular cleanse, because both of them you're going to benefit from them. And I guarantee you, I'd love, just like when you just came and asked, I'd love for you to do it. And then when you get the help, come back on and talk about it as well, because that's what you need.
Okay. All right. Did you get it? Hello?
Hello.
Yes. Good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, how are you, sir? Good night.
I'm fine, thank you, sir. How you doing?
Right, good. I have a question for the doc.
Yeah, sure.
All right. I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes a couple of years ago, right?
With what?
And
type 2 diabetes.
Type 2 diabetes.
Mm-hmm.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yes. And they wanted to put me on medication, but I refused. And I changed my diet, and I went for another blood work, and they told me that I didn't have to go on any medication. I should continue to do what I'm doing. And a couple months ago, about maybe 6 or 8 weeks ago, I started finding out that I started to urinate very often, and I couldn't hold my urine. My eyes were blurry, lost weight, so I went back in. And they wanted to admit me at the time when they run my blood sugar test. It was way past the meter reading. So I still refused to go on medication. And I was given a number to call a guy in Jamaica who deal with herbal medicine, and he told me to use some natural stuff. Now, they still want me to come back in and put me on medication, but I'm feeling much better, and I'm testing my blood sugar. I haven't tested a while, a few mornings now, but I'm feeling better. But what I want to ask the doctor, do I have to go on medication that they prescribe, or natural remedy is the key to type 2 diabetes? And
Well,
one more thing, Doc, and I'll let you explain. I had some rashes coming out on my body about maybe a year now or so, and I never used to have a problem. And from the moment I went and took that joke, about 6 weeks after, I saw those things start to come out on my body. And no matter what I drink, no matter the bitters I take, no matter what the busy I drink, because I went to Jamaica, got some busy. Some of them dried up, but a few of them are still playing havoc on me. What would it be your suggestion about those?
All right, so let me answer the first question first. So by law, once you're in natural medicine, you can't tell persons not to take prescription drugs. And outside of that, guys, so we can't do that. We have to by law encourage you not to undertake any health regimen without talking to your healthcare provider. But at the same time, your health is your responsibility. Your medicine is really supposed to be your food. So it's not a case where we are trying to get people from allopathic drugs to natural. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to get people to eat right and to follow a lifestyle that promotes health. What we're saying is that if it is that you're going to use medicine, the best medicine to use is to use one that is closest to what's naturally found in the body, and of course that is plant. So where does allopathic, because I'm not one of those naturopathic doctor who hit out against allopathic drug. It does have its place. It's really allopathic medicine or Western medicine is designed for crisis. It's a crisis medicine by design. So it works by arresting problems. So if it is, so let me say, if I were you and I had diabetes, I would only take it if I'm not living following a lifestyle or eating, and my sugar is all the way up. That allopathic medicine may be the quickest thing to get sugar down. But for long-term use, because the fact that it gets the sugar down means that it's very powerful. And so it's not best to use something like that for a long-term use, because it does have negative implications for the body. So if it is that you're checking your blood sugar, if you're having normal readings, if it is that you have now made lifestyle adjustment that allows you to see somewhat consistency, then you need to discuss with your healthcare provider the need on being on something that manages your health condition when you are doing that through lifestyle adjustment and through natural. So that's a discussion that you need to have with your medical doctor. And with the understanding that your health is your responsibility and you're only depending on them for professional advice and guidance.
All right. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from? Hello?
I'm calling from St. Elizabeth.
You're calling from where?
St. Elizabeth.
St. Elizabeth. Okay, can you speak? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm calling from St. Elizabeth.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
St. Elizabeth.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, please. We're hearing you. We're hearing you.
I want to ask you what doctor, if you know what her name, Arugula.
Heard about it, yes?
I want to ask the doctor if you know a bush named Arugula.
Yeah, I've heard about arugula, but it's not grown in Jamaica.
Yes, I farm arugula, and I farm all those herbs. Yes. No, I grow it.
You grew it?
Oh.
Okay.
All those herbs.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Yeah, because
dandelion.
Okay.
So what arugula? What is the arugula is for?
Arugula is good for the cardiovascular system. So, persons who may have, hypertension or poor circulation or issues like that, arugula is good for that.
Turn down your thing.
Yeah, and I go kale. I go treat up for kale.
Oh, you kale. We can't hear you. Turn on the device that you have. You're listening to something. You're listening to the.
Yeah, kale.
Yeah, I know, but we're getting a feedback. So can you turn on your device, please?
Okay, you get your feedback. Okay, I'm gonna turn my feedback down. Kale.
Yeah, the doc can't hear. Kale. She's asking about kale.
Yeah,
Doc.
so kale is, it's that makes an excellent salad. Kale, all plants from the cabbage family, basically is good to reduce inflammation. It's a good source of chlorophyll. So basically, it helps to alkalize the body. In general, it helps to alkalize the body. So that's something that you want to juice and drink. And as you get older, because if you notice, sickness, even though it shouldn't be, sickness is synonymous with age. Most people, as the older you get, is the sicker you become. And that's because your organs don't work the way they used to work. They're not as efficient as they used to. And so these are juices that help.
All right, man. Let me run now and take another call. All right.
I want to ask Doctor one more question.
Go ahead, please.
My wife has poor circulation in his foot.
Your wife have poor circulation in her foot?
Poor circulation in his foot. And it goes away and then it come back. When it goes away, then it come back with a sore. And it keep tossing and tossing.
Well, are you giving her the arugula? Are you giving her some of those herbs that you're farming? Are you juicing them for her? Because a number of things can cause that, It can be damaged blood. It can be damaged blood vessels. And most of the time that happens right near the instep there where it turns dark. It can be poor circulation.
All right, you need to turn on your device. We're getting a feedback, please.
Okay.
All right. So
that's better?
Yeah, you say you juice it. You say you
that's better?
Yes, it's better. Yeah.
That's better?
Yes, we're here. No, we're having a connection issues there. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good night, sir. I'm calling from Jamaica.
Yes,
Could
sir.
I ask you, Doctor, please, what is good for black archery? Black archery.
Black what?
Black archery.
Black archery.
You have a stroke, but they say I have a black archery.
Oh,
one
black
word.
archery.
Yeah, one word. Cayenne pepper, bird pepper.
Great. Yeah.
In one word.
I'm listening.
All right.
I have a stroke.
All right.
In one word, bird pepper.
Okay.
Bird.
If he's in Jamaica, he needs to be taking at least 5 bird pepper. Just get the bird pepper, the ripe ones, let them dry, and pop about 5 of those in his mouth every day.
All right, you hear that call? Well, he's gone now, but hopefully he's still listening. Bird pepper, Doc said, for the blocked artery.
You ever wonder why it's called bird pepper, Rattigan?
Bird pepper, Doc said, for the
Caller, turn on your device, please. Caller.
Not hearing at all.
No. Here we go. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan.
Hello, good evening, Rattigan.
Yes, good evening.
Mr. Rattigan. Good evening, Doc.
Good evening.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there something I want to share? I don't know if it is significant, but I was having my blood pressure was running high. I was, I'm hypertensive, and I am on certain medicine for hypertension. But I went into the supermarket the other day, and I saw a box of tamarind, and I picked it up because I like tamarind, and I picked it up, and I started snacking on the tamarind. And then, because I check my blood pressure every morning, and I realized that my blood pressure keep on going down. Like I am looking at 116/71, and every day I eat tamarind, and I am not taking any blood pressure medicine right now. So I am wondering if the tamarind have anything to do with lowering my blood pressure. That's one, because I'm going to ask this question and go back and listen to you on the television. The second thing that I'd like to know is what is good for macular degeneration, because I am getting injection in my eye every month, and I get injection every month in my eye for macular degeneration. Is there anything natural that I can use to help me instead of taking the injection in the eye?
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks so much.
Okay, good.
All right. Yeah, Doc.
All right. So as it relates, so remember that I don't work a lot. I don't deal with a lot of eye and brain conditions. So I don't have a lot of experience there. But I do know that the eye uses there are certain material that is used to make the eye, the ear, the skin, the nail. And you get that from sea moss, you get that from chicken foot, you get that from bone. Trying to remember the name of that substance now. But as you get older, the body produces less of it. But those are natural sources, because it's a degenerative disease. So what happens sometimes that the body is not producing as you get older, the body is not producing enough of the raw material it needs to repair itself and to heal it. No, it's not gelatin. Collagen. Thank you very much. Somebody just said collagen, right? So collagen is a material that is used a lot in the eye, and so if you're losing collagen, then you're gonna have degenerative issues. And so sea moss, chicken foot, cow skin, these are good sources of collagen, and some persons will even use bone meal. All right, those are good sources of collagen. But if you're not into animals, then sea moss is a very good source of that. As it relates to the tamarind also helps to alkalize the body. The reason why it's so tangy is because it contains a lot of acids, and those acids will have a decalcifying effect also on the buildup of calcification in the body, especially in the blood vessels. So tamarind does help to remove calcification, and by extension help to reduce that, and helps to increase circulation. So that's how maybe it's helping you.
All right. Call up. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from? Hello? 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 We have some telephone signals there. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from New York, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
Good. Good night, sir. Good night, Sir Herb, Mr. Isaac, and Dr. Ben. Okay, the test, that was a very good one, and looking forward in attending your upcoming one. Do you have the date in that one?
We have a tentative date, but it's not. By next week, Saturday, we'll have a firm date. So if you can hold out for just one more week.
That's fine. Okay. Buses. You did mention about you getting buses or something like that?
Yes, what we're gonna do is we're gonna come up with a on the website. We're gonna have people register and make the payment for the bus ride down. That way, when if you pay your money, you're gonna come, right? So more than likely. So we're going to do that, and then based on the number of people who make that commitment, then we will get the buses. We'll decide whether it's one bus, two buses, three buses, whatever the number is. So it all depends on how many people register and say, okay. We're gonna
And this would practically be on a first come, first serve basis. Because buses just held a certain amount, yes?
Yeah, but look, we'll find a way to get. We're not going to leave anybody behind. If we have 1,000 people say they're coming, we're going to have to go find the buses. Wherever the buses going to come from, we will find them.
Absolutely. I'll just give you a hint who I am. I'm the person who mentioned my name in a whisper and asked you not to divulge that because of a conflict of interest for me that day.
Yes, I know who I'm talking to.
Okay, very well. Okay, I thank you very much for us looking out for Jamaica. I didn't know so many stuff was going on in Jamaica until I really started watching you. I was only born there. I didn't grow in Jamaica, but my eyes are open to certain things that is so unconditional, and it's not good. And I thank you again very much, you and your team.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Bye-bye. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yes, good night. Where are you calling from?
Good evening, Mr. Rattigan. I'm calling from Virginia.
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Yes, question for Dr. Yisrael. What are the ingredients for the gallbladder flush?
All right, so there are two solutions. One of them is apple juice because it has pectin in it. It helps with absorption. It has Epsom salt in it. The other solution is olive oil and orange juice. So
olive oil, orange juice.
Right. So if you fill out the form, because I've actually created videos. I have a video because this is not something that we can make and sell. So what I've done is I've created a video tutorial that you can watch that gives you the dosage of each ingredient and when it should be taken, as well as what it shouldn't be taken with. For example, because it contains one ingredient has citrus in it, you shouldn't take it. If you're on high blood pressure medication, you should stop your blood pressure medication for a day or two because you may have a contraindication. So all that is in the video. And as I said, I put it there so persons can have that to make it for themselves and family friends.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Take care. Be well. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan.
Yeah, good night, Rattigan.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the doctor. Ask him what's herb good for keloid. I'll listen.
All right, cool.
All right, good. So there's no herb for keloid because of what causes keloid. Keloid is where there's an overproduction of the cells that make your skin. So basically, it's making excessive skin in that area. So there's no herb for it. However, there are some foods that you would want to avoid if you have keloid problems, and those are, of course, skins, herbs like not herbs, foods, herbs that are high in like chicken foot and so on. I actually had a client from St. Elizabeth. We got the name of the disease, but it's a disease in which his body produces a lot of collagen, and so he's what, in his 30s, and from his head right to his foot, he's stiff, so he can't move. So it's a degenerative disease. As he gets older, his body becomes so stiff because his body is producing all of this collagen. So like when you have keloid skin, there are certain foods you need to avoid that can worsen it. But there's no herb for it.
All right, Doc. Let me just for everyone listening, I just turned off the phone line because, to be fair, I have to take some questions from the chat, and here's one of them. I sweat profusely, even I don't do activities. Sweat runs down my back. My pants get wet. You would think I wet myself. Is this healthy?
Yeah. If you're sweating, it means that your body's immune system is working. I don't know where in the world you are, but I also find that if it is that, and you can maybe bear me out, Will, when you're in Jamaica, you sweat more than when you're in the States. Because some people spend that much time in the AC, in the air condition. Remember the AC, and so when you come into a warm climate, you just sweat profusely. But sweating is a type of detoxification. So if you're sweating, it means that your body is just expelling toxins.
All right. Here's another one. What's the connection between one's blood type and nutrition?
There's a lot of connection because your blood defines who you are, and so studies have shown, and there's a theory out there, eat according to your blood type, that depending on your blood type, there are some foods that you shouldn't be eating, and there are some foods that you should increase eating. And so definitely your blood defines who you are, and that's something that a lot of people don't pay attention to, but it's definitely something that persons need to be mindful of.
All right. I want to get to the letter that I sent to King Charles and the response we got from
that's interesting. I'd love to hear that.
People,
so maybe we can take a few questions and then segue to that and come back.
All right. Well, all right, good. We have a couple questions here for you. One is your treatment for varicose veins? And the other one is high blood sugar. What should I take for it?
For varicose veins, this is where again the blood vessels are constricted, and sclerosis, sets in, and then the blood vessels become raised. Using heat, and this is topically now, so you can help by massaging the ear with oils that, like again, ginger, cayenne, pimento, any one of those oils that encourage circulation. You can massage the ear and it will help. Also ensuring that the blood is viscous enough. You may need something to thin the blood. You may need to drink more water. You may need to drink more cayenne pepper and ginger. These are herbs that help to thin the blood. And then, of course, not sitting down. A lot of persons who sit down and are not active, these will also cause the varicose veins to come up. But warming oils and massaging the skin helps to reduce it. All right. In terms of blood sugar, then you first want to look at your diet. You are what you eat, and diabetes is a lifestyle disease. We shouldn't be talking about herbs and so on for diabetes. We should be looking at a lifestyle. And so what I spend a lot of time, because medical doctors will tell you that herbs like cerasee and neem high diabetes. And to some extent, they are correct. Because if you take what these herbs do is that they help to get rid of the sugar spike in the blood. But what's really causing the diabetes is because the insulin receptors are not taking it up. So if it is that we can find something natural to get rid of the buildup, the spike of the blood, we haven't really resolved the issue. We're really hiding it. What really is the issue is why the insulin receptors are not taking up the sugar. And so juicing, increasing the amount of green juice, cutting off the high starch, high sugary diet does wonders in getting the blood sugar down. And then there are herbs like contribo, there are herbs like neem, there are herbs like cerasee that does a very good job in helping to the body to make that adjustment.
Here's another one. What should I drink, Doc, if your urine smells like ammonia?
More water. First thing you want to do. Drink more water. Sometimes it's an indication that you're losing kidney functions. You might want to go and do a urinalysis. Best thing to do is actually not to assume. The best thing is to go to your doctor and do a urinalysis, and then from there, you know, you can, as I said, the celery seed, because it can be that your kidney is the kidney function is being reduced. Like I saw a girl last night who said to me that her urine is very foamy and has a scent. And long story short, when I talked to her, this is a girl that loves eggs. She eats like 6 eggs at a time. So you're eating 6 eggs. If you know the amount of the concentration of protein that is in an egg, because remember, the albumin is supposed to, chickens don't get breastfeeding. So all the protein to help the bone develop in the chicken is in that albumin. So if you're eating 6 eggs, you are subjecting your kidney to a whole lot of work. As a matter of fact, a lot of that protein is what is escaping in the urine, which is why it is so foamy. So you're over pressuring your kidney. In some instances, some person's kidney is not functioning as it should. So I would recommend that you do a urinalysis. Go and get some tests done.
Here's one. What can I do to ease multiple sclerosis pain?
Multiple sclerosis, again, omega-3, 6, and 9 is very good. And also CBD is very good. It's maybe one of the best options for persons with multiple sclerosis. If they can get, there's what is called the Rick Simpson oil, which is not just the infused cannabis in coconut oil, but the very thick CBD oil. If you can get that, that's one of the best approaches to dealing with your MS if you're having pain.
Black castor oil. Can you drink it?
Yes, you can drink it, of course, but no more than a teaspoon.
Okay. Thyroid makes me sweat a lot.
It's very abrasive.
It's very what? It's very what?
It's very abrasive. So it can affect the lining in your gut. It can make your pass stool to the point where there's blood in it. So you don't want to take too much of that.
Okay. Somebody said, Marie Purpose said, thyroid makes me sweat a lot, but only when I'm sleeping. Bed wet like I pee myself. I also have kidney failure.
So that's a little very, very challenging, because when you have kidney failure, when you have thyroid issues, the thyroids are responsible for hormones. So again, blood works, we'd want to look at the blood works before I even tell that person what to do, because so much can be said in an effort to make it better, and it can go worse, because when you talk about the kidney, you talk about the thyroid, you're talking about managing a very delicate balance. Very, very delicate balance. So if that delicate balance is off, it can make things worse, much more easier than better.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna talk to some people, because we can't get through all of the questions here, and so I'm thinking because I know the people on Reggae Global Radio. I know them very well, and they're watching right now. I'm thinking about having Doc get a program. Maybe it's taped or maybe it's live, but I'll talk to Doc about it, because I don't know what his feelings
I
are.
read a live, man. I read a live. I love to see the activity in the chat, and this is a good source, because it's harder to come up with presenting. It's easier to respond to questions. So this is good. I love this. I see so many questions, and as I said, for some of the questions, they're a little difficult to answer, because I'm trying not to answer a one cap fit all approach, because everybody is different. All of what I'm saying, by the way, is general information. I'd have to ask more questions. I'd have to talk to the person directly to ask personal questions to better guide them. So a lot of what I'm saying is general information.
Well, I tell you what, I have some pull over at Reggae Global Radio, so I'm gonna use the pull, and I know they're listening to me now. But we're gonna get you. I'm saying it right now on here that we're gonna get you a live program, because there's no way we can go through all the questions I'm seeing here. With just the questions in the chat, lot of questions, and then people are calling in. So we're gonna do that, but we're still gonna have you here, sir. We don't want you to leave. We're still gonna have you here as a regular on our program, but we're gonna have a program. I'm gonna work with Doc and the people at Reggae Global. We're gonna come up with something, and you know, it's a live program. So I'll talk to them tonight.
Right. Before you go, I see IBS again from Shireen X, and I want to say IBS can be reversed. We have worked with a lot of persons. We offer ozone therapy here in Jamaica. You know, as I said, I'm coming. I don't know where that person is, but reach out to me and let's start off the year. All right. That person that keeps on asking. So I've seen him ask more than one about IBS, inflammatory bowel syndrome, or Crohn's disease.
Okay.
We have an excellent protocol for it. Also for there's a herb that we have called day jasmine. That's also very good for a wide range of skin ailments like eczema and a number of skin ailments. So you know, in these are also products, herbs that works wonders for that as well.
All right. We're gonna segue to something else, but we're gonna come back to Doc because some of the questions here we have to answer, and I'm gonna open up the lines again. But let's just look at this thing here now. Now, you guys remember that back in July, I was making a big fuss about the states of emergency, saying that the Governor General, you know, he's the one who actually proclaims it, and he has the right. He can sit down with the opposition and the Prime Minister and whomever, and he can talk about all these things, ask the right questions. He has legal services available at his disposal. This is the one man who does not pay taxes based on Jamaican law. He pays no income taxes, none whatsoever. And we say he has all of these resources. So why is he doing this? Because surely his legal counsel must have told him that, listen, you can only proclaim a state of emergency where there is insurrection, meaning somebody's trying to, like a coup, people are trying to take over the government, war, where you're at war with another state, or natural disaster, like, you know, like COVID or a hurricane or something like that. Then they can say, okay, all right, state of emergency. But you cannot use the Constitution did not contemplate or does it authorize states of emergency for enhanced police measures as enhanced police measures? No. If you're there to provide safety and security for the people of Jamaica, you need to come up with good, sound, solid ideas, not use the Constitution, bend it in a way to address the problems. And you're still not solving the problems, because when you come up with a state of emergency, guess what happens? You announce it and the bad man, them run, go somewhere else. So a once quiet area is now a hotbed of criminal activity because you have displaced the criminal from one area to another area. So I wrote to the king and I said, I went through the Constitution and I found out that you cannot sue the Governor General in any court. And the Governor General, he doesn't report to the Prime Minister or the Parliament. His boss is the king. At this time, it was the Queen. So I wrote and sent it to Clive Alderton, who was his personal secretary at the time. Maybe still is. And there's the address. And one of the things I said to people, I said to them, listen, I need you guys to just go ahead and we put the letter up on the website and we said, please draft your own letter. You can even use this letter that I sent and just change your name, but just send them, because the more letters you send, the more likely that action will be taken. If it's just one person, them can throw it in the trash, never hear from them, never get a response. Or if you send one letter with 10,000 signatures, like a petition, that could get thrown away as well. So we said, no, we don't want that. We don't want one letter with 100 signatures. We want 100 letters. And I implored all of you, I said, don't be lazy, because this is about having respect for the Constitution and having people's rights respected. And I don't know if anybody wrote to the king, but anyway, I did, right? So that's who I sent it to, and the address is right here, Buckingham Palace, Southwest 1A, 1AA, London, blah, 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 blah. And this is, I sent it through DHL, and DHL sent me back this message saying it was delivered on July 31st, right here. Here it is, delivered July 31st. All right. So here's the letter I wrote to the king. And see, that's the 28th and the 31st, they said it was delivered. Sent it DHL. And here's what I wrote. And I'll read it for those of you who can't see it. Let me just make it bigger. All right, here it is. May it please your majesty, I write to you as a concerned Jamaican citizen who wishes to inform you of perceived violations of the Jamaican Constitution committed by His Excellency the Most Honorable Sir Patrick Allen, the Governor General of Jamaica. Since 2017, the Governor General's proclamation of states of emergency resulted in the unlawful arrest and detention of Jamaican citizens who did not commit any crimes and were not charged. Further, the Governor General's actions have caused financial hardship to the Jamaican taxpayers who paid and continue to pay significant civil judgments. And most noteworthy is that from 2017 to early 2023, the Governor General committed these unconstitutional acts in his capacity as the official representative of Her Majesty. So basically, I'm saying, hey, your representative has been violating the Constitution and it's been causing a financial hardship for the taxpayers because now the government, the courts rule that these actions, the states of emergency, that they've been unconstitutional, and now they have to pay money to these people that they detained and didn't arrest. All right. It is the following provisions of the Constitution reflect the proper role, authority, and responsibility of the Governor General to proclaim states of public emergency. And there it is, Chapter 5, Part 1. It says, and I'm giving him, starting from scratch. I'm not assuming anything. So I said, look, Chapter 5 says Parliament is composed of who? Her Majesty. First entity mentioned. First, and people need to know this, that Parliament, that the Queen or the King is part of Parliament. And the first part too, it says, Section 34, Parliament is composed of Her Majesty, a Senate, and a House of Representatives. So we know that the monarch is involved. Second part, the second bullet point, Chapter 4, Section 27, it says Jamaica will have a Governor General who shall be appointed by whom? Not the people of Jamaica, not the Prime Minister, appointed by Her Majesty. And that person, that Governor General, will hold office during Her Majesty's pleasure and be Her Majesty's representative in Jamaica. So we understand what the real bro God know, right? That this person, Governor General Patrick Allen, he was appointed by Her Majesty and he serves at Her Majesty's pleasure, and he will represent Her Majesty. He will be Her Majesty's representative in Jamaica. And the paragraph, the bullet point before that says Parliament is composed of three entities: Her Majesty, a Senate, and a House of Representatives. The bullet point below says Her Majesty can't be in Jamaica. So who are going to represent her? The Governor General. All right. Now the third bullet point, Chapter 4, Section 32, subsection 3. It's all here. Where the Governor General is directed to exercise any function after consultation with any person or authority, he shall not, and the key word there is not, be obliged to exercise that function in accordance with the advice of that person or authority. What does this mean? Means that he has to consult with the Prime Minister and leader of the opposition and whomever, and he will take advice from them. He will take counsel from them, but he's not obliged to follow them. It says right here, he shall not be obliged to exercise that function in accordance with the advice of that person or authority. So what this means is that if the Prime Minister, when the Prime Minister comes to him and says, listen, proclaim a state of emergency, the Governor General has the ultimate right and responsibility to say, no, this is nonsense. It doesn't fit. It doesn't comport with the Constitution. It's not natural disaster. It's not war. and it's not insurrection, and therefore I'm not signing off on it. And keep in mind, folks, if the Governor General does not proclaim a state of emergency, guess what? No state of emergency can take place. So that's it. What? Third bullet point. Fourth bullet point. It says, and this is interesting because a lot of people don't know this. It says chapter 4, section 32, subsection 4. And all of these bullet points I'm giving you, folks, straight out of the Constitution. It says, where the Governor General is directed to exercise any function in accordance with the recommendation or advice of, or with the concurrence of, or after consultation with, or on the representation of any person or authority, the question whether he has so exercised that function shall not, N-O-T, be inquired into in any court. So, if the Governor General said, "Me nah do what I want for do," this regardless of the recommendation, concurrence, consultation, representation, or anything, like anybody who come to him with anything, and him say, "I'm not going to do it," you cannot sue him. Right there, chapter 4, section 32, subsection 4, it says, the question whether he has so exercised that function, whether he has done it or not, shall not be inquired into in any court. Any means all. Any means every. You can't sue him. Now look at chapter 3, subsection 14, subsection 1. It says, no person shall be deprived of his liberty except on reasonable grounds and in accordance with fair procedures established by law. Now, ISAT is not here. I'm just step off, but he could speak to this one. This goes to chapter 3, the fundamental rights and freedoms, where it says you can't just willy-nilly just violate people's rights. You have to do it you have to do it fairly. You can't deprive somebody of his liberty except on reasonable grounds. And what they did was unreasonable. Now, here's the thing. Look at chapter 3 now, subsection 20, subsection 2. The Governor General can only proclaim a state of public emergency where there is an imminent state of war between Jamaica and a foreign state, an insurrection, or public disaster. Where does it say you can use it for an uptick in criminal activity? It doesn't say that. Doesn't. You can't use state of emergency for that. Next paragraph. The Governor General is supposed to be non-partisan and expected to provide objective and independent guidance to the government of the day. And under Chapter 4, Section 32, Section 4 of the Constitution, he has the discretion to summarily reject any government request for his proclamation of an act that violates said Constitution. So the Governor General could have said to the Prime Minister when he approached him about using states of emergency as enhanced security features, he could have said no. Here it is. However, as mentioned, the Governor General proclaimed states of public emergency, which he knew or should have known would be used as a regular crime fighting tool. This was clearly outside the ambit of his role and violative of Chapter 3, Section 20, subsection 2 of the Constitution. And then I said the attached excerpt from the Governor General's throne speech dated February 10, 2022 is instructed. By the way, you know that Parliament can't start, they call it ceremonial, but it can't start without the Governor General being there and giving something called a throne speech, which is a reflection of what the government wants to do for that year. Parliament can't start without it. Now, here it is. And this is ISAT's piece. In July 2023, less than a year ago, the Court of Appeal rejected the government's appeal from a Supreme Court ruling that detentions under the proclaimed states of public emergency were unlawful. For reasons beyond the scope of this letter, the appeal court rejected the government's appeal based on lack of jurisdiction. Please see the Minister of National Security and others versus Everton Douglas and others. Of note is that significant civil judgments have been rendered against the government for unlawful detention under the Governor General's proclamation of states of emergency. And it is anticipated that additional civil judgments will be awarded by settlement or court decision. The Governor General's proclamations are patently unconstitutional and should not be countenanced. Although Chapter 4, Section 32, subsection 4 of the Constitution shields the Governor General from judicial scrutiny, I need to read that so people can understand where I'm going with this. Although Chapter 4, Section 32, the part where say you can't sue him in a court, although it says it shields the Governor General from judicial scrutiny, it offers him no protection in the presence of your majesty because he serves at your majesty's pleasure. So what we're saying is, King, we know we can't sue him, but he serves at your pleasure. He's your representative. So here we are. Today, Jamaican citizens find themselves in a dire and unenviable position, and under the Constitution, only you, your majesty, can provide direct and immediate relief. Therefore, your majesty is kindly requested to review the matter and take appropriate action to prevent the Governor General from violating the Constitution, resulting in the abrogation, abridgment, or infringement of the fundamental rights and freedoms of the Jamaican populace. Right? Signed, Rattigan. Now, let me just summarize this. Again, Governor General proclaimed state of emergency in violation of the Constitution because he's not doing it for the three reasons that, one of the three reasons that he should be doing it, he's doing it for police purposes, policing purposes. So here, so I laid all of that out, and here's what I asked. If you notice what I asked the king to do, at the time I think it was the queen, but here's what I asked the monarchy to do. Review the matter, review everything I've said, and do what? Take appropriate action to prevent the Governor General from doing this again. Right? So I sent that off. That's a throne speech right here where Governor General talked about the policing matters. I think he mentioned it. Let me see, go back and see. Minister of National Security. Here it is. Talks about expanding the JCF, training, blah, blah, blah. It's all nonsense. So then let me see what's next here. Oh, that's him. Oh, look at this. He's Governor General to earn massive 200 salary hike. Oh, here it is. The Governor General, this is an aside. The Governor General is set to receive an almost 200% increase in salary that will move his publicly funded income to just over 34 million per year. This man is an expert at using a pair of scissors to cut ribbons. And this is what we pay him, $34 million for cut ribbon, kiss babies. Well, I don't think him get that close. Shake hands and have, the shindigs at King's House, and him not pay a dime. Him not pay nothing. No, look at this, right? The chief justice get 34 million and him get 34 million too. Because I'm saying I have to keep it in line with what the chief justice is earning. So the chief justice is getting 34 million. Governor General, but the chief justice at work, He might work. He might have to show up at the time and he might have to listen to case, he might have to make judgment. This gentleman here, Sir Patrick Allen, Wemdo, cut ribbons and key party at taxpayers' expense, and him get 34 million for that. 34 million. Hold on, let me go back. Oh, look on this. Look at this. The total budget allocated for the maintenance of the Office of Governor General and its staff for the current fiscal year is 440 million Jamaican dollars. Just for family office, And I think he might have the custos them and the JP, but 440 million. And this does not include FEMA 30 something in pocket, 34. And look right here. Several sections of the society have criticized the expenditure as unnecessary. And look, the Constitutional Reform Committee recommend that Governor General, the office be abolished. So them working on that. All right. Remember I tell them same don't pay no taxes and someone will not believe me. Look at this. This is from the income tax code from Jamaica. Look at this. There shall be exempt from tax. This is section 12. Emoluments that are income payable to the Governor General and an acting Governor General. If we don't have an acting Governor General. But look at this. Exempt from tax. Him pay zero income tax. Zero. And you have poor people out there struggle like the lady we listen to today. People out there struggle for making ends meet. And we have this relic from colonialism who did it and him get 34 million and him officer get 440 million and him pay no income tax. See that? I'm that. And him give out a war to the diaspora. Me know me not get it. Me never expect it. And so that's fine. But them say more give to people who demonstrated active and significant service towards the development of their community of residents and to the development of Jamaica. We not get that herb. None of we not the dirty 30, I get that. No, let me just go through this constitutional thing here with the Governor General so people understand. Look at this. It says the Governor General is the de facto head of state in Jamaica. I want to pay attention to this because we are talking about Brogard and no, Brogard is Brogard Jr. This is the real Brogard. The Governor General is the de facto head of state in Jamaica, as Her Majesty has vested all, not some, all executive authority in Jamaica to the Governor General, who at his installation takes the oath of office as prescribed by the Constitution to function in her stead. See, real big man, I know. Him are the real big man. And then the section I'm going to read up before, section 27, where it said there shall be a Governor General who will be appointed by Her Majesty and serve at her pleasure and blah, 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 blah. Right? The Governor General carries out roles and functions that are fundamental to Jamaica's democratic governance structure. So you see, if him not there, certain things can't. What does I say? If him not there, certain things undemocratic. So we need Sir Patrick Allen to make us democratic. This is where them use and fool we, you know. I'm hoping me attack the farmer out of Westmoreland who never finished school. Him can understand what me I say. When I say the real Brogard in Jamaica is the Governor General, and the real top is the King. Let them go try and move the Governor General. Look here, the Governor General chairs meetings of the Privy Council. The people don't know some of a Privy Council in Jamaica, you know. Them a Jamaican Privy Council. And them advise the Governor General on his prerogative of mercy and appeals from public officers. Him can grant clemency, him can grant pardon. The Governor General, not the Prime Minister, as the leader of the opposition, the Governor General. Look at legislative functions. Each bill adopted by the Parliament must, not may, not if you feel like, must be approved by the Governor General before it becomes the law of the land. When Parliament pass a law, it go to the Attorney General to look at for legal sufficiency. But then it go to the Governor General, and if him say no, me not like it, can't pass. Some people tell us, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's not my argument. My argument is that he can. Him can do it. Whether or not him going to do it, that's a different question. But he has all the power and the authority vested in him by the monarchy in England to do all of them things there. So, at the start of each parliamentary year, the Governor General delivers the throne speech in a joint sitting of both houses in which government's program for the ensuing years outlined. Yeah, we talk about that. I was trying to get him to do this, you know, the Governor General, but I never got around to it. Anybody who are gonna be married for 60 years, or if you're gonna be 100, you can go to the Governor General and ask him to tell the King to send greetings to you. We don't never know this. Theta, in response to citizens' correspondence, he the Governor General, requests Her Majesty, His Majesty now, the King, to graciously send greetings to Jamaicans who attain their centenary, meaning you reach 100 years old, or who celebrate your 60th wedding anniversary. And then the Governor General sends his own greetings as well. So anybody out there who have 60 years of togetherness, marriage, talk to the Governor General, and the King will send on something, and the Governor General will send on something as well. Or if you turn 100, I'm obliged to do that. Make him work. Make him work. Where's there? I'm that. Oh, this is the Constitution. Yeah, I'm saying this to them already. Yeah. Let me see what else. All right, here it is. Period of public disaster during which there is enforced a proclamation by the Governor General that declaring that a period of public disaster exists. And here it is. Period of public emergency means any period during which, see it right there, so now I make it up. Jamaica is engaged in any war. There is enforced a proclamation by the Governor General declaring that a state of public emergency exists. Our subversion, where them said that votes of a 2/3 majority of the members of each house declaring that democratic institutions are threatened by subversion. That's when people take over the government. Here's the key part. A proclamation made by the Governor General shall not be effective for the purposes of subsection 1, which is what we just read, unless it is declared that the Governor General is satisfied. They have to satisfy him. So they have to come and give him reasons as to why they do them things. And here's where they must satisfy him. That A, look at 2A, a public emergency has risen as a result of the imminence of a state of war between Jamaica and a foreign state. That's 1. 2, that action has been or is taken immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety or to deprive the community or substantial portion of the community or supplies or blah, 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 or that a period of public disaster has arisen. Okay. We're back. That a period of public disaster has arisen as a result of earthquake, hurricane, flood, fire, outbreak of pestilence, outbreak of infectious disease, or of other calamity. So, that's the Governor General again. These are all the things that I submitted in the letter to the King. All right. Now, this letter, I'm gonna go back up the son. This letter was sent, what is it, July 29th or something like that? All right, the letter was dated July 28th, and it was delivered on the 31st, like 3 days later, right? And we know that the king or the queen, she had some problems, and then the queen died, and then the king ascended, and then they have some problems. We don't know what happened, but we never get a response. And a lot of you kept saying to me, when will we get a response from the king? When? Well, here's the response. First thing is that we get this. And I got this, and I never even paid much attention. Because when it come in and I thought it was junk mail. But you see the mark right there, so Buckingham Palace. And it come ear mail. So I say, I just opened it recently. And this is what I seen in the letter. That me see. All right. And then it, right there, so private and confidential, and it dated 29th of April, which was about 3 weeks ago. But remember, it come by ear mail, and it sit down, it may be at my house for about a week. Never really pay attention to it. Because it never looked like a bill to me, and that's where my concern is. Anything look like a bill, you open it and you pay it. But This is what we say. Dear Mr. Rattigan, the king would have me thank you for your letter. His Majesty is most grateful to you for taking the trouble to write to him as you did, but I am afraid he is unable to help in the way that you ask. Now, what that mean? We never ask him in a rude manner. So we're saying that him can help me based on what I'm asking him to do. What did I ask him to do? To take appropriate measures. I didn't say to him, discipline this man. I didn't say to him, say, threaten him, fire him, go tell him, go stand up on him head in the back of the yard. Nothing like that. I just said to him, handle it as you deem appropriate. But this is what they said. He's unable to help in the way that you ask. I am sorry to send you such a disappointing reply, but trust that you will understand. Thank you once again for writing to the king, who would have me send you his very best wishes. And this guy, we check him out. This guy's actually head of royal correspondence, and him send it to me. No. Here's what me think happened. And we had a conversation with my group. What happened is that there has not been a state of emergency since November of last year. I am sure that somebody from Buckingham Palace called the Governor General and said, hey, look, somebody is writing and, them say you're doing this, and that. You need to shape up, because it looked like you have violated the Constitution, and it looked like you make us look bad. You make the king look bad because you do this in the king's name. I believe that conversation took place with them. And so when they say, well, we're unable to do this, they're not going to come out and say, oh, we talked to him and now we straighten him up. Or, well, we do this to him and now we threaten him. No, that's not how diplomats and this kind of relationship, that's not how they operate. They're sending something like this and say, listen, we can't help you. But in the background, them go and them talk to the person and them say, listen, you did all of these things and it's a problem. And you don't make it happen again. So now we haven't seen one. And remember, this got there July 28, 29, something like that, or the end of July. So then it would have been August, it would have been in the office. And with everything that went on, the timing looks proper. That they say, okay, all right, fine. They'll respond by April, which is not a long time, because sometimes you don't get a response from these people. You don't get a response from Buckingham Palace. So I don't know. Some folks have said, no, man, a bogus letter. Well, bogus or not, it's responding to a letter that I sent. So I just have to assume that this is it. Now, I have two things I want to say. One is, you see, if 100 I would write the same letter like when me write or a similar letter and send it to Buckingham Palace and flood them with it, the response probably would have been different. But it's one person who write this letter. I think Roland in the UK may have written one. But let's say Roland did. It's only two people. And this thing has been sitting on the website now for months. And I've been saying to people, listen, go ahead, copy it, write your own letter, but the provisions, the constitutional provisions are there. So if you want to copy the letter and just change the name, or if you want to take it and write another letter, the provisions, the work has been done for you already. And I don't think you folks wrote the king. The second thing is this. I am saying to the Governor General, sir, with all due respect, again, with all due respect, if you think of your clothes, if you wear your clothes, if you not borrow the clothes where you know. I mean, no, so the Jamaican people pay for it still, but if it's not borrow your clothes, call another state of emergency because there's an uptick in crime. Call one and see what happens. Because we will mobilize people at that point in time, not just one, not 100, but we're going to mobilize people from across the globe. based on what we got here now, and we're going to have them right to your boss. We're going to have them right to your boss because what you're doing, sir, is unconstitutional. It's incongruent with your duties and your responsibilities. You're supposed to ask the Prime Minister to explain to you why is it that he's asking you to violate the Constitution by proclaiming a state of emergency for policing purposes. Not for insurrection, not for war, and not for natural disaster, but because there's an uptick in violence increase, and so you just flood the area, you just scoop up all of the people, all of the young boys and young men and young women, whatever, whoever you can find, you scoop them up and you detain them, no charges pending. In fact, one person, I believe, was scooped up and held in detention for more than a year. ISAT can attest to that because I think he represented that person, or John Clark, one of them represented that person who was in there for a long, long period of time. So I'm telling you, Mr. Governor General, if you feel you bad, sir, go ahead and call another one, proclaim another one, and let it be that you say, oh, there is an uptick in violence in St. James or whatever, and so I'm going to sign off on this and let the government do whatever it needs to do. Do it. Do it again. Because this time it will be different. This time, all of the people who did not write the letter, I know them going to write the letter this time. I know them going to write the letter this time. And you're going to have to do some explaining to Buckingham Palace as to why you don't follow the instructions with them give. So I'm begging you, sir, to follow the Constitution. And when the Prime Minister, this Prime Minister, or if you're still around, if there's another change, if there's a change of government and there's another Prime Minister, any Prime Minister come to you, sir. Take some legal advice from me. I know you have some of the best paid legal advice money can buy in Jamaica, but they're not serving you well, or you are not serving yourself and the Jamaican people, and by extension, the monarchy well. Because what they should say to you is simply pull out the Constitution and go to the various sections and say, listen, you cannot do it. Tell the Prime Minister, come up with something else, but this one is not going to work. Very simple. So the king, for whatever reason, said them can't help. I don't know if that's because the Prime Minister insulted the prince and his wife when they were there saying we're moving on. And so the king might have said, you know what, the hell with them, because them are move on anyway, so I don't want to get involved in it. Or he might have said to the GG, look, until we get to that day when I'm no longer the head of state of Jamaica, you work for me, and I'm telling you that don't let this happen again. But either way, a conversation was held. I am sure of that. A conversation was held, and the Governor General was spoken to. So, folks, I'm asking you, keep a careful eye, watchful eye out on the actions of the Governor General. And if you hear about another state of emergency, and if it's because there's an increase in crime, we'll not have the prototype. But make we get together, let's commiserate, let's pool our resources, our thoughts, and let's send the letters. Plural letters. Let's send the letters off to King Charles. And let's send them off in big numbers. So that's where we are with that. Herb, you have something you want to add? Prezi?
Yeah, listen, don't forget, I had sent the letters on to the Guardian and to New York Times. And I'd also sent it to one of the legislators who is
all the woman. Did she get a response?
She didn't. At least she wouldn't let me know anyway, because whatever she does in the city of London is confidential between her and the monarchy. So since she don't represent us officially, it was just another way to make sure the king got it.
All right.
So it went forward. But the thing is, the Guardian has been disappointed because they never followed up, which I wanted or expected that they would. But if more of us are sending those letters out, there's no doubt in my mind that if we infocopy the Guardian, that editor, just make sure everybody's letter is getting to her desk, then she has to respond, right?
Let me just add something else. People, if there's another state of emergency, we need to start sending these letters. No. Next week, it's prepared, it's done. Next week, I am sending a letter to the General Legal Counsel. Why? Because our former DPP implicated herself in some acts unbecoming of a prosecutor, of an attorney in Jamaica. She has violated about 6 or 8 canons that I identified. And so the application form is done, it's been notarized, and all the exhibits are there. Next week, God willing, we will have the website up. And once the website is up, you will see that letter as well as a letter to the king. I'm asking all of you to go to the GLC website, pull off the phone. This is easy peasy, no hard lifting, because the hard lifting has already taken place. And that is the reason why she should be disciplined. That page, you will see it right there. You just pull that page and just put it along with the application. The application is going to ask for your name and your address, essentially. Just look at what I put on the thing, and you'll see that the hard work has been done. The heavy lifting has been done. We need to get letters in there. We need to get for the GLC so that they can take appropriate action against her. And why? This is not retribution or anything. What this is for is the true administration of justice. We want to hold everyone to the same standard. And what we're saying is that what she did, somebody else did it, they should be punished. With the DPP, we don't know if she'll be punished. And some people say, yeah, right, let her waste your time. No, what's a waste of time is when you don't write the letter, because when you don't write the letter, you are guaranteed for nothing to happen. I said it before, we used to play football, and every single time I never take a shot, I was 100% sure say me not score no goal. Every single time that I did not take a shot, I said, why Ratty you not score no? Every time I took a shot, I said, well, Ratty, you have a chance. The goalkeeper can mess up, it can recover for somebody. You take a shot. Take a shot, people. Take a shot. Because if we sit down and just fold our arms and say, well, nothing now will become of it, then that's exactly what's going to happen. And remember, these avenues to voice your dissatisfaction have been created for you to use, not for you to just peruse. To use. And so when you don't use them, you shouldn't expect any change in anyone's behavior. But if you keep writing, you just never know. You might score a goal.
That's right.
Let me...
So before you chime in, Herb, Ratty, first and foremost, just 2 things and a few observations. Number 1, thank you for walking us through the Governor General's role. That was very informative. And I think that is the reason why people always come here, because a lot of people have a lot of hyperbole, a lot of talk and fluff and drama. But this is where people actually commit time to learn and understand, because you have to fight fire with fire. And if you're going up against a government it's the law, it's legislation, it's rules, it's all these things that create the framework for government. But one of the customer, the viewer said, we need to upload the letter in editable form, like a Word doc instead of a PDF. Also, I was trying to understand if you want us to now write a letter to His Majesty, or it's similar to the one you read, which you said you would make available, or do you want us to wait? And if there's another state of emergency, then we do it. So I think that should be made clear so that people don't expect to see that letter.
Let me make it clear. This one, they've answered this, and so there's a record of a complaint already, albeit just one. The next time we get a state of emergency based on, as they call it, enhanced police measures, then that's when we're going to come out in force, and then we're going to write all the letters. But for this one, the one that happened already, let bygones be bygones. They responded, and we'll keep it. We'll make a note of it. But the next one, we're all gonna write letters. And for the DPP, the DPP, that one will be up on the website hopefully by next week, and then people can see. No, that one. There are two. The one for the king, don't worry about it. We're going to put that up, and we'll only utilize that letter in the event there's another state of emergency based on an increase in crime. The one for the DPP people, I need all of you to go to the GLC website, General Legal. Google it. Google Jamaican General Legal Council, GLC. And there's a section that says how to file a complaint against an attorney. And the form is there. The section that says, tell us the reason why she should be disciplined, that's the hard work. You don't have to do that because that's been done already. All you have to do now is just look at the form that's going to be on the website, and you just fill out your name, and then you check some boxes. But that piece of paper, it's a one-page document, I believe, explaining why she should be, the canons that she violated. You don't have to go to, well, you can research it for yourself to see if it makes any sense. But you don't have to draft that. That's there. You can just slip that in, and then you just, you have to get it notarized as well. Your signature has to be notarized.
Ratty, I took the liberty in the private chat because it won't allow me to do it in the comments. I put the entire web page where they need to go, right? And then the notes, the form of this application, this form must be typewritten and filled out in block capitals. It's further down on the page, a little bit over halfway down. They need to go on, and they'll see that. So if you can put out that on the in the comments, so they can clearly see that's where they need to go.
All right, I'll see it. I'll have Kevin push it out.
I'll take care of it, Herb.
All right.
Okay. Thanks.
All right,
But
cool.
So that's what we need to do, folks. We need to. You see, nobody has ever, but I shouldn't say nobody has ever, but very few people have said, you know what? We're gonna play by their rules, and we're gonna beat them at their rules. Very few people have done this, and we have made this part of our priority list, that we are going to play by their rules. If them said if them say Mr. X must act in such a manner, and if he doesn't, here's how you get his attention. That is exactly what we're going to do, so that them can't come out and say, well, we violate the rules ourselves. No, we're gonna comply with the rules, and we're gonna beat them at it. Just like how the name Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, them are run up and down all over the world and announce Global Jamaica Diaspora. Them come to America, them raise money, and them have the people, the three people, them, the one out west, one northeast, one southeast, have them run up and down like thief and I do them biddings, right? Based on the terms of reference. And what happened? A group of people we never go to a big school, don't have no big brain. We sit down and say, but wait a minute, hold on. Them don't register this. And then we start say, but why is it that them don't register? And then we start say it publicly. Government, you need to register. And them couldn't register. Because if them register, them can't have the minister, the junior minister, a chair a diaspora organization. And what happened? We file and we take the name. And some people have said with this and with that. And we said, fine, thank you very much. By the way, shame on all of our diaspora elders who sat at the table and helped to author and create the terms of reference. Shame on them. Shame on them. Folks, if you don't believe me, go and read it. Go and read the terms of reference and you see how they sold us out. They sold us out. How you can have a diaspora organization and say this is ours, but you make 3 out of the 4 people from the government to run it? How you can give the power to the junior minister, make him chair it, and him appoint more than half of the members? How you can have it and make it so that him can dismiss somebody off of the council whenever him feel like? There have some regulations here, but at the end of the day, the power is his. How can you give the voting mechanism to the government of Jamaica and make, if me want to run, me have to send my name, go to the ministry for them approve it for me run? How can you do it so that the diaspora is not the one appointing its representative? It's the government of Jamaica who do the onboarding and give them letter of appointment or whatever them call it. It's the government. How can you do that and you say you have the diaspora's interest at heart? How can you do that and make them come to you and say, well, you guys are going to be working on what Jamaica's priorities are. We're going to give them to you and you're going to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, including helping out whenever we ask you to help out. How? And by the way, some of them get national awards. Some of them get national awards. But you know what? God no sleep. God no sleep. Herb, anything you want to say? I have some more things, but boy, I'm going to just come have a program tonight at midnight. So I'm going to just come off like around 10 o'clock and prepare myself for the relax with the rebel.
Well, we although I don't want to, I have another report pending on her. I'd just like to state that her report, as well as 2 other members of parliament, the reports are indicating something President and I discussed, why the Jamaican government should be encased in an enterprise architecture system, right? The fact is, these ministers of government are using anywhere from 10 to 20 different instruments, meaning cell phones or tablets or laptops, to do their communications. So in a lot of cases, they have many dozens of data breaches, which it does not appear that it's even being reported. They get a data breach on one instrument, they go to another one, right? So somebody is chasing them down for data, for information. And in her case, she had about 11 devices, 4 different emails, and 29 social media accounts. In her case, she have password breaches, right? She has a lot of violations. Again, whether or not she reported that is a official duty because you cannot be the DPP, have your phone, have your laptop or any other instrument breached and not report it to whoever your cybersecurity manager is.
Here we go, Herb. Here we do. Why don't we do next week Saturday?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll set aside a segment where you can come in and you can talk about all of this deep diving that you're doing, like your scuba man. You do all this deep diving.
You need more than scuba for this. You need special oils, as Dr. Ben Israel might be able to recommend. You have to rub it over your rubber suit.
Well, why you come next week? And we don't want the three. Just pick one, because you have three of them. Just pick one, and whatever you want to, you'll have the time. It's Herb's Corner, and then you just talk about where the deep dive result where it's sure. Doc, before we wrap up, let me see if I have any
because
questions.
I only have about 6 minutes. I only have about 6 minutes left because of another engagement.
Yeah, we have 6 minutes still. So anything you want to say before you go, sir?
Yeah, man. I'm really grateful for the platform. And I'm really grateful for the interaction. So many names now I'm getting accustomed to because I'm seeing them. The whole idea is to empower persons. The greatest weapon against sickness and disease is education, not medication. So for us, the journey continues tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We have a series called 60 Minutes with Mother Nature, where again we're looking for 12,000 people to teach 120 Herb by the 12th month. That's at 3 o'clock. The channel is in the description. And then at 7 o'clock, we've started a live. You've inspired me, Rattigan. You've inspired me. So, we've started a live at 7 o'clock, and we're going to be dealing with the issues surrounding health. I have a show that will reach out to a whole lot of policymakers from UWI. Tomorrow, we have a gentleman who will be sharing his story as to how 14 years now he has reversed stage 4 prostate cancer using all natural products. We'll be talking about him. So, very interesting for us. The journey continues tomorrow. And I also want to say in closing that, I'm looking at the correspondences from a few persons from Latoya Dennis, Jean, Caroline, Jarrett, Faith, Ann, Sandra Beckford, all these persons who have reached out to us in the forum. I'm looking at your questions. I'm looking at your comments. So, the beauty about the system that we now have is I could literally use it to take questions and answer those questions live. So, keep those questions coming and keep those. This is actually the best way to get through to us. And I love tonight. I'm only sorry I had to break, but I see so many questions that I really wanted to answer. So many comments I want to respond to, but time won't permit us. It was really nice being on tonight, and it continues for us, and I really, really, really appreciate the company of all the persons on the platform as well as those in the audience as well.
Say Steve Lynn, I have to open up the phone line. I'm open up the phone line now there till midnight. Steve, we can't open the phone line again. Next week we will open it up. Believe me, because Dr. Ben is coming back. Herb next week will be doing.
Somebody said, open the phone line, Ratty. Open the phone line. But we could be at this all night, and we have to leave some for next week.
Yes, Steve. Next week, Steve. Next week. But so as we close off,
but thank
again,
you guys for having me.
All right, Doc. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, man.
All right, take care, Doc.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as we close off again, just the way we started, we're asking you guys to please go over to the new website. And first of all, let me thank listen, you guys got to do better than this, but the 18 of you that responded, Want to thank you. I'm seeing all your comments here. Want to thank you guys for filling out the form through the new website, and we appreciate it. Now, we have a new number that's coming out, which we'll be making public soon. So we want to also share that with you. But as we continue to lift the image and structure the organization in such a professional way, our digital presence must be one that represent the professionalism and the kind of image we would like to project. So we want you to be a part of it. So please, and you guys are not even working with me. Come on, man. Help me do the thing, man. You're more do. In the chat, just type it in the chat. At least just type the website name so that me know and everybody else who is interested know that you intend to visit the site. You ready? OJLDF. OJLDF. OJLDF.net. So we have a .org, which we'll convert later on, but we want you to go to the website. Click on the button that says make a change or sign up here. Once you get there, we're going to get your response. Complete the form. Let us know what you think. And some of you may not, be volunteering yet, but you just like, hey, I'm not ready to volunteer, but I just want to let you know I like what you guys are doing. We'll even take it as a comment, but that stays with us so we know who you are, and we want to keep in touch with you. Even when we're not broadcasting, we still want to reach out to you. When we're coming in your area, we want to reach out to you. So please, OJLDF.net, hop on over and just complete that form. It would mean a lot to us. Again, thank you all, gentlemen. Ratty, thank you for the lesson. Herb, thank you. And to all the amazing viewers and people who comment, share their comments. We appreciate it. And thank you. Herb, I yield back to you.
Yes. Folks, I appreciate you listening. I hope to have something about the upcoming protests in Washington, as well as an example of what we did with your funds in one particular case. We've got 3 cases completed. I'm doing what is called a validation of the case that I want to present to you guys. In other words, I have a secondary source that is checking the information to make sure it's solid. And once I have that this week, because it's 85% completed as of today. So once I have that, then we'll be back next week and we'll present that to you. Appreciate it. Thank you, folks in the audience, as usual, and those who I met at the march in New York. It was a pleasure talking to you and being with you. Thanks.
Let me just say thanks again. I echo what Prezi said and what Herb said about all of you folks, wonderful folks, family members who showed up last week, Friday. And I said, let's do it again. Let's do it better than last week, Friday in DC. And don't forget, we have Toronto, we have the UK, and I'd like my good friend Oliver Mayer down in Florida, the CG. Just want to remind him that we're coming back. Oh, and New York, we're back. We're coming back, New York, and we're coming back before fall of this year. So we have to give the people what they want, and the people say, listen, you need to come back and do it. I couldn't believe it when people call me and say, you have to come back. You have to come back before the weather change and get cool, So that is what we're going to do. And tonight, folks, I'll be back sitting around this microphone here doing Relax with the Rebel. And we're going to be playing Bob Marley, 2 hours of the great Bob Marley. So tune in for that. And next week, find your partner, because next week we're going to be playing some slow jams from the 70s, 80s, big people music. So now tune in next week. But don't forget, you have to tune in tonight as well. Just want to say thanks for tuning in today. Love y'all. Take care. Be well. See you in a few hours. Prezi, pick up yourself. Herb, We'll talk soon, my brother.